You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Did you ever hear of people paying particular attention to radio commercials? Well, that's exactly what's happening on this program right now. Thousands of people will listen with special attention to tonight's middle commercial, all because of a postcard they received in the mail this morning. A postcard from their Equitable Society representative, inviting them to hear the news about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want complete independence after the age of 60. I'll be back in just 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, Three's a Crime.
The number of criminal fingerprint cards in the files of your FBI recently passed the staggering total of 18 million. That is a depressing fact. But even more deplorable is the fact that these latest figures show that among those arrested in the past year, the greatest number were 21 years of age. The second predominant age group was 22, and the third was 23. This is a wealthy nation, and the horn of plenty is our national trumpet. But there is grave doubt in many quarters as to whether or not any nation can long continue to surrender its youth to the ways of crime and still continue to prosper. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is the story of three of those young men. Three young men who might have included in their number your own son. For this story could take place anywhere and could happen to anyone. Tonight's file opens in a small one-car garage adjoining a frame house located in a large eastern city. It is evening as a gray-haired, tired-looking woman sticks her head through the garage door to talk to her son.
Andy?
Yeah, Mom?
Where are you, son?
Under the car.
Dinner's ready.
Oh, well, let me have a few more minutes, will you, Mom?
All right. Whose car is this?
Belongs to George.
Another one?
Huh?
Well, this is 3 cars you've fixed belonging to him. Where does he get them?
I don't know.
Don't you think you might find out?
Oh, no. Look, Mom, he pays me to repair his cars, not to ask questions.
Andy, I don't like George Roberts, and I think I have good reason for it.
Hi, Andy.
Oh, hi, George.
Hello, Mrs. Mitchell.
Hello.
How's it coming, Andy?
Okay. Look, Mom, why don't you put the stuff on the table? I'll be right in, huh?
All right, Andy.
Hey, car looks okay.
Uh-huh.
When it be ready, Andy?
Tonight.
Yeah, you did a real good job. I like the new color.
This is the last job, George.
What?
That was our agreement. Any car you steal from now on, you get fixed someplace else.
A few days later, at local police headquarters, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is approaching the desk of Detective Bill Snyder.
Hi, Bill.
Oh, hello, Jim. What brings you here?
Business?
What kind?
I was just in to see the inspector. He tells me you're working on that 9th Street warehouse robbery.
I've just been assigned to it. You got anything on it? Fine. The only thing I've been able to dig so far is that the thieves used a black sedan.
Oh, I can throw in a little more than that.
We can use help.
Bill, you know a town called Madisonville across the state line?
Yes.
Well, the local police has suspected for some time that the owner of a radio store there was a fence. 2 days ago, one of their detectives went into the store, copied the serial numbers off of several of the sets, wrote to the factory to learn where the sets had been shipped to originally. Well, they got an answer this morning. The sets were part of the loot stolen from the 9th Street warehouse.
Hey.
Now, we've still got a problem. The fence says he bought the sets from a stranger named Frank Smith, and he has no receipt because he paid cash.
Do they believe him?
He's got an airtight alibi for the night of the robbery.
Did he give any description of this Frank Smith?
A very bad one. He said he'd only met him twice. Both times were at night. Bill, I think I'll run down to the warehouse and take a look around.
Are you going by your office on the way?
Yeah.
I've got something for you to take along.
Oh?
Here's a cap and a comb. The cap was found this morning at the warehouse. The comb was found after a robbery at another warehouse. It's been in my desk up to now because we haven't had anything to compare it with.
I'll drop them by our lab.
Thanks, Jim.
It's okay. Oh, and as soon as I'm through at the warehouse, I'll see if they've got the report ready for me. If it is, Bill, I'll call you.
Trying to hustle some action, George?
Oh, hi, Frank.
Hi.
Hey, grab a cue.
No, I'll watch you.
Okay.
Try that combo with a 10 ball.
That's a breeze.
You hit too hard.
The cue slipped. Throw me the chalk, will you?
Sure, here.
Hey, you got any dough on you?
You broke?
Uh-huh.
I just gave you your end from the radios.
Well, I got a tip on a horse.
You bet the whole thing?
Yeah.
Sucker. Oh, kid, that ain't the way to play that shot.
Well, I was trying something. Hey, how about the dough?
Yeah, I can let you have a saw. I got the shorts myself.
We better do another job real quick.
I figured we'd go tonight.
Swell.
But we've got to fix something first.
What do you mean?
You remember that cop that almost nailed us the last time?
Yeah.
We ain't doing any more jobs till we can beat the price on that and get the word first.
How?
Same way he operates. Shortwave radio.
Right in the car, you?
Uh-huh. We'll get Andy to hook one up for us.
Nah, he ain't gonna go for it.
Why not?
Well, he told me the other night he was paid up with us. He wasn't doing any more jobs.
Give me that cue.
What?
I'll show you how to make that shot. You see? Keep practicing. I'm going over and talk to Andy.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, hello, son.
Anything cold to drink?
I just made some lemonade
Oh, where's it?
in that pitcher.
What a hot day, huh?
Andy,
Yeah?
there's someone waiting for you in the garage.
Who?
That friend of George's.
Oh.
I thought you weren't seeing them anymore.
I'm not, Mom.
Well, then why is he here?
I don't know. But I'll find out right now.
Hi, Andy. Hot, ain't it? That George is no dope. He's been spending the whole day in a nice, cool pool room.
What do you want, Frank?
Huh?
I asked George not to come around here anymore. It went for you, too.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Well,
We got another job for you, kid.
I can't handle it.
It'll pay you good.
I don't want your money, Frank.
What's the matter with you?
I just don't want to get mixed up with you guys.
You took our money once, kid.
You know why I took it. My mother was sick. I needed the dough for a doctor and an operation. I'd have held up a bank to get it. Did about as bad, I guess, taking it from you.
Look, Andy.
I made a deal to fix up 3 cars for you guys in payment for the dough. I fixed those cars, now we're even.
No. I'm still in front.
Oh.
Cops could find out who fixed those cars.
From you?
Yeah.
You'd be hanging yourself, too.
No, kid. I can prove who fixed them, but you can't prove who stole them. Look, there's a shortwave radio in this box. I want it hooked up in the black car. George and me are doing a job tonight. Have it ready. And, you get ready, too. I just decided. You're going to be the guy who sits in the car and listens.
Still going through the records, Bill?
Jim, I just finished.
Did you find anything?
No, we only had 3 Frank Smiths in our files, and I've just checked the last one out.
Well, then we've got to assume that Frank Smith is an alias.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, I picked up that report from our lab, Bill.
On the cap and comb?
That's right.
What did it say?
Well, the hairs found in the comb are exact duplicates of the hairs in the cap.
That means the same person was in on both robberies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It gives us something to work on in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's 10:30, Jim. You want to call it a night?
Oh, I got to go back to my office. Oh, I think we ought to do one thing first.
Oh, what's that?
Alert every warehouse in the city.
I'll have the switchboard take care of that.
Okay. If the watchmen are on the job and those thieves try again, maybe we'll be saved a lot of extra work.
Car 2727. Proceed to the corner of Addison Street and United Avenue. 31. That is all.
Andy.
Huh?
Anything come in on the radio?
No.
Then turn it off. Now, come on.
Where?
Inside the warehouse.
Oh, no.
Look, kid, we went all through this earlier today. Remember what I told you in your garage about my blowing a whistle to your mother and the cops? Come on. We need some help.
With what?
With a crate. It's too heavy for us to handle. Come on. Walk softer. Wait.
What?
Thought I saw a light flashing at the other end of the building. I guess I didn't. Let's go. You go in here. Go ahead, kid. Keep it quiet. Where's George? Just follow me.
Over here.
Okay. There's the crate.
Come on, you guys. Let's get this out of here.
Grab that corner, Andy. George, you get the other one. I'll take this end.
Okay.
Got it? All right. Now lift. That's it. Come on, move. Wait. I heard something. Stand still.
All right, I see you.
The watchman.
Stand where you are.
Drop it and run.
Stop or I'll shoot.
Come on, out the door. Get behind the wheel, Andy, and drive.
Huh? I can't drive.
Why not?
I'm shot.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, here's an invitation to all members of this audience. An invitation to share in the benefits of the Equitable Society's famous Independent 60s plan. As its name indicates, this plan was created for self-reliant Americans who want to be comfortably independent when it's time for them to retire. When your Independent 60s plan pays off, you become your own boss, able to come and go as you please.
My job kept me pretty well tied down most of my life. So when I retired on my plan, first thing I did was to get the finest trailer money could buy. Believe me, the wife and I have been seeing this country since then. Every year we spent at least 2 months down south.
That's the beauty of an equitable, independent 60s plan. It makes it possible for you to do the things you've always wanted to do. That's the reason I find it very hard to understand why more people don't have plans like this.
Oh, Mr. Keating, they think they can't afford it. They think you have to be rich. It was years before I found out the truth.
What opened your eyes?
My Equitable Society representative. He made the point that I already had a big head start towards independent 60s. What with Social Security and the life insurance I already owned.
Right. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Three's a Crime.
In connection with tonight's case from the files of your FBI, we bring you a message from J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Hoover's message is, and I quote, "Our nation, somewhere along the line, has fallen down on the job of educating its youth to the responsibility of citizenship. As you heard on this official FBI radio program earlier, ages 21 through 23 dominated the arrest records throughout the nation in the past 12 months. In many cases, those young people have turned to crime because their parents and their communities have failed them. Talk to any group of them, as I have, and you find that they were never taught to recognize the importance of their status as citizens, nor to recognize the need for the individual citizen's cooperation with law enforcement. Above all, they were never given the realization of the utter futility of crime. You cannot abolish deplorable conditions by ignoring them, as many communities are even today ignoring the youthful crime wave. It is your job as a member of your community to help these young men and women achieve a useful place in society. For by doing that, you will achieve a twofold result. First, you will be helping your community by introducing young blood into its life stream. And second, you will be doing your part in fighting the crime wave. Tonight's file continues later the same night at the local FBI field office.
Oh, Jim, I'm glad I caught you here.
Oh, I was just about to go home.
A report just came in from the 17th Precinct.
On the warehouse robbery?
Not the one we've been working on.
What, another one?
Uh-huh. And done by the same gang.
Oh, how do you know?
The watchman saw them drive away, and his description of the getaway car is the same as the other watchman's.
Did he give you any description of the robbers?
No, but he did something that might develop into a lead.
Oh, what's that?
He shot one of the bandits.
Well, how does he know?
Blood on the ground.
Oh, Bill, we'd better notify all hospitals immediately.
Already done that.
Oh, good. How about doctors who might be called to treat the wounded man?
We haven't had a chance to get to them yet.
Well, there are several telephone services for doctors. Let's contact them and get them to spread the word.
Right.
Oh, there are some doctors that don't have that service.
We've got a list of them at headquarters.
Oh, we got one here, too. I tell you what we ought to do, Bill.
Yeah?
Why don't you go back to your office, get your list, and start at the bottom?
Okay.
I'll stay here and start from the top. As soon as either one of us hears anything, we'll get together.
Frank,
What is it?
Andy's passed out. What do we do?
We're almost to his joint. We will work on him there.
Hey, he's bleeding real bad.
All right, so he's bleeding. Here we are. I'll pull right into this driveway. We can bring him in the garage.
Okay.
Wait, I'll help you. I'll take his feet. You grab his shoulders.
Right.
All right, let's start walking.
Should we put him...
Shh, quiet. We don't want his old lady to hear us. Wait till I get this door. Come on. Let's drop him over there. We won't turn on any light. We can see good enough. Put him right here.
Yeah, he's really out.
He's still breathing.
He ain't gonna be very long if he keeps bleeding like that.
Let's see if we can patch him up. Ought to be some rags and stuff around here. You look over there and...
Andy, is that you?
Oh, great.
Yeah, what do we do now?
She'll see the car. She'll know somebody's here. Let me handle it.
Andy, are you in here?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
What are you... Oh, what's happened?
He got shot, Mrs. Mitchell.
Andy.
He'll be okay.
Yeah, it was an accident. He was playing with a gun and it went off.
What? Go into the house, one of you. Call a doctor. Oh. Well, do you hear me? Go in and call a doctor.
Oh, he doesn't need a doctor, Mrs. Mitchell.
I'll call one myself.
Ain't gonna be good if she calls a doc.
No. Let's get out of here.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Bill Snyder, Jim.
Yes, Bill?
Something's just come in.
What?
A doctor named William Sweets called in to say he just treated a young man, Andy Mitchell, for a bad gunshot wound.
Is this tied into the warehouse robbery?
Yes. Mitchell told Dr. Sweets that he was shot by the watchman.
Where is he now?
At his home, 558 North Wentworth Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Get anything else from the doctor?
Yes, Mrs. Mitchell told him her son had been with two other young men. One named Frank Jenkins, the other George Roberts.
Jenkins and George Roberts. Okay. When are you going over there?
Right now.
Will you pick me up in front of the office? We'll go over together. You say your son was never in trouble before, Mrs. Mitchell.
That's right, Mr. Taylor.
I checked on the records of the other two men before I left the office. They've both been arrested quite a few times.
I knew they were no good. But it was my fault that Andy was with them.
Oh, how?
I was sick this spring. I needed an operation. We didn't have enough money. My son borrowed some from them. In return, they made him do their work. I didn't know this until a few minutes ago. Andy just told me.
I see.
He's not a thief, Mr. Taylor. You've got to believe that.
I think I do. Mrs. Mitchell, did your son know where the others were going?
No. But he told me that you'd have trouble catching them.
Oh, why?
They made him hook up a shortwave radio in their car so they could listen to police calls.
Yes, it will make it difficult. But...
No luck, Jim.
Oh, will you excuse me, Mrs. Mitchell?
What? Oh, certainly.
What happened, Bill?
I missed young Roberts at his house by a couple of minutes, and Frank Jenkins' landlady told me he'd just left.
Then they must still be in town.
That's right.
I think we might catch up to them after all. Come on, Bill. Let's get out to your car.
You think they're looking for us yet, Frank?
We'd have heard about it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Calling
What if
car
Andy told the
100.
lady?
Calling
That's a message
car
to all
100. 1948 black Buick sedan. License unknown. 2 men in it. They are wanted. 1 man wearing tan sweater.
Yeah, it's us.
If you see this car, stop it and notify headquarters immediately. That is all.
George, take off your sweater. Throw it out the window. And here, throw this cab with it.
Okay.
Calling car 100.
Go ahead,
Calling
chum. We're
car
listening.
100. 1948 black Buick sedan, license unknown, referred to in previous message. Reported seen 5 minutes ago.
Hey.
Headed out of city on Route 41.
Hey, they got the wrong car.
Calling
We ain't been near
cars
Route 41.
87 and 88.
This must be
Calling
something different.
cars 87 and 88. Station yourselves on Route 11 and search for black sedan with 2 men in it, referred to in previous message.
That takes care of that.
Calling
road.
car 63 and car 68. Calling car 63 and 68. Station yourselves on Route 93.
Yeah, that
Same
knocks out
structure.
93.
Yeah.
Calling cars 58 and 59. Calling cars 58 and 59. Station yourselves on Route 8. Same instructions. That is all.
Yeah, we got every road blocked.
You didn't hear anybody mention the toll bridge, did you?
Hey, that's right.
That's going to get us out of town.
Calling car 100.
We're still
Calling
listening,
car
sucker. Come on.
100. 1948 black Buick sedan referred to in previous messages has been apprehended on Route 41. That is all.
Hey, they caught us.
Yeah.
Turn that thing off.
Right. Hey, the bridge is right around the corner.
I know. Give me a quarter.
What for?
The toll bridge.
Okay.
There's the bridge.
Uh-huh.
Got the quarter?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, here you are, Doc.
I don't want any quarter, Jenkins.
What? Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. What? I was pretty sure you'd try to use this bridge. Now get out of that car.
Frank Jenkins and George Roberts were given 5-year prison terms for violation of the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act. Andy Mitchell was put on probation for 3 years, inasmuch as he was the victim of circumstances and associations. The 2 young men in the stolen car were apprehended tonight because the messages they heard over their shortwave radio, messages which made it appear as if their flight for freedom would be successful, were prepared by Special Agent Taylor. They were so designed that the 2 men were led to believe that every exit from the city was closed except the bridge. The mistake made by these young men in thinking they could commit crimes without paying for them is not an unusual error. The ego of the criminal, young or old, tells him he can get away with anything. Until he learns the fallacy of his reasoning, he continues to build the number of major crimes, a number which last year reached a total of more than 1,600,000. In the overall crime picture, these 3 young men in tonight's case were relatively unimportant. But they do serve to illustrate a problem which, so far as the future of the nation is concerned, has no peer. The problem of keeping the names of the 21, 22, and 23-year-olds off the police blotters of the nation is one of the greatest law enforcement problems in the country today. Because they are your sons, this is also your problem.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, is there any fixed amount of money that a man has to put into one of these plans?
No. Your Equitable representative will work out an Independent 60s plan that fits your present salary.
Well, how much of an income can I expect when I'm 60?
Well, that actual amount is determined by your present income and your future needs. Your Equitable Society representative can give you the answer in a matter of minutes. Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A graphic story of a manhunt for 3 desperate criminals. Its subject, jailbreak. Its title, The Sentimental Doublecross.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Georgia Backus, Tony Barrett, Tom Brown, Ted DeCorsia, Ed Gargan, and Bert Holland. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Sentimental Doublecross on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A lot of folks in our audience tonight are specially attentive because they received one of the thousands of postcards sent out yesterday by representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. These postcards were invitations to hear tonight's middle commercial on this Equitable Society radio program. The commercial will tell about the Equitable's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want their 60s to be years of complete independence. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Sentimental Doublecross.
Unfortunately, it is necessary for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to call to your attention the current crime wave more often than it would like to. It would much prefer that there was no crime wave to discuss, but the facts do not warrant any such conclusion. There is almost unprecedented activity among criminals, and your FBI talks about it on this official broadcast because it concerns you so directly. Every crime, no matter where it is committed, has its effect on you. It raises your tax bill. It raises the price you pay on various commodities. It makes you the next possible target for the criminals. Yes, it touches every one of you in 100 different ways, and yet, try to recall something. In your present, when has anyone been heard, other than law enforcement officers, discussing the prevention of crime rather than the sordid details? The answer, probably, is never. The solution is for you to bring the subject up yourself. Discuss it from every angle until you arrive at some plan whereby you can effectively aid in the war against crime. For, like international wars, this is a battle which will not be won unless you, the law-abiding, decent citizens, join together and cooperate with your local police. The time to do that is now. Tonight's file opens in a small, dimly lit room of a building located on the outskirts of a Midwestern city. It is midnight, and two men are listening to the last note of a distant clock.
Frankie, that's 12 o'clock.
I know.
Well, let's wake him. Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Wake up, Tommy. He's really knocking it off. Well, this ought to do it. It's okay, Tommy. It's okay. It's just us.
Oh.
Yeah. Know why we woke you?
Oh, no.
It's after midnight. Happy birthday, Tommy.
Huh?
Have 1,000 of them, kid. Sure.
Oh. Well, thanks, fellas.
Me and Charlie got something for you.
Huh?
It's not very much, but here.
A ballpoint pen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, I don't know what to say.
Okay.
Well, it was so thoughtful of you. I'm not ordinarily at a loss for words, but... Well, I just can't tell you how thankful I am.
Oh, forget it, sure. That ain't the only present, Tommy.
You mean there's more?
Uh-huh. We got a plan all set to bust out of this jail tomorrow morning, and we're taking you with us.
The next day, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Agent Bill Wayne as he is signing in.
Hello, Bill.
Hi, Jim.
You back from court already?
Yeah, recess.
Oh.
I've got to go back this afternoon.
You, be through testifying then?
Probably.
Good. When you're finished, the SAC wants you to work on a case he just put me on.
Oh, what's the story?
A jailbreak out at South Randolph.
Again?
Yeah. 3 men got away. 2 of them had been arrested by our agents for violation of the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act.
How did they get out?
They overpowered the jailer.
That's the 3rd time that same thing's happened out there.
Yeah, I know. Well, they stole the jailer's keys and were gone by the time anybody missed them.
When did all this happen?
Within the past hour.
Any idea what they're using for transportation?
Well, I'm not sure, Bill, but there was a stolen car reported shortly after the break.
Well, who are the 2 we're looking for?
First one is named Charlie Lake. He had previously served 10 years for assault with a deadly weapon.
And who's his partner?
Frank Auburn. He served 5 years for armed robbery. The third man was named Tommy Brunswick. He wasn't a hardened criminal like the others. He was in for juggling his company's books.
Well, did they ever work together?
Well, not from their arrest records. They were cellmates, but I believe that was the only link.
Anything been done so far?
Well, we've got a roadblock set up on the 2 highways leading out of South Randolph.
Well, I hope it was set up early enough.
Well, I'm going out there now and find out, Bill. As soon as I get anything, I'll call in.
Charlie.
Yeah?
Ain't you driving pretty fast?
Well, I want to look like a legitimate driver.
No.
This is certainly pleasant. Being out of prison, I mean.
It'll be more pleasanter when we get to some safe place.
You got that map, Frankie?
Yeah.
What's the story?
This road goes another 5 miles. Then it feeds into a lot of roads. A junction like. Where are we heading for, Charlie?
Any place where there's dough and shelter.
You mean you have no particular destination, Charlie?
No?
Then, could I make a suggestion?
Yeah, what?
Why don't we head east?
Too many towns.
But you said you wanted to...
Let's head west.
I have some money planted.
Hmm?
I say I have some money hidden away, but, of course, if it's too dangerous...
Important money?
About $10,000.
10,000?
Mm-hmm. It's from when I was borrowing money from the company I was working for. You fellas were nice enough to take me along with you. I'd be very happy to give you, say, $1,000 apiece to show my gratitude.
Frank, look at that map.
You've changed your mind?
Kid, it's a pleasure having you aboard.
Where's the dough planted?
It's in a place...
Hey,
what?
Look down at the bottom of the hill. It's a roadblock.
What do we do?
Let's pull off the road and sit tight a minute.
They'll see us.
Well, maybe not.
What about the woods?
Just sit a minute, will you?
They'd be pretty good cover. According to the map, there's a highway runs on the other side of them.
Charlie, look there.
A cop.
Yeah, I think he spotted us.
Yeah, he has. Come on.
Hit for the woods.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Jim. This is Bill. You call me?
Yeah, Bill, I'd like you to pick up something before you come down here.
Any action there?
Plenty. The roadblock was partially effective.
What do you mean, partially?
Well, the trio had to abandon their car and scatter when they got to the place where the block was set up.
Oh.
They made a break for it on foot through the woods.
What happened?
Frank Auburn was recaptured, but Tommy Brunswick and Charlie Lake got away.
That's not so good. Have you talked to Auburn yet?
Yeah, I've just finished questioning him.
You got anything?
Well, he told me that Tommy Brunswick was wounded by one of the local police, but Auburn didn't know how serious the wound was.
Anything else?
Yes, he said Brunswick mentioned some money that he had hidden. He was going to give some of it to them.
Did Brunswick say where he had it hidden?
According to Auburn, no.
Do you think he's telling the truth?
Yeah, yes, I do, Bill. He's scared.
So, what do you want me to bring down, Jim?
Oh, yeah. Will you contact the local police and get Tommy Brunswick's arrest record?
Okay.
If we can get a lead from that and find out where the money is hidden, we should be able to pick up both of them.
So.
You hurt bad, Tommy?
Uh-huh.
Hold on.
I'll try.
Yeah, those things really burn.
Yeah. You ever been shot, Charlie?
Uh-huh.
By a cop?
By a dame.
It was a gun I gave her for her birthday. Well, we ought to be there in a couple of minutes.
Who is this doctor you're taking me to?
Well, kid, he ain't exactly a doc.
Who you said he was?
Well, he used to be.
Oh.
He blew his license about 5 years ago.
What does he do now?
He drinks whiskey.
I mean, for a living.
Well, the best he can. Well, that's the place up ahead.
He isn't very far from the main road. Police might come by here looking for us.
Oh, Doc will take care of the cops. Wait, I'll come around and help you out, Tommy.
All right.
Here. I'll grab my shoulder, Tommy. There we are, kid. That's good.
Sorry to be such a burden.
Oh, you're kidding. Just hold on, kid. Yeah. Well, here we are.
Oh, I hope he's home.
Hello, Doc.
Charlie. Charlie Lake. Well, it's good to see you, boy. Say, by golly, I was just thinking about you.
Doc, give me a hand, will you?
Huh? Who's this?
Pal of mine, he needs looking after.
Well, come in.
Okay.
Charles, I was under the impression that you were incarcerated.
Well, we bust out.
Splendid.
That's how my pal here got hurt. Can you fix him up?
That's an elementary question. Just put him on the cot, Charles. I shall prepare for immediate surgery. Tommy, my boy.
Yeah, Doctor?
Tommy, have a small sample of the juice of tender mercy.
Well, is it all right for me to drink?
Sure.
Thanks.
Tommy, I'd like to talk to you.
Right.
It's about you. You know, son, there are moments on this mortal coil when a man in my profession fears to believe his own inscrutable knowledge.
What do you mean?
Son, the wound you received at the hands of that minion of the law was quite severe.
I know.
Much more severe than I at first surmised.
Well, last night you said
I know. I said you were getting better. But it appears from the tests I took this morning that, well, Tommy, your convalescence isn't what I hoped it would be. You're not going to recover, son.
You mean I'm going to die?
That's right, son.
But I can't.
That is something over which mere mortals have ceased to exercise any control. There's only one thing I can do for you now.
What's that?
Notify your next of kin.
Oh.
Do you have anybody to whom you're particularly close?
My sister.
I shall notify her.
Where you going?
I must replenish my supply of ambrosia, Tommy. Through some error, I brought with me an empty bottle.
Did you tell him, Doc?
Yes. Yes, Charlie, I told him.
Has he got any relatives?
A sister.
Sister? Well, I'll use her as a wedge to find out where he stashed the money. Doc. You stay away from him.
Why?
Well, if you go in there loaded, the poor kid might find out he ain't really going to die at all.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's case from the official files of your FBI. Just before tonight's exciting file, I mentioned an important announcement the Equitable Society asked me to give at this time. I urge you all to listen closely. This is a special message about the Equitable Society's famous Independent 60s plan. Independent 60s means exactly what it says. When retirement time rolls around, you're free and independent. No charity, no money worries. This Independent 60s plan enables you to be self-supporting and self-respecting. When you reach retirement age, you can live just as you like. Maybe move to a section where the climate is mild and pleasant all year long.
For me, that's California, Mr. Keating. San Diego, California. My wife and I have our own little place right outside of town. And best of all, it's only a 4-iron shot from a golf course.
Now that I know where you spend your spare time.
Would you believe it, Mr. Keating? I've been playing golf for years. Never broke 100 in my life. But now I'm shooting in the low 90s.
Well, I'm sure everybody sees the advantages of the equitable independent 60s plan. Just what is it that keeps more people from joining?
I guess they're like I was for a long time. I used to think you had to be rich to belong.
How did you find out the truth?
From my Equitable Society representative. He showed me with actual figures just where I stood. And it sure surprised me. Finding out how much Social Security and the life insurance I already owned helped towards independent 60s.
That's very true. In many thousands of cases, it takes only a slight increase in your present insurance to enable you to look forward with complete confidence to independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Sentimental Doublecross.
The situation discussed by the two special agents in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, the situation which sees a small-town prison fail to hold its prisoners time and again, is not a caricature of the true facts. That state of affairs does exist today in many parts of the country. It often happens that a criminal is arrested after much time and effort. He is tried in court at further expense of the taxpayers, and he is convicted. He is then sentenced to one of these cracker barrel jails, and within a short time, he escapes. Now the entire costly process has to be gone through again. Gone through, of course, at your expense. But the situation is not hopeless. There is a solution, and it is available to every community. Build better jails. No one of you citizens listening tonight can do that by yourself. But you do have a vote, and you can speak your mind through the ballot box when the question is brought before you next election time. Unfortunately, there were many such referendums to build new and more secure prisons defeated the last time the people went to the polls. Defeated because of a theory of false economy. You do not save money by letting prisoners escape and having to recapture them. You save money by making sure that any criminal sentenced to a term in prison will serve that term. Any other policy is penny-wise and dollar-foolish, and favors not you, but your enemy, the common enemy, the criminal. Tonight's file continues in a room at the South Randolph Local Police Headquarters.
Sorry it took me so long to drive down here, Jim.
Oh, that's all right, Bill.
I was held up by those roadblocks.
Well, apparently Brunswick and Lake weren't.
Oh?
Yeah, you remember my telling you they ran through the woods when they abandoned that first stolen car?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's another highway on the other side of those woods. They stole a second car over there.
How do you know?
Well, we found the jacket from Brunswick prison uniform right where the car had been parked.
Have we got a description of the second stolen car?
Yeah, we've already sent out an alarm on it.
Have all the doctors in this vicinity been notified about Brunswick's wound?
Yeah, that's too, Bill.
Yeah, I don't suppose there's anything else that can be done, Jim.
No, nothing that I can think of. Oh, we might just as well start studying that arrest record of Brunswick.
Oh, yeah, it's right here in this envelope.
Oh, pardon me, will you, Bill?
Yeah, sure, Jim.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
This is Sergeant Crawford.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just got some word on that alarm.
On the car?
Yes, a man said he heard the alarm on the radio and remembered seeing the car go past his house about an hour ago.
No, where does he live?
On a side road off the main highway, about 9 miles out of town.
Where does that road lead to, Sergeant?
Well, it's a dead end. The only house further in than the one this man lives in is a small two-room shack.
Who lives there?
Oh, an old drunk who used to be a doctor.
Sergeant, I think we'd all better get out there right away.
System is set up now, Jim.
Good.
And the sergeant has men deployed all around the house.
I hope they keep low. They might have as much ammunition in that house as we've got out here.
Yeah, I know.
I guess this portable mic is live now, huh, Bill?
Yeah.
Well, we'll give it a go.
Brunswick and Lake, listen to me. We've got the house surrounded by police and federal officers. You can't escape. Come on with your hands up.
Nothing yet, Jim.
No. Well, let's give them a little time to make up their minds.
Oh, I went through that second car they stole.
Find anything?
Blood on the front seat.
Hey, any guns?
Nope.
I'll give them one more call.
Okay.
Brunswick and Lake, listen to me. We've got the house surrounded by police and federal officers. You can't escape. Come out with your hands up.
We'll have to move in, Bill. Signal the sergeant.
Right.
Okay, come on. Hold it, Bill. Okay. Watch it. I'm going to kick the door in. Cover me.
Right, Jim.
Nobody in this room, Bill. That must be the door to the other room.
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep me covered.
Right.
Bill, come on in. That's Tommy Brunswick. He's the only one here.
Is he dead?
No, just passed out. Bill, look around the other room and see if you can find any lead on where Lake and that ex-doctor went.
Look, Doc, will you quit nipping at that point? You'll forget what you're supposed to do.
My chore hardly demands the qualities of a genius.
Well, let's go over it again, will you?
Oh, very well. I go into the Palace Hotel and give this note to the clerk.
Yeah, the one named Joe.
Exactly. He gives me Tommy's suitcase. I bring it back to the car, take the keys out of the suitcase, and we drive to the post office.
Right.
I go in, open Tommy's post office box with the keys, get the package, and come back to the car. Is that it?
Yeah. You still got the note Tommy wrote, ain't you?
Yes, my ungrammatical friend, I have. Say, what do I get out of this whole thing?
A year's supply of whiskey.
Very enticing. You know, at first I felt badly about double-crossing Tommy this way. But upon mature deliberation, I think a year's supply of whiskey ought to salve my conscience. Until it disappears again.
Brunswick, we know that Charlie Lake was here with you. Where did he go?
I don't know.
Where did he and the ex-doctor leave?
I couldn't say.
We've already got the description of the car they're in, and we've sent out an alarm on it. Now, you might as well tell me what you know.
Sorry, I'm not talking.
What about that money you had hidden?
Who told you about that?
Frank Auburn. The other two are on their way now to get it, aren't they?
I don't want to talk.
You getting anywhere with him, Jim?
No, not very far, Bill.
I found this in the other room.
Oh, what's that?
A pad of prescription blanks. There's indented writing on the top sheet.
Now, let's read it, see what it says. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll hold the flashlight.
All right. Put up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's it, Bill. Hold it. Yeah. Dear Joe, please give the man who brings this note the black suitcase I left with you when I checked out. He is my friend.
Any signature?
Put it down. That's it. Well, the signature's a little tougher to make out. Starts with a T. Tommy. It's the first name. Tommy Brunswick.
I never wrote anything on that pad.
Brunswick, who did you write this to?
I never wrote it.
We can find out if this is your handwriting.
Hold it, Bill. I just remembered something. Let's go.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you the clerk?
Sorry, we're all filled up, man.
I have not come here to seek lodgings.
Then what do you want?
I seek a word with a clerk named Joe.
I'm Joe.
Splendid.
What can I do for you?
I am a messenger. I bring you this note.
Okay, wait a minute. I got it in the office.
I shall be standing here like the Sphinx, awaiting your return. I think maybe the Sphinx needs a drink. That's better.
Here you are, Mac.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I've got it, Charlie.
Nice work, Doc. Nice
Don't
work.
bother getting back into the car, Lake.
Hey.
I'll take that suitcase.
And may I ask who you are, sir?
Yes, I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Huh?
Oh, you can leave this car right here. I'll supply the transportation as far as headquarters.
Charles Lake and Frank Auburn were found guilty of violating the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act and the Federal Escape Act and were sentenced to 10 years each. Tommy Brunswick was turned over to local authorities. The bogus doctor was given a 2-year sentence for harboring federal fugitives, and treatment was designed to rehabilitate him. When Tommy Brunswick refused to answer any questions, Special Agent Taylor remembered that in his arrest record there was a notation which read, "Place of arrest, lobby, Palace Hotel." The two special agents sped to the hotel, and there they set up a surveillance covering both the front and side entrances, with what results you have already seen. The final clue which led to the capture of Charlie Lake and the ex-doctor thus came from the trained memory of an FBI special agent. But this case would not have been closed as quickly had it not been for the close cooperation given the two special agents by the local police force. The same is true of a tremendous number of other cases which your FBI closes every week. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is proud of the fact that it makes its facilities available to every local law enforcement agency in the country. But it is even prouder of the fact that in every section of the country, the local police extend a cordial welcome to every special agent. We believe that to be true because in the past, such cooperation has inevitably led to victory over the criminal, to his arrest and conviction.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, two final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Are these plans flexible, Mr. Keating? Can the amount be increased if my income goes up in the next 5 years?
It certainly can. Your Equitable representative will tell you that many successful men have done exactly that.
When I reach the age of 60, about how much income will I receive a month?
Well, that's something you and your Equitable representative will have to work out together. It depends on your present income and your future needs. At any rate, now's the time to act. Phone him soon. Or write a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A gripping story of a midnight marauder. Its subject, homicide. Its title, Out of the Storm.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were J.C. Flippen, Mark Lawrence, Wally Mayer, Charles Maxwell, Sidney Miller, and Steve Pendleton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Out of the Storm on This Is Your FBI.
Stop, look, and listen if you drive a car. Safety first is better heeded now than when it's too late. Observe the traffic rules and regulations in your locale. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If I could ask everyone in our radio audience why they are paying special attention tonight, thousands would say...
I received a postcard this morning from a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, inviting me to hear tonight's middle commercial. It sounds mighty important to me.
Yes, the Equitable Society invites all of you to hear tonight's middle commercial about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. A practical, workable plan for people who want to enjoy complete independence in their 60s. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, Out of the Storm.
A war has been going on in this country since the birth of the nation in 1776. We refer to the war against crime, a constant battle which is being waged on every front 24 hours a day between criminals and law enforcement agencies. In this fight, the criminal enjoys one great advantage. He and he alone decides when a crime shall be committed. Sometimes it is possible for the special agents of your FBI or for your local police to be on the scene and to prevent that crime. But for obvious reasons, that rarely happens. In most cases, it is possible for the lawbreaker to strike and run. The problem of crime prevention is complex and not one which can be dismissed by the recital of a simple panacea. However, there is one thing which more and more crime commissions are recommending after their studies. That is to enlarge your local police force. For the past 20 years, the population of every big city has jumped appreciably, and yet, in most cases, the police have remained at the same strength they had in the 1920s. Enlarging a police force costs money, which means taxes, which means that you have to foot the bill. Cost is an important item, not only in these days, but all the time. However, money spent for law enforcement is an investment in the future. An investment that will pay off with a victory in this 173-year war, the war against crime. Tonight's file opens in a small frame house located in the sparse suburbs of a western city. It is night. A summer storm sends vivid flashes of lightning into the living room of this dwelling. In this room, a middle-aged man sits reading to his daughter.
As Jennifer entered the room, the dark, foreboding room she had hated even as a little girl, she felt the presence of someone, some intruder. Quickly, she ran to the light switch. She clicked it. The Stygian blackness of the room remained. Someone had cut the wires.
Go on, Father.
As she stood there petrified, someone slammed the door. She could hear their footsteps running down the long marble hallway. She opened the door to follow the mysterious visitor, and as she did so, a strong beam of light fell across the carpet, and Jennifer saw something on the floor near the window. It was a body, the body of her brother.
I knew it.
No more tonight, Anne.
But you can't stop reading now.
We'll finish it tomorrow night.
Father, what was that?
Thunder?
No, I heard footsteps, Father. There's someone outside.
You hear someone?
Yes.
Well, I'll see who it is. Down there.
That's odd. I was sure I...
That story I read you that made you...
There, you see, I knew someone was there.
Mr. Sandy?
Yeah?
I'm Albert Brewster. I've got a letter of introduction to you.
Come inside.
Thank you.
Here, let me have your coat.
Thanks.
Who is it, Father?
It's Mr. Brewster. This is my daughter, Annie.
How do you do?
Hello?
May I see the letter, please?
Surely. Here you are.
Mr. Brewster,
Yes?
why did you stand outside so long?
What do you mean?
You were outside when Father opened the door the first time. I heard your footsteps.
You heard me in all this storm.
I can't see, Mr. Brewster. I depend on my sense of hearing.
Oh.
Why did you stand outside?
Well, I wasn't sure I had the right place.
You're the new man in this territory for Shelby Jewelry.
Yes, sir.
What does he want, Father?
Mr. Brewster's company sent me some stock on consignment. I haven't been able to move it, so he's going to take it back.
Oh.
Would it be too late to go down to the store now, sir?
Yes, I'm afraid it would be.
Well, I've got some business tomorrow morning about 100 miles from here. Well, if I could get it tonight...
I'm sorry, Mr. Brewster. Not in this storm.
Well, I have a problem, sir.
What's that?
I stopped at the hotel on my way through town. I have to pull up. If you don't give me the jewelry now, I have no place to stay.
Oh. Well, I guess you can stay here tonight, Mr. Brewster. I'll get the jewelry for you in the morning.
That same evening, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Agent Earl Conrad approaches.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hi, Earl. Well, welcome back to the office.
Thanks. I see we're working on a case together.
Yeah, that's right.
What is it?
Well, grab a chair. I'll fill you in on it.
Oh, fine.
There's a small trunk line railroad that runs from here to Salt Lake City and then heads north.
Oh, I know that line.
No? Well, it runs parallel to the highway for quite a way. Then they both run past an old army camp that used to be called Camp Waterbury.
Camp Waterbury?
Yeah.
I was stationed there before I went overseas, Jim.
That must be why the SAC put you on the case.
What kind is it, Jim?
Well, a body was found beside the railroad tracks on property that's part of the army camp.
Oh? Murder?
Well, at first I didn't think so.
Oh, why not?
Well, I went up there. The first thing I did was to examine the body. He was dressed in ragged clothes.
Uh-huh.
He had a bad head wound, and I thought he might have been killed falling off a train. Tracks take a pretty bad curve right at that spot. Then closer examination showed he had a fresh haircut, clean shave, and a new manicure.
It doesn't sound like a tramp.
No, I was sure he wasn't.
Any idea who he was?
No. I contacted the nearby towns. They have no one reported missing.
Still leaves a lot of territory to be checked.
Yeah?
How about fingerprints, Jim?
I sent them along to Washington as soon as I got them. I've been expecting an answer momentarily.
Mm-hmm. You, think we ought to go back up to the camp?
Well, the SAC wants us to wait till we hear from Iden in Washington. As soon as we do, we start moving.
Father?
Huh?
Oh. It's Mr. Brewster. It is you, isn't it, Mr. Brewster?
Yes, Miss Sanders.
I thought you went to bed.
I got thirsty. Wanted a glass of water.
You've been in every room but the kitchen.
Just trying to find my way around.
The kitchen is behind me. I'll show you.
All right. Where's the light?
Oh, sorry.
Find your way around.
Here's a glass.
Thank you.
You didn't drink the water, Mr. Brewster.
How do you know?
I didn't hear you.
Oh. You really hear good?
That's right. I know there's a car going up the dirt road of the cave right now.
What cave?
The one up the hill. Leads to an underground lake.
I don't hear any car.
Hearing's practice, like a sense of touch. I've had to develop that, too. For instance, I can tell about most people by their hands. Yours are deceptive, though.
Why?
You're a jewelry salesman. When you came in tonight and we shook hands, I expected yours to be soft. But They were hard. Very hard. Calloused. Want another glass of water, Mr. Brewster?
No, thanks.
And I think we'd better get back upstairs.
All right. Good night, Miss Sanders.
Got lucky, Earl.
What do you mean, Jim?
Well, the report just came in from my end. The man didn't have a criminal record.
I don't understand what you mean by lucky.
Oh, he took a civil service exam 2 years ago and filed his prints with the application.
Oh.
His name was Albert Brewster.
Well, what'd you get on him?
He was a jewelry salesman.
How'd you find that out?
Well, I got the address he gave in his application and put in a call.
Uh-huh. Married?
Yeah. I had to give the news to his wife.
Ouch. That's a rough assignment.
Yeah. This one was doubly rough. Mrs. Brewster just had a baby a month ago.
Yeah. I guess the motive was robbery.
Wow. Sure sounds like it.
Any idea how much jewelry Brewster was carrying?
No, not yet. His wife told me he was working for the Shelby Jewelry Company in New York. Well, with a time difference, their offices are closed by now.
Mm-hmm. Could she give you any other information?
She said that her husband was traveling this territory for the first time.
On a train?
No, he was traveling by car.
Company's?
No, his own.
And the murderer must have taken the car, too. Any description on it?
Yeah, complete.
He could have covered a lot of territory in 2 days, not telling where he is.
Well, if he's on the road with the car, we've got a good chance. I sent out a 5-state alarm.
Oh, good.
Well, nothing else to do tonight, Earl. Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and put that call through to the Shelby Company.
Right.
And as soon as we get his route from them, we can start our search for the killer.
Who's there? Who is it?
Me.
Annie. What are you doing up at this hour?
Father, I've got to talk to you.
Is the storm disturbing you, dear?
No, I want to talk about Mr. Brewster.
What about it?
I found him snooping around downstairs.
When?
A little while ago.
Did he see you?
Yes.
Annie, you should have called me.
He said he wanted a glass of water. But, Father, I gave him one, and at first he didn't drink it. He was looking for something.
Maybe you're mistaken.
I don't think he's a jewelry salesman.
Why?
His hands. They're not soft. They're like a laborer.
Wait a minute, Annie. In this afternoon's mail, there's a letter from the Shelby Jewelry Company. Wait, I'll turn on the light and get it. I was so tired when I came home, I didn't even open it. There it is. Says they're sorry that Mr. Brewster will come here, that they hope we'll do business in the future, that Mr. Brewster is a new man in this territory, but... Annie.
What?
Listen to this. Mr. Brewster is anxious to help you and will give you every chance to salvage what you can. We have given him the Western Territory because we felt that his knowledge of the district gained through traveling for the past 20 years for the Acme Gasoline
20
Company.
years?
Yes.
But he's a young man.
I know. Annie, we're going downstairs.
What for?
To call the police. I don't know what's happening here, but this man is an imposter. Come on.
All right.
Stand where you are.
What?
You're not calling the police or anybody else.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting FBI file. Before I give the special invitation I promised about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, let me first give you an idea of what Independent 60s means to you. Briefly, Independent 60s is a plan that makes you self-supporting after your 60th birthday. No more job worries, no more money worries from then on. You're free and independent. Free to live the life of independence you've always wanted. For many members, Independent 60s means a home in a section in which they've always wanted to live.
My wife and I just bought a farm in that heaven on earth, the Valley of Virginia. 4 good acres with a little brook running through it. We're getting a big kick out of fixing up the old place.
Yes, with an Equitable Society Independent 60s plan, you've time to enjoy life to the fullest. Do the things you've always wanted.
I find plenty of time now for my own special hobby, raising and training bird dogs.
Well, maybe you can answer this one for me, Tom. Why is it everybody doesn't take advantage of the Independent 60s plan?
Oh, you know how people are, Mr. Keating. I was the same way myself. I used to think you had to be a rich man to afford a plan like this.
Where did you get the facts?
From my Equitable Society representative. He showed me how Social Security and the life insurance I already owned put me well along the way towards Independent 60s.
Yes, that's the surprising thing about it all. In so many cases, it takes only a small amount of additional insurance to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to Independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Out of a Storm.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI points up one important fact that it would like to impress on you listeners. The young man who came to the home of Mr. Sanders and his daughter was already guilty of having committed a brutal murder, of having, by design and forethought, killed a man for profit. And yet, despite that fact, he was personable enough to have been invited into a reputable person's home as a guest. The point your FBI would like to bring home to you is that there was no way of determining from his appearance that this young man was a vicious, homicidal maniac. No one is to be blamed for having made the mistake, because similar mistakes are being made this very moment in various parts of the nation. It is not within the province of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, nor is it their desire to ask you to be suspicious of every stranger you meet. But it does request that you investigate every stranger you do business with, and certainly that you examine every stranger you invite into your home. Tonight's file continues later in the Sanders home.
What time is it, Mr. Sanders?
20 minutes past 8.
Yeah, it's been a long night.
Look, can my daughter go back to bed?
But never mind, Father. I prefer to be with you.
What time do you usually open up your store?
9 o'clock.
And how long does it take you to get there from here?
Half hour.
Then you better get ready to go into town.
What for?
Get the jewelry. Bring it back here to me.
I can't do that. It doesn't belong to you.
Please don't argue, Mr. Sanders.
But I'm not...
Look, I have a gun here. When you go into town, your daughter stays here with me. If you do as I say, she won't get hurt a bit. You understand?
I think I do.
All right, you better get going.
Father,
I've got to do as he says, Annie.
Now, one thing, Mr. Sanders.
What?
I know how long it takes to drive to town. If you're gone too long, there'd only be one thing for me to do. I'd have to kill your daughter and leave.
Is that New York call gone through yet, Jim?
The one of the Shelby Jewelry Company?
Yeah.
I just finished talking with him.
What do they have to say?
Well, Brewster's next stop was to have been a small town upstate. You know, I think the killer might have gone there in his place.
Why?
Well, Brewster was carrying a letter of introduction to the local jeweler up there. It stated that there was a consignment of jewelry to be picked up.
By Brewster?
That's right.
You know the name of the jeweler?
Sanders.
Well, how about calling him?
I've been trying to ever since the New York call went through.
Busy?
No answer.
How about his home?
No answer there either.
Oh.
I asked the switchboard to try both numbers again in 15 minutes. Earl, if there's still no answer, we'll call the local police, have them start checking, then get up there ourselves.
Your father's due back here now, Miss Sanders.
I hope he's late.
Huh?
I hope he goes to the police instead of to a store.
That's not wishing yourself any good.
Your threats don't bother me.
Well, they will if I use this gun.
You wouldn't dare.
Miss Sanders,
Up to now, I've had a lot of respect for the way you operate. I even like the fact that you figured out I was a phony. There's one thing about me you've missed up on. When I say I'm going to do something, I really do it. And I told your father that I'd kill you if he didn't come back right away. I meant it. Now, if he isn't here in just 3 minutes more, I will kill you.
What will that prove?
That I'm a man of my word.
Father?
Yes, Annie.
We're in here.
Oh, you just beat the deadline, Mr. Sanders. Is that the jewelry?
Yes.
Oh, let me have a look at it.
Here. And
Yes, Father.
this has been terrible.
It's over now, Father.
Oh, it's a very nice collection.
You got what you wanted. Will you get out of here?
Sure. Don't take your coat off, Mr. Sanders.
Huh?
We're leaving.
We?
Yeah, we're going for a ride.
You can't do this.
Now, don't feel hurt, miss. You're coming with us.
Now, look.
I'd be pretty foolish to leave both of you here. You'd call the police as soon as I went out that door.
Look, will you take me? Let Annie stay.
Sorry, can't do it. Get a coat for her, huh?
I won't.
Do I have to keep reminding you of this gun? I'll use it, Mr. Sanders. I swear to you I will.
Get me a coat, Father.
That's the girl. You know, I don't see why you're making such a fuss about this. It's a beautiful day. Nice ride, fresh air. It'll do us all good.
Where are you taking us?
I'll let you know when we get there. Come on.
Give me your hand, Vinny.
Yeah, I'll feel better if you'll walk in front of me.
Come on, dear.
I don't have to remind you both what would happen if you got out of line, do I?
No. Come ahead, dear.
Thank you.
Smell that air? It's always so clean after the storm. Now, we'll use your car, Mr. Sanders. That's it right there, see?
Yes.
The police might be looking for the one I came in. I think it'd be best if you drive, too.
Very well.
Father, I hear someone.
What? She's right. I see him.
Police.
Thank heaven.
He's not taking me.
Earl.
Right with you, Jim.
Anything come in on the killer?
No, not yet. Well, let's have the story on the getaway.
Well, the killer was leaving the house with Sanders and his daughter, and a policeman arrived. The killer went for his gun, wounded the policeman, used Miss Sanders as a shield, and hit cover, and then he ran away.
Did they get the right name of the killer?
No.
So we still don't know who he is.
That's right. Oh, I did get a description of him.
Well, why didn't you call me at headquarters, Jim? We could have sent out a new alarm.
I don't think we need it.
Why?
Miss Sanders told me the killer knows about a cave that's on a hill behind their house. He headed up that hill when he ran away from the police. We're on our way there now.
Eerie place, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah.
Plenty of room for him to hide, too.
I know. Well, at least we know he's in here.
So those kids sure they saw him go in?
Yeah. And they didn't see him come out again.
And there's only one exit.
That's right.
Hey, Jim.
What?
Did you say he fired any shots when he was running away?
That's right, 2.
What kind of a gun do you have?
Sure.
It's possible we got 4 shots to duck. Hey, hold it. Thought I heard something. Come on.
Might be around any of these turns, though.
Hold on.
That's got to be him. Let's see if we can make this any easier.
All right. Wherever you are, you'd better come out and come out peacefully.
Come and get me.
There's your answer.
Yeah. Well, I didn't keep shooting. When this path winds around, you have to be able to shoot around corners behind. Come on. Keep it up, mister.
That should leave him with only 2 bullets.
It should. He's
Seems like he's pretty close now. One bullet left.
Yeah, Jim.
Hey, he's right around this next bend. Earl, I'm going in. Cover me.
Okay, Jim.
Jim, you all right? Yeah. Yeah, he used the last bullet on himself.
Identification of the body of Roy Grant by Mr. Sanders and his daughter as the man who had impersonated the murdered Mr. Brewster was a mere formality. And after it, tonight's file was closed. And so another of the 13,000 murders committed in this country in the past 12 months was solved. Not all of the others have been solved yet. And it must seem to the killers, as it probably occurred to the one in tonight's case, that murder is an easy crime to commit and to get away with. But the records prove that the contrary is true. All murders may not be solved as quickly as this one. But if the crime involves the violation of a statute over which the Federal Bureau of Investigation has jurisdiction, then no matter how long it takes, whether the time be days, weeks, months, or years, they are worked on by the special agents of your FBI until the criminal is captured. When robbery accompanies the murder, as it did in this case, those special agents work not only to capture the killer, but also to recover the stolen property. For only in that way do they continue to fulfill their job of protecting the lives and property of you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, two final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, I've just passed my 40th birthday. Is that too late to start one of these plans?
No. Your Equitable representative will tell you that many men start their Independent 60s plan at about your age.
Well, after I'm 60, what sort of an income will this plan give me?
The exact figure depends on what you can afford to pay now and your future needs. Your Equitable representative will gladly work it out for you. Ask him to drop around for a friendly visit. Phone him soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of a criminal double-cross. Its subject, swindling. Its title, The Larcenous Bride.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Bill Conrad, Olive Deering, and Tom Holland. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Larcenous Bride on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Did you ever hear of getting an invitation to hear a radio commercial? Well, that's what has happened today. Thousands of people receive postcard invitations from representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Postcards inviting them to hear tonight's middle commercial. Tonight's commercial is an important one, something everyone should hear. It concerns the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want to look forward to complete independence in their 60s. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Larcenous Bride.
Despite its popularity in the public prints and in private speech, 1 million is still a large number. So large, in fact, that it is impossible for the human mind to picture 1 million of anything. Yet the word has become so much a part of our pattern of living that it has almost lost its meaning. Therefore, some new approach must be found to tell you that in the last 6-month period analyzed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the value of property stolen in the United States amounted to more than $57 million. That means that the total for the year, since the next 6-month period saw an increase, was well over $100 million. Perhaps you will get some idea of how much that amount of money really is when you look at it comparatively. It means that almost $1 per person was stolen for every man, woman, and child in the country. It also means that in 1 year, the criminals of this nation stole property valued at more money than it cost the original 13 states to fight an 8-year war of independence. In fewer words, freedom from tyranny was less expensive for the American people than freedom from crime. Tonight's file opens in the hallway of an apartment house located in a large eastern city. A young couple has just gotten out of the elevator. They walk to the door of an apartment and open it.
Wait, Bert. Aren't you forgetting something, dear?
What?
You're supposed to carry me over the threshold.
Oh, sure. Well, come on, honey. Up you go. That's it. There you are. Well, how do you like the place?
Oh, Bert, your apartment's beautiful. And you're beautiful.
Oh, honey.
Well, where have you two been?
Mother.
Hello, Mrs. Carson.
Well, where have you been?
We stopped off at our house to get my bags, Mother.
We just came back to get mine.
Mildred, where are your bags?
In the lobby.
Go get them.
But, Mrs. Carson, our train will leaves in an hour.
I canceled your reservations.
What?
Mother, this is our honeymoon.
It can wait.
But
I've arranged for your husband to get some work.
What kind of work?
You'll serve as an apprentice to a man I've known for years. We're meeting him tomorrow.
Where?
In Boston, at his hotel. We'll all go up there on the midnight train.
Oh, Mother.
Those are my orders. Bert?
Yes, ma'am.
If you listen to what this man tells you and watch him closely when he works, inside of a year, I predict you'll be the best young thief in town.
Coming.
Hello, Colonel.
Well, Martha Carson. Enter, all of you.
Go ahead, Mildred.
Okay.
Colonel Anderson, this is my daughter Mildred and her husband, Bert Johnson.
I'm delighted to meet you both.
How do you do, sir?
Martha, I never would have believed that you had a daughter this old.
Oh, stop the con.
Is he a real colonel?
Oh, of course not.
But he's wearing a real colonel's uniform.
I have a collection of uniforms, my dear. And when we get some time, I'll show you my wardrobe. Why, Eisenhower himself
Let's
hadn't
get down to business, Colonel.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, when you called me, Martha, and said that you were bringing this pair of young lovebirds into my bower, I thought of an enterprise into which they will fit admirably.
Good.
But before I agree to take them on, I'll have to ask them a few questions.
Go ahead.
You first, young man. Now tell me, have you any kind of a record at all?
Well, I deserted from the Army.
That's not bad. Have you ever done any legitimate stealing?
Nothing very big, sir. Just kind of kid stuff.
I see.
But he's willing to work hard.
That's touching devotion. You'll do, young man.
Thank you, sir.
Now, how about you, Mildred? Have you any record?
Oh, Colonel, she's too young.
Too young? I'm surprised that any child of yours wasn't born with a record.
Look, do you want to use them or don't you?
Of course, Martha. Of course, I'll use both of them. There is one rather important thing that I thus far have omitted mentioning.
What's that?
This operation of mine requires an investment of an original stake which I unfortunately do not possess. However, since you're interested in the welfare of these children...
How much?
About $4,000.
Well, all right. For the sake of their marriage, I'll let you have it to give them a start.
Splendid. Just write out a check. We'll get some lunch, and then we'll see you back to the railroad station.
What for?
Well, didn't you say these young people were just married yesterday? I thought you brought them here so they could start their honeymoon.
Colonel, it's not that I don't trust you, but with that much money invested, I'm staying on this honeymoon with them.
Several weeks later, at an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Andy Nelson.
Morning, Andy.
Hi, Jim. You're a long way from your desk, aren't you?
I came over to see you.
Oh, about what?
A new case.
What kind?
Impersonation.
Here?
Not yet.
Huh?
Now, here's the fill-in on it. A young man and a woman go to the outskirts of a city and find a large parcel of available vacant land.
Uh-huh.
They pose as honeymooners. They claim they want to buy the property who build a ranch for themselves. However, the young man says that his money is being transferred from a bank in another city and he has only $6,000 or $7,000 in cash with him.
I see.
Well, being anxious to sell, the property owner gives the young couple an option for 90 days in return for, say, $5,000.
So far, this is all very legal.
Correct. Well, about a week later, however, a man wearing a colonel's uniform calls on the property owner and says that he is interested in purchasing the property for use by the government as an airfield.
Well, then what happened?
Well, then the man posing as a colonel offers twice the price that the young couple offered.
Well, the property owner has already given the couple an option.
And that's the swindle. After the fake colonel leaves, the owner gets a hold of the couple and buys back the option at a nice profit to the couple. Then, of course, the colonel never reappears.
Well, how come we're in on it?
You mean this office?
Mm-hmm.
The local police at the last place they pulled this swindle think the trio is headed here.
Have you sent out any local alarm?
Not yet, Andy. I'm having flyers printed up on all three of them. As soon as they're ready, we'll start distribution.
Yeah, honey. Where's Rio de Janeiro?
Why?
Listen to this. 10 days of restful ocean cruising, 2 gala nights and 2 full days for sightseeing. Participate in the colorful life of this great South American city. I guess it's in South America.
What are you reading?
It's a travel folder.
What's the point in reading it? We're not going anyplace.
Well, maybe someday Mother will let us take a honeymoon by ourselves.
Mildred,
Yes, Mother?
I want to talk to both of you. We're through working with the colonel.
Good.
What happened, Mother?
He just insulted me.
Where?
Down in the lobby, I met him as I was coming in.
What'd he say?
He had some out-of-town newspapers. They were from the cities we've been working. There were stories about the jobs we pulled, and they all said we stole more than we actually did.
Oh.
He accused me of stealing the difference.
Mother,
What?
did you
Did I what?
steal from the colonel, too, on each job?
Sure, but he has no right to accuse me of it.
How about the job in this town, Mrs. Carson? Are we going through with it?
Yeah, but when it's finished, the colonel gets nothing.
Huh?
We'll take all the money and leave.
him in on the swindlers?
Only one thing, Jim, and that's no help.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I checked to see if the colonel had any arrest record in the towns he's already worked.
And did he?
Yes. He was arrested 6 years ago.
Huh? For what?
Suspicion of swindling an elderly woman. He got out on bail, jumped the bond.
Whose bond was it?
His own. Huh? He put up $5,000 in cash.
That must have hurt.
Well, it didn't really cost him a dime, Jim.
Oh, how come?
While he was being held, he convinced a dozen of his prison mates that he'd buried a box containing $100,000. He then sold them copies of a map showing where the loot was buried.
Oh, no.
The maps turned out to be worthless, of course, but by that time he was out of prison and out of the state.
Well, it sounds like there are a lot of people looking for him.
Including the clerk at every hotel and rooming house here. I circularized them this morning through the local police.
Fine. I just finished alerting the list of real estate agents.
Well, how about the owners of large pieces of property, Jim? Do you think we ought to warn them?
Well, the real estate board said it would take care of that.
Oh, good.
Well, Andy, let's run over what we know about the colonel.
All right.
We know he's a glib talker. We know he eats in expensive restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he had the uniforms tailored by one of the best shops in New York. We know that... Hey, Andy, why didn't we think of this before? The colonel eats and wears nothing but the best.
Well, how does that help?
That means he probably lives in a place that's just as exclusive, like a private club.
Yeah.
Andy, I'm going to check every good club in town.
Mildred?
Yes, dear?
I want to talk to you.
What is it?
Well, I'd kind of hate to say this against your own flesh and blood. Your mother, I mean. But I'd sort of like it better if we could go off on our own.
Mother's only trying to help you, Bert.
I know.
She's just launching your career.
But I got a right to launch my own career.
Bert.
I mean it. She's got no right to run things like this. Look, Mildred, for all she knows, I might even want to take an honest job someplace.
Oh, Bert, you don't mean that.
I do. I'm going to have a talk with your mother about this whole thing. I'm just going to...
Yes, Mother?
Did the colonel call here this morning?
No, Mother.
Mrs. Carson?
How about the man you bought the option from?
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, did he call?
No.
Mrs. Carson, I want to talk to you.
Please, Bert, we got business to tend to. You paid that Mr. Williams the $8,000 for the option, didn't you?
Yes.
I better call the colonel.
Mrs. Carson, this is a very important matter I wish to discuss.
Bert, this is a very important matter I'm going to take care of. Now, I want to find out... Oh, Colonel Anderson, please.
I'll ring his room.
Mrs. Carson, I wish you'd listen to me for just a minute. I've got a matter to discuss with you.
Hello? This is Martha.
Oh, good morning, Martha.
Oh, sound as if you just got up.
On the contrary, my dear, you caught me just as I was leaving.
On your way to see Mr. Williams?
Oh, no, I've already seen him.
Oh, he hasn't called here yet.
I know that, and he won't.
Why not?
Martha, do you remember that discussion we had in your apartment lobby a few days ago?
Oh, look, you're not going to bring that up again.
Well, that day, I thought of something else I wanted to say to you. I came to your apartment and was about to ring the bell when I heard you and your brood discussing a little plan to double-cross me.
Oh, what...
I thereupon hired this Mr. Williams to pose as a property owner.
But Bert paid him $8,000 of my money for an option.
So Mr. Williams told me when he gave me your money.
What?
Farewell, Martha, my dear, and let this be a lesson to you.
Oh, wait.
The next time, cheat an honest man.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting FBI file. Tonight, I have an invitation from the Equitable Society for men and women in their 30s and 40s. It's a brief but very important message concerning the Equitable Society's famous Independent 60s plan. Now, there's nothing complicated about Independent 60s. It means just what it says. Freedom and independence beginning at the age of 60. Freedom from money worries. Freedom from job worries. And with the Independent 60s plan, you're self-supporting and self-respecting. You can live as you like and where you like.
Let me tell you what I've done under the plan, Mr. Keating. Down on the Florida Gulf, I'm building my own home. A complete 5-room house. Kind of place I always wanted.
You mean you're actually doing the construction work yourself?
Practically all of it, Mr. Keating. And when it's finished, my wife and I are going to settle down and really enjoy life. Fishing, swimming, sunbathing, There's everything you could ask for in Florida.
You know, Tom, when I talk to a man like you, I wonder why everybody doesn't join the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
I think I know the reason, Mr. Keating. People think it takes a small fortune to get in on a plan like this. I know I did.
Who gave you the facts?
I talked with an Equitable Society representative. He showed me I practically had independent 60s already, thanks to Social Security and the life insurance I already own.
Well, that's often the case, Tom. It takes only a small amount of additional insurance to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Larcenous Bride.
So long as men and women like the ones in tonight's case from the files of your FBI are at liberty, and in your community, you are a potential victim. There is no way in which you, the citizen, can apprehend them. But there is a way you can aid in seeing to it that they do not visit your city. That simple method of self-protection is to have the very best local police force it is within your power to get. Criminals are everywhere, in every city. But there are fewer of them in those fortunate cities where there is a strong local force. The basic reason for mentioning this on tonight's program is that you do have it within your power to strengthen your city law enforcement agency. As a voter, you have in your possession a deadly weapon, deadly to the criminal. Because if you live in a city where the police are woefully underpaid, as is the case in almost every section of the nation, you can do something about it. With higher pay, you will get not only more protection from a force with better morale, but you will also get a larger force. And just as it is a fact that many policemen are underpaid, so it is an accompanying fact that many staffs are undermanned. Give your local police your support, and they will repay that confidence the way you want it repaid, with more protection from the criminal for you, the decent citizen. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Andy, we got a tough break.
What's that, Jim? We were right in our theory that the colonel might be staying at a private club. He was at the Hudson Club, but he checked out a little while before I got there.
That is tough. Any lead on where he went?
Well, I got a list of the numbers the colonel called while he was staying at the club. The switchboard is checking the one that he called the most often.
That might help.
Yeah, but that's all I got.
How about his room?
No, it had just been cleaned.
Oh.
I checked at the transportation desk at the club, but he didn't buy any tickets from them.
Maybe he's still in town.
Could be, Andy, but I doubt it.
Have you sent flyers to the railroad station?
Yeah, and to the airport, the bus station, and car rental agencies. The only other thing we know is that he visited someone here in town.
Oh?
He asked at the club one day for directions to Emery Street. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor.
This is Miss Hopkins at the switchboard, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, yes, Miss Hopkins.
That number you gave me doesn't answer.
Have you found out where it is?
Yes, sir. The phone number is listed for an apartment at 21 Emery Street. Shall I keep trying it?
No. Thank you, Miss Hopkins.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Eddie.
Where are we going?
To 21 Emery Street and see if we can locate the honeymooners.
Mother, what are you so mad about?
Why shouldn't I be mad? That dirty crook stealing all my money. Imagine him accusing me and then stealing himself.
But, Mrs. Carson, you were going to steal from him, weren't you?
Shut up.
Mother, can you tell us where we're going?
To the railroad station.
Why, I heard you say that to the cab driver.
Then you shouldn't have asked.
I mean, from there, Mother.
Back to your husband's apartment.
Back in Madison?
Yes.
Mother?
What?
Are you going to let the colonel just take all our money?
In the first place, it's my money, not ours. And in the second place, he's not going to get away with it.
How are you going to stop him?
We'll meet him.
Where?
At your apartment.
Mother, how do you know he's in Madison?
I saw a list of cities in his room one day. I didn't know what they were, but I copied them down just in case.
What kind of a list of cities, Mother?
Just plain cities. That's the list he's using for his trip. So far, he's stuck to the list, and Madison is next.
But, Mrs. Carson?
What?
Madison is a big place. How are we ever going to find him?
I've got that all figured out.
Well, Andy, judging by the superintendent's description, there's not much doubt that this is the couple we want.
No.
I wonder who the older woman with them was.
Does she appear any place on the record?
Not in any of the swindles, no.
Jim, got that key the super gave you?
Yeah, right here. It's just... Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
Oh, this place is plenty bare.
Yeah. Well cleaned out.
You know, we really seem to have the just missed 'em on this case.
I'll take a look in this closet.
Okay. I'll see if we have any luck with prints around here.
It's real empty, Jim. Find anything?
Yeah. Yeah, there are number prints on this glass top here. Look like good ones, too. Let's work them up, Andy. They might tell us a lot about our missing couple. I always thought Madison was a smaller town than this, Andy.
It mushroomed during the war.
Oh.
Wait a minute, Jim. Here's the address coming up. Number 216, 214, 212.
And a vacant lot.
210 is a vacant lot?
Yep. Andy, where's that data we got from the draft board on the young man?
Oh, right here.
Is 210 the right number?
Yes.
Oh, this is great. We get a set of fingerprints. Washington identifies them as belonging to an Army deserter. The Army deserter is our young honeymooner, and now the address he gave his draft board is a vacant lot.
Oh, you know, Jim, I really thought we were going to clean this thing up.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, we still might, Andy.
How?
Take a look at that store there across the street.
What about it?
You see the lettering across the window?
Sure.
Well, now look at the number. It's painted a different color.
I don't see what you're driving at,
Well,
Jim.
it's just a theory, Andy. Let's get on to City Hall.
Mom? Where's Bert?
He's in the bedroom. He just got back.
Got back? I didn't know he was out.
I went out a little while after you did.
Where?
To answer an ad.
An ad in the papers? Mother, he didn't take a job, did he?
Of course not.
Well, then what kind of an ad was it?
The Colonel's ad.
The Colonel?
Yeah, I put an ad in the local paper looking for property, so I had Bert answer it.
Oh.
The Colonel's hired a new pair of honeymooners. They came and gave Bert money for an option on some property.
Well, we don't own any.
Bert showed them a fake deed.
Hi, honey.
Oh, dear. Mother was just telling me about the money from the Colonel.
Yeah, $2,000.
2,000? But that's less than the Colonel stole from us.
6,000 less, but we'll get the rest.
How?
This should answer that.
Anyone home? Anyone home?
Yeah, Colonel, we're home.
Huh?
Bert is the one who answered your ad this morning.
That's right, Colonel.
Well, that was quite bright of you, Martha.
I thought you'd like it. I want that other $6,000 you stole.
Oh, that. I'm afraid that's rather a lost cause.
What?
You see, in the Army, such a thing is referred to as a calculated risk. You send out so many men in order to gain such and such an objective.
What's that got to do with our 6,000?
I sent out $2,000 this morning in an effort to gain perhaps another 5. I took my calculated risk and lost.
So?
That I regard as an operation which failed, and I no longer let it disturb me. And I suggest that you do the same regarding the other $6,000.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid you have no choice. They have fallen on the field of battle, and so far as you're concerned, they are my prisoners of war.
Drop all the Army talk. We want that money, and we want it now.
Martha, I see that I have failed to instill in you an appreciation of sound military maneuvering. Therefore, I shall take my leave.
Wait a minute.
Oh, just a minute, Colonel.
Huh?
Hey, Andy, we've got all of them.
Oh, good.
You're all under arrest.
Huh?
Martha, exactly who are your boorish visitors?
I don't know.
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh, fellow government employees, eh?
Oh, save it, Anderson. You can all tell your stories when we get to headquarters.
All 4 criminals in tonight's case were tried and convicted. Howard Anderson, alias the Colonel, received a sentence of 10 years. Bert Johnson was sentenced to serve 7 years, and both his wife and mother-in-law were imprisoned for terms of 5 years. The problem which faced the 2 special agents, having an address and finding a vacant lot at that number, was resolved by Special Agent Taylor's observation that the store across the street had the number painted in a different color than the name of the store. A visit to City Hall and the Bureau of Records substantiated his theory that the district had been rezoned and that the vacant lot, which was 210, had only just come by that number. It then developed that the building, which was formerly 210 North Adams Street, was now, after the rezoning, 2055 North Adams. A visit to that address revealed that it was an apartment house in which Bert Johnson was a tenant. And so, because of hard work on the part of 2 special agents, plus diligent investigation and keen observation, your FBI was able to close 4 criminal careers and in that manner further to protect you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, suppose I start a plan now, and then my income goes up in the next few years. Can I increase the amount of my Independent 60s plan?
An excellent idea. Your Equitable Society representative will be glad to lay out a plan like that for you.
Well, what sort of an income will this plan give me in my 60s?
The exact figure depends on your present income and your future needs. In any case, the sooner you investigate, the better. Ask your Equitable representative to drop around for a friendly visit. Phone him soon, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An exciting account of the exploits of a gang of professional criminals. Its subject, robbery. Its title, The Big Build-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were B. Benaderet, Patty Chapman, Roland Morris, Herb Rawlinson, Theodore Von Eltz, and Betty White. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The big build-up on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Being a life insurance man with the Equitable Society is a mighty fine way to earn a living. For instance, Take the Equitable Education Fund I've worked out. I can name you a dozen boys and girls who wouldn't have had the advantage of a college education if their fathers hadn't talked to me about an Equitable Education Fund.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back with full information on the Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, the Hapless Hijackers.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperates in bringing this series of official radio programs to you because it feels that progress in a democracy is made in only one way: through the increased knowledge of the citizens. These dramatizations are intended to increase your knowledge about crime and its effect on you, the average decent citizen. Tonight's case concerns auto theft, too often dismissed as a minor and unimportant crime. The truth is that auto theft today is one of the prime problems facing every law enforcement agency in the nation. In records compiled by your FBI, covering crime in every one of the 48 states, it was shown that in the past 12 months, more than 169,000 cars were stolen, an average of better than 450 a day, every day throughout the year. It is true that in almost every instance, the single theft meant a loss that could be measured in terms of under $1,000. But when added together, the value of those stolen cars amounted to more than $65 million. That makes auto theft more than a mere petty crime. It makes it a big and successful business. A business with but one objective: money. Your money. Tonight's file opens late at night in front of a large empty lot located in a Midwestern city. A huge sign in front announces, "Park your car, 25 cents." A man stands in the street in front of the lot, soliciting business.
Park your car. Park here, 1 quarter. Park your car, here you are. Hey, Mr. Davis.
Huh? Did you call me?
Yeah. Remember me, Mr. Davis?
Well,
Kid Sheridan. Used to fight at the arena.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing around here?
Taking a walk.
No, I mean here in town. Ain't you still located in Forest City?
Yeah, I'm here on business.
Oh.
Is this your parking lot?
No, but I'm running it.
You the manager?
No, the guy who owns it just keeps it open in the daytime. I take over at night.
You mean just take over?
That's right.
Oh, that's pretty cute. What can you steal here?
Oh, sometimes $10 a night.
Hey, people come in here and leave their keys in the lock, don't they?
Sure.
You're giving yourself the worst of it, kid.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, that's chicken face. Look, you need a partner.
A partner?
Yeah. Someone who can make keys, can make you a bundle.
Come in.
Hi, Paul.
Wait in a minute.
What's with the thermometer in your push?
I was taking my temperature.
Oh.
I don't understand that.
What?
It's normal.
Shouldn't it be?
No, my stomach is killing me. I always run a fever when it's upset.
Huh.
I'll be with you in a minute. I just want to take one of these powders.
Go ahead.
This is the last time I go on the road. The minute I start eating that restaurant food, wham goes the ulcer.
Did you talk to the home office today?
Will you please forget business till I take this powder?
Oh. Feel better?
I can't tell you.
Paul, do you think the home office can handle 5 cars a night?
Oh, we'd have to have more trailers.
I made a contact.
Who?
Remember a punchy fighter named Kid Sheridan?
No.
He used to fight at the arena every week. I run into him tonight.
He's working a racket for himself that we could make use of.
What is it?
He found a parking lot. It closes up at 8 every night. The kid goes in after that, turns on the lights, and runs the joint himself.
Uh-huh.
I talked to him, made a deal. He nails the key from the car, turns them over to us, and we get duplicates made.
You have a locksmith right nearby.
That's it. Then we find out from the registration where the car owner lives, case the house, and take the car.
Did you make a deal with this kid character?
Yeah. $20 a car.
That's cheap enough. Go ahead, Artie. Start getting the keys made.
Some weeks later, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Howard Marshall.
Hello, Howard.
Oh, hi, Jim. I see we're on a new case together. What's it about?
Oh, a couple of days ago, a trailer truck with 5 new cars skidded on Highway 76 near Newton Falls. Went off the road and over the cliff.
That's about a 100-foot drop there.
Yeah. Well, the driver was killed and every one of the cars smashed beyond repair.
Well, how do we get in on that, Jim?
Well, when the local police examined the wreckage, they found that not only the trailer, but every one of the new cars had been stolen.
Where?
Well, the trailer was grabbed back east about 3 months ago. The 5 cars were all stolen right here this past week.
Well, any ident on the driver, Jim?
No, not yet. The police at Newton Falls sent his prints to Washington only yesterday.
There wasn't any bill of lading found that'd tell us where the truck was headed for, I suppose.
No. I have my own theory on that, but no proof, of course.
Well, what's your guess?
Well, these cars obviously weren't stolen by amateurs. I think they were probably en route to our headquarters for repainting and other changes.
That sounds logical.
Well, when Washington finds out who that driver was, maybe we can locate headquarters. Howard, why don't you wait here and see if any word comes in from Washington, huh?
Okay, Jim.
I'll go out and interview the owners of those 5 stolen cars.
Paul.
I'm in here.
Oh, what's with the lying down?
I'm a sick man, Artie.
Stomach again?
Everything. Look at this.
What is it?
It's a memo from headquarters. Just came. They blame me for losing the trailer.
Well, how can they do that? You wasn't driving it. You didn't know the guy would be speeding.
I know. But try and explain that to headquarters.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some of those guys go on the road once. Put up with what we have to put up with. You know what they say here? They're going to charge my account for the loss of the trailer. Hand me one of those powders.
Oh, sure, Paul. Here.
When I think back to my youth, how glamorous it was going to be a thief. Be nightclubs, beautiful women, long, sleek cars. And look at me. 20 years of stealing. I'm in a crumb hotel with ulcers.
I'll get it.
Well, whoever it is, get rid of them.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Artie.
Yeah, who's this?
The kid.
Oh, hello, kid. Look, I can't talk to you now. I'm busy.
Artie, it's important.
Look.
The man who owns the lot came around last night. He was real mad. He kicked me off the lot.
Look, kid, I can't be bothered now. Call me later.
But
What does he want? The guy who owns the lot came around last night and kicked him out.
Then he's no good to us anymore. Hand me the phone, Artie.
Who are you calling?
Headquarters. I'm sending for a new trailer and a new stomach.
Just finished interviewing those car owners, Howard.
Any luck with them?
Nothing specific, no, but I did discover a pattern.
What kind?
Well, every one of the robberies had been committed at night, sometime after the owner went to bed.
Then the cars were all in an owner's garage.
All but one. That was parked in front of his house.
Did any of them report hearing the cars pull away?
Yeah, several did, but they didn't realize the car was their own.
What about ignition keys, Jim? Any of them leave them in their cars?
No, none of them did, and they were all positive on that point.
A thief would be rather foolish to steal a car that brazenly unless he had duplicate keys.
Yeah, I was thinking about that myself. Oh, anything come in from Washington on the driver of the trailer?
Yes, I have the report right here.
Oh, good.
The prints were identified as belonging to a petty larceny thief from the West named Al Brown.
He ever arrested on a stolen car charge?
No. He's never been arrested east of the Rockies.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like we'll get any of the other thieves through him. All right, let's go back and re-interview the owners of those 5 cars, huh?
Okay.
Let's find out where each of the owners left his car with a key in it long enough for somebody to make a copy.
Right.
Here, will you interview the 2 over on the west side?
Okay.
That's their names and addresses.
Thanks.
Now, let's find out every place that those cars were the day before they were stolen.
Coming.
Hello, Artie.
Oh. Hello, kid.
Can I see you a minute?
Well,
It won't take long, Artie, honest.
Okay. Come on in. What's on your mind?
Well, I tried to tell you on the phone. The guy who owns the lot came down and found me. He kicked me off.
You already told me that, kid. Is that why you come here?
Oh, no. I mean, I'd like to get back into action.
Well, who's stopping you?
Well, I mean, with you.
Look, kid, when the guy kicked you off the lot, that closed our deal, too.
Well, ain't you got something else for me? Like driving a car, maybe? I drive good.
We got plenty of jockeys.
Well, look, Artie, you gotta do something for me.
Why?
Well, I'm broken. Well, it's kind of your fault.
My fault?
Uh-huh.
How?
Well, before you came along, things were different with me. I was only grinding out $10 a night, but I was living like a guy on $10 a night. Then you made a deal. First thing you know, I'm making $100 a night. Well, that's a lot of money, Artie.
This is your complaint?
Yeah, I guess maybe it is. When you're making $100 a night, you live like $100 a night. Well, you know what I mean. You bet horses, you go to nightclubs, you get a nice place to live, and then all of a sudden you ain't making no more.
That's what we call life, kid.
Yeah, but you don't understand. Something's happened. With horses, I used to bet deuces, but I don't get a kick out of deuces anymore. I can't eat the food in them cheap joints anymore either. I can't sleep at all in a crummy room.
This is what you come here to tell me?
Yeah.
Then get out.
Huh?
Get out of here. I got work to do.
But you can't get rid of me that easy. I'm desperate. I'll go to the cops, Artie.
You what?
Well, I don't want to. Honest, I don't, but I'm desperate.
Wait a minute.
Paul!
What is it?
Can you come here a minute?
Artie, I'm trying to get a little rest.
This is important.
What is it? What do you want? This is the guy that was working with us, the guy from the parking lot.
Oh, hiya. Didn't I understand he's through with that lot?
That's right, but he still wants to be in the act.
What do you mean?
Well, it ain't something I want to do, but I'm desperate.
Let me talk. He wants a piece of our touch, Paul.
What?
If we don't cut him in, he says he's going to the cops.
Oh, I see. Well, you know the answer to give him.
What?
The same one you gave to that lad in Pittsburgh.
Oh. Okay.
Oh! I'm going back and finish my nap.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. In a few weeks, the college football season will open again. Already you're beginning to look forward to Saturday afternoons at your radio, thrilling to announcements like this.
Evans takes the ball on a lateral. He's in the open. A clear field ahead of him. There he goes, crossing the 10-yard line. The 5. He's over. A touchdown.
Touchdowns on the football field aren't the only ones scored by college men. In almost every other field, the college-trained man or woman stands a far better chance of reaching his goal.
Let's look at the record. Did you know that a college graduate is nearly 15 times as likely to make $10,000 a year or over as a non-college man?
Yes, the odds are 15 to 1 in favor of college education. And that's why the Equitable Life Assurance Society created its famous Equitable Education Fund. For parents who want to make certain that their children get the higher education that means so much.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is sure.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
You'll be amazed how quickly a comparatively small monthly payment builds up. Remember, higher education and higher salaries go hand in hand. So the more truly you love your children, the more determined you will be to give them a head start toward future success and happiness with an Equitable Education Fund. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Hapless Hijackers.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI serves to illustrate a point the Federal Bureau of Investigation would like to bring home to you. The stolen car ring in this evening's dramatization is this year's counterpart of the old-time gang, as we came to know the word in the late 1920s. Most of those old-time gangs have long since vanished. Of late, however, new ones have sprung up to take their place. It has once again become the criminal fashion to have a private army of hoodlums and to conduct all phases of an illegal operation within the same framework, as witnessed the racket shown to you tonight. A racket in which one gang not only steals cars, but also repaints them, changes the body styles, and then sells them. Yes, 1949 America, despite the hard work of undermanned law enforcement agencies, has again seen a return of the gang and of the gangster. One thing has changed with that return. The man in charge is no longer a Capone, a Dillinger, a Carpus. No longer an illiterate, uncouth hoodlum who got to be the boss because he had bigger muscles or a more itchy trigger finger. Today's man in charge is an executive who attempts to run a criminal empire as smoothly as possible, who delegates authority, and who has a weekly payroll to meet. He takes as few chances as he can, and he tries never to do anything that any other businessman isn't called upon to do. Except, of course, that when necessary, he is a throwback to his predecessors. For when necessary, he will kill. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Hi, Jim. Hope you had better luck than I did.
Why? What happened?
Both the people I went to see were out.
Yeah, my luck was better, Howard. I saw all three of the car owners on my list. I found that each of their three cars had been put into the same parking lot downtown.
Where was that?
11th and Bedford.
Did you go over there?
Yeah.
Get anything?
Well, I found the man who owns the place.
Uh-huh.
He seemed to be flabbergasted when I told him what I was there for.
Think he's part of the outfit?
No, Howard, I doubt it.
What was his story?
Well, all three of the cars have been parked at the lot at night. This man said that he closes up at 8 o'clock and goes home.
Well, then how could anybody use the lot after 8?
Oh, he explained that to me. It seems that he befriended a homeless ex-fighter and let him sleep in the little office. Well, then a couple of nights ago, he found that this man was running the lot at night, so he kicked him out.
Sounds like that ex-fighter could have been mixed up in the racket, Jim.
Yeah. I asked for his name, but no one knew him as anything but just the kid.
Could you get any description on it?
Yeah, as soon as I got it, I called the police and had them send out a broadcast.
Let's hope this one works.
Yeah. Oh, Howard, will you wait here and see if anything comes in? I'm going back to my desk and get the file room to send me every picture they have on anybody nicknamed Kid.
Who's that? It's me, Paul.
Oh.
I thought maybe you were still taking a nap.
No, I woke up 10 minutes ago. Look, I want you to do an errand for me.
What?
Go to the grocery store and get me a couple of jars of yogurt.
A what?
Yogurt. I just heard about it. It's supposed to be great for the stomach.
It sounds like that thing where a guy stands on his head.
It's Bulgarian culture milk.
What's it made of?
I don't know. Just get me a couple of jars of it.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I've been thinking about your friend, the prize fighter.
What about him?
I believe it'll be better to give him some money. Keep him on the payroll till we get out of town.
Well, it's a little late for that.
You mean he's tipped the police?
No. He's dead.
Dead? Well, why didn't you tell me?
Well, that's what I come in here to do.
Oh, that's fine.
You want me to take them out and dump them someplace?
No.
We can't just...
We're getting out of here.
Where are we going?
Home.
But we ain't filled our quota of cars.
We've filled our quota of everything else. There's an 8 o'clock train to Forest City. If we hurry, we can just make it.
Well, what about that yogurt stuff?
Give it back to the Bulgarians.
Special Agent Marshall speaking.
Jim Taylor, Howard.
Oh, morning, Jim. Where are you?
Out at that parking lot where the kid used to sleep nights.
What are you doing there?
Well, I went through our nickname file last night before I left the office. I got pictures of everybody whose nickname is Kid.
Uh-huh.
I showed them to the man who owns the parking lot. He couldn't identify any of them as the one we want.
Well, it was a good try.
So on my way back to the office this morning, I decided to go through the picture files of the Daily Bulletin.
Did they have anything?
Yeah, they found one in their sports files of a man who answered the description. I brought it out here for the lot owner to identify if he could.
Did he?
Yeah, it's the same man.
Who is he?
Well, his real name, according to the caption on the picture, is George Sheridan. He fought here a few times, 5 or 6 years ago.
Have they got anything else on him?
No, not very much. The sports editor told me he came from Forest City, but he didn't know anything else about him.
Pardon me, Jim. The other phone's ringing.
Oh, sure, Howard.
Special Agent Marshall speaking. Yes. Uh-huh, that's right. You did? Where? Uh-huh. Good. Yes, thanks very much, Captain. Goodbye. Hello, Jim.
Yeah, Howard.
That was Captain Schwartz down at headquarters with some news on the alarm.
They found Kid Sheridan?
Yeah, he was found a half hour ago in an apartment at 819 Wentworth Avenue.
They arrest him?
He's dead, Jim.
Oh. Body still there?
Yes.
I'll meet you over there right away. Howard, I just finished talking to the police captain. He gave me a key to the apartment.
Have they finished in there?
Well, they took the body out. They left everything else undisturbed. Come on. It's up this flight of steps. Oh, I talked to the superintendent of the building.
Yeah?
He gave me a pretty good description of the man who rented the place.
That should help.
Yeah. Said he has no idea where he's from, though. Here it is, this place. Go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, thanks. Did the super tell you what the tenant's name was?
Yeah, Wheeler. Paul Wheeler.
Probably an alias.
Yeah. He also gave me a good description of a man who visited Wheeler every day. Nothing in this chest. You find anything over there?
No, I'm just going through this wastebasket. The waste.
Huh? What do you got?
Now, this sheet of paper.
What's on it?
Some numbers. Here, take a look.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute. I think I've got those same numbers here in my pocket. Look.
Well, they are the same numbers. Jim, what are they?
Well, these are the motor numbers on those 5 cars that were wrecked when that trailer turned over.
Well, that definitely links them with the ring.
Yeah. Now our job is to find out where they went.
Well, what have you got there?
Huh? Oh, it's a phone number. I found it over there on the desk. I know it's the number for Western Union, but Hey, Howard, let's use that phone.
You think the boss will blow his top about this thing?
How can he?
Well, this trip wasn't exactly what you'd call a big success.
That wasn't our fault. I covered that very thoroughly in my report.
Well, it still won't square us. You're going to have to wait for that promotion. I'll guarantee you that.
I don't see why.
I was going to hit for a raise. You can kiss that off, too.
Well, let's wait and see. Go ahead, Em.
Matt. Hey, there's nobody working on these cars.
Maybe the boss is having a meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of hate to make my report in front of everybody.
Well, wait till the meeting is over.
You know him. The minute we get into the office, he'll stop everything and I'll be on.
Can't you say your report ain't ready?
In front of the whole meeting?
Meeting is over, gentlemen.
Huh? Who are you guys?
We're special agents of the FBI, and you're both under arrest. Come on, we're going down to headquarters, and you can join the rest of your gang there.
was convicted in federal court and received long terms in federal prison for violation of the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act. Paul Wheeler and Ottie Davis were found guilty of the murder of Kid Sheridan and sentenced by state court to be executed. The clue which led Special Agents Taylor and Bedford to the headquarters of the auto theft ring was the Western Union telephone number. Upon checking at that office, it was learned that a Paul Wheeler at the address where Kid Sheridan's body was found had been sent 2 wires and 3 money orders in the past month. A quick check revealed where they had been sent from, and when that address proved to be in Forest City, the 2 special agents took a plane and got there before Paul and Ottie arrived. With the cooperation of the local police, the 2 special agents were able to have everyone in the gang arrested and taken away. They then waited for the last 2 members to show up. The result you have already witnessed. And so, another file was closed successfully by 2 special agents of your FBI, in cooperation with 2 local police departments. And it was closed in the only manner that fully ensures the cessation of operations for a criminal machine, with the arrest and conviction of every member of the gang.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
Fathers and mothers, the sooner you start an Equitable Education Fund, the lower each monthly payment will be. As a matter of fact, that's the fine thing about this Equitable plan. It enables you to spread the cost of your boy or girl's college education over 10 or 15 years, instead of taking a financial beating in 4. With an Equitable Education Fund, the money is ready and waiting when your boy or girl is ready for college.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast, who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic story of big city rackets. Its subject, kidnapping. Its title, The Delinquent Father.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Ed Begley, Rye Billsbury, Ted DeCorsia, and George Offerman, Jr. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Delinquent Father on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
I wouldn't trade my job as a representative of the Equitable Society with anyone else in the country. Right now, for instance, there are at least 5 boys and girls in our state university who might not be there if I hadn't talked to their fathers about an equitable education fund.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Delinquent Father.
In the course of investigating the thousands upon thousands of cases in its files, the special agents of your FBI receive cooperation from virtually every local law enforcement agency in the country. Cooperation without which many of those files would never be closed. For that reason, the men in every FBI field office are good judges of the character and quality of your local police, of the men who form your first line of defense against crime. Local police forces all over the nation are composed of men whose life is based upon a simple devotion to duty. For those of you who want proof of that statement, consider the study made into the private lives of the policemen of a large American city. It revealed that because of a salary so low that it compared unfavorably with many menial jobs, almost 50% of the force was deep in debt. And yet, that same survey could not unveil one single instance of a policeman taking graft, or of a policeman who took advantage of his uniform for his economic good. That is a record of which not only that local police department can be proud, but every force throughout the country. For they are all made up of the same type of man, the type of man who puts duty above dollars. Tonight's file opens in the exclusive residential district of a large Midwestern city. It is late at night, and the quiet is broken only by the purring motor of a car as it drives to the rear of a large apartment house. A man alone is driving the car. He parks, turns off the motor, looks furtively about, then opens the car door. He steps out, closes the door, and walks quickly toward the back of the building.
Hold it. What?
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Who are you?
You remember me. Fat Willie from the club.
Oh, yes.
I figured maybe you were using the back door. That's why I waited here. I've been trying to see you now for a week.
Well, I've been very busy here.
Yeah, I know. Your office told me. I waited out in front of this building for you a couple of nights. Then I waited outside your office. You play a good duck, Mr. Jones.
Well, I haven't been trying to avoid you.
I want to tell you that Mr. Parker doesn't like to get hung up. Especially not for $20,000.
I'll pay him. I always have.
It's been a month now, Mr. Jones. When you come to the club and win, you get paid on the barrelhead. Mr. Parker wants his money the same way.
But I haven't any money.
You live in this place on the cuff?
No. My wife pays the rent. It's her money, not mine.
Well, how you get it is your problem. Mr. Parker will be waiting for you tomorrow night at the game. 9 o'clock. You'll be there.
Point is 10, pay the count. Yes, sir, 2-1, no 10. All down, here he comes. And it's 7, 6 and 1. Take the line and pay
Hello,
the count.
Mr. Jones. I'm glad you got here on time. Where's Parker? In his office. Come
And
on.
here he comes. EO11, pay the line.
Right through there, Mr. Jones. Go ahead in. He's waiting for you.
The number, new point. Hello, Mr. Jones.
Hello, Parker.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Cigar?
No, thanks.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Well, then we can get down to business. I understand you can't pay.
That's right. I haven't any money.
But you know where to get some.
What do you mean?
You're married to her.
My wife won't give me anything.
I think I have a solution to your problem.
What?
Here, read this note.
Dear Mrs. Jones. Do you mean my wife?
Read it.
We want
$20,000 in cash, or we will kidnap your son, James, and kill him immediately. What is this?
A note to your wife. She'd pay $20,000 to keep your boy from being kidnapped, wouldn't she?
Parker, you see people at their worst out in that room. I know it. I've been there. But nobody is this low. Nobody conspires to kidnap his own child.
You don't have to kidnap him.
But how else?
The threat would be enough. When she gets the note, you convince her to pay. Oh, don't send that one. Make a copy of it.
I haven't said I'd send any.
I'm showing you how to pay me back the $20,000. You've got 10 minutes to make up your mind.
Taxi! Taxi!
Mind if I come along, Mr. Jones?
Huh?
It's me again.
Oh, come on.
Thanks.
The Wentworth building, driver.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker's been waiting to hear from you.
I was going to call him from my office.
I'll save you the trouble. You can tell me, did Mrs. Jones get that letter?
Yes, this morning. I had quite a bit of work convincing her it was best to keep quiet and pay.
Oh. And did you convince her?
Yes.
Well, if you've got the dough with you, I'll take it.
I haven't got it yet. My wife is going to the bank for it.
Oh. When are you going to see her?
I told her I'd come home early from the office and make the rest of the arrangements.
Oh, that's good.
But tell Parker I'll call him as soon as I have it.
All right. But, Mr. Jones, you know I like you. Be sure you call him by 6 o'clock tonight.
A few hours later, at the local FBI field office, Detective Al Gilbert of the local police is approaching the desk of Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Hi, Jim.
Well, hello, Al. What brings you up here?
I was just in to see your agent in charge, and he told me to bring the story to you.
Well, it'll be like old times working together again.
I hope we do as well this time.
Yeah, what kind of a case is it?
Threat of kidnapping.
Oh?
About a half hour ago, a woman named Jones walked into the station house, and the desk sergeant sent her back to see me. She gave me this note. Yeah, take a look at it.
Thanks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this threat of violence would give us jurisdiction if it was sent through the mails.
It was.
Any leads?
Well, she's married to a man named Charles Jones. She described him as an investor. My guess is that he invests her money for her.
I see.
He tried to invest some of it in this deal.
Oh, what do you mean, Al?
According to what she told me, he was quite insistent about the fact that she should pay this money.
And she came to you in spite of that?
Yes. She said that her husband asked her not to go to the police even if she decided not to pay.
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Jones will bear a little looking into. Has he an office?
Yes.
Did you find out where it is?
Yes, I did.
Good. Al, why don't you go down there and see what you can find out about him?
Okay, Jim.
I'll go over and talk to Mrs. Jones. Oh, good afternoon. Are you Mr. Jones?
That's right.
Well, I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh. Well, what is it you want, Mr. Taylor?
May I come in, please?
Oh, yes, surely.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Jones, if I may.
She's out.
Do you know where she went?
Yes, to her mother's. May I ask why you want to see her?
Oh, certainly. Your wife received a note this morning threatening your son's life.
You know about that?
Now, Mrs. Jones brought it to the attention of the police.
I asked her not to.
Oh, may I ask why, Mr. Jones?
You ought to know.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, you see enough of this kind of thing. You know that people who write notes like this mean business.
Well, you're being a little pessimistic about the ability of the police, aren't you, Mr. Jones?
I know that the only way out is to pay this money. Mr. Taylor, I'd appreciate it if you'd forget the whole thing.
No, I'm afraid that's a favor I can't grant you. A formal complaint was made by Mrs. Jones, and from that point on, we must complete our investigation.
Well, then, I wash my hands of it. You and Mrs. Jones can take the responsibility for what happens to our son.
If she wants us to, we'll share that responsibility with her. Now, when Mrs. Jones returns, will you please have her call me?
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Oh, George.
Where you been lately?
Oh, I've been busy.
Oh, working hard, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Well, that's when you need the baths most. You know, I was saying just the other day, fella's a businessman, works hard. He should come every day for a massage, a steam.
George, has anyone been here looking for me?
Well, not since I come on.
When was that?
2 hours ago. You expecting somebody?
No. Have you got 2 nickels?
Well, I should have. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Jones, you like to play a horse once in a while, don't you? A fella gave me a tip just about an hour ago. He says the horse is running tomorrow. He says it can't lose. It seems like the trainer's got a daughter who's real sick, see? Needs an operation.
Hello, dear. Dear, look, I don't think I'll be home tonight. Well, I can't explain it on the phone. I'll tell you tomorrow. No. It has nothing to do with the kidnapping. It's business. That's right. Darling, has anyone been there looking for me? What does he look like? How big? I see. If he comes back, just tell him you don't know. That's right. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye, dear. George.
Yes, sir?
I'm going in to get undressed. And I'm going to take some steam.
Oh, yes, sir.
If anyone calls me on the phone or comes here looking for me, just say I'm not here. Who's that?
Oh, it's me, Mr. Jones.
Who's me?
George. I brought you some fresh towels.
Oh, well, just leave them, please, George.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jones.
Yes?
You've been in here a long time. Too much steam ain't too good.
That's my business.
Yes, sir. Would you like some cold water?
No, thank you. Just leave me alone, please.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Jones. I'm glad you came here, Mr. Jones. I can use a little steam.
How did you get in here?
I just walked in.
When?
When the guy with the towels walked out. Why? Is it private?
No.
Mr. Parker was very mad when you didn't call. Made me look bad. I told him you were going to pay him tonight.
Well, I thought I was going to pay him, too, but something happened.
What?
My wife went to the police.
About the kidnapping?
Yes.
Why did you let her do it?
I couldn't stop her. She called the FBI in, too. There'll be no collecting any money from her now.
That's too bad.
So, if you'll excuse me, please.
Wait. Where are you going?
Well, it's getting hot in here.
It's going to get hotter, Mr. Jones. I'm going to collect that $20,000 with this hose.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Millions of Americans are beginning to think of college football. Only a few more weeks now, and you'll be hearing that familiar roar of a college football crowd.
Talk about thrills. Here we are, the very last play of the game. 10 seconds to play. Score tied 6-6, and Wilson's going to try for a field goal. Ready now. The ball snapped back. Here's the kick. It's good. State wins.
Yes, on the gridiron in the classrooms, college men play to win. And in later years, because of their college training, it's usually the college men and women who win the big rewards.
Did you know that a college graduate's nearly 15 times as likely to make $10,000 a year or over as a non-college man?
That's right. The odds in favor of a college education are 15 to 1. It's odds like those that caused the Equitable Life Assurance Society to found its famous Equitable Education Fund. This is a plan for far-sighted parents who want to make certain that their children get the higher education that means so much.
First and foremost, an equitable education fund is SURE. S-U-R-E.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. That means that if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes it certain that his children will still be able to get the education he wanted them to have.
Second advantage, an equitable education fund is easy.
You'll be amazed how quickly a comparatively small monthly payment builds up. Remember, the more your children learn, the more they'll earn. Think that over, father and mother, and decide right now for your children to give them a head start towards future success and happiness with an equitable education fund. Naturally, the man to see is your Equitable Society representative. He'll be glad to give you full facts and figures. Or, if you prefer, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Delinquent Father.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI has been chosen for dramatization because it has something in common with almost every other crime. The common quality is the character of the criminal. In this case, a father has conspired to extort $20,000 from his own wife under threat of kidnapping and killing their son. The thing that made him join in that conspiracy, the thing that made him a criminal, is his lack of moral stature, and in that he is no different from every other criminal. There are among the 7.5 million people with criminal arrest records in the fingerprint files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation every conceivable physical type. Every grade of education is represented, from those who never saw a schoolroom to those who hold degrees from the most lofty universities in the land. As a group, they present as diverse a picture as any other army. This army, however, marches not on its stomach, but on the loot it steals. It is an army which, unless checked in the very near future, may strike at any time and at any target, for it chooses its victims indiscriminately. Its next victim might be the man down the block. It might be the person you spoke to on the telephone a little while ago. It might even be you. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Morning, Jim.
Oh, hi, Al. Oh, I just got word from our lab on Jones.
Oh, about what?
Remember that note his wife gave you?
Uh-huh.
Well, when I finished interviewing him yesterday, I went down to his office, got some samples of writing from the typewriters down there.
Oh.
I sent the samples on to our lab along with the note that Mrs. Jones gave you.
What did the report say?
The note was written in Jones's office.
Well, that's enough to get a warrant for his arrest, Jim.
I know that. But first, we've got to find him. I've sent out an alarm on him.
When did he turn up missing?
Oh, I just spoke to Mrs. Jones a couple of minutes ago. She said her husband didn't come home all night.
Oh, I see.
Oh, pardon me, will you?
Oh, sure, Jim.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes. He is? When? Where was that? Just a moment, please. I want to copy that address down. Go ahead. 834 West 43rd. Yes, thanks very much. Yes, we'll get on it right away. Bye. That was City Hospital, Al. Jones was brought in there during the night. He was severely beaten at a Turkish bath.
Well, how is he?
He's still in a coma. Now, why don't you go up there and see if you can talk to him when he comes to?
Right, Jim.
I'll go up to the baths and see if I can get anything there.
You busy, Mr. Parker?
No. Come in, Willie.
I finally caught up with Mr. Jones last night.
Where?
At a Turkish bath.
Well, why didn't you call me?
Oh, it was kind of late.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah. In a steam room.
What about the money?
He didn't have it.
What was his excuse?
He said his wife went to the cops.
Oh.
I think he was telling the truth.
Well, that don't help us any.
That's what I pointed out to him. I roughed him up a little. He's in the hospital.
Oh.
Did I do wrong, Mr. Parker?
You just earned an extra $100.
Oh, thanks.
No, don't thank me, Willie. Thank Mr. Jones. He'll be the one who'll give it to you.
You still think you'll collect?
Well, I'm going to try. If I don't, then you've got another job.
What kind?
Next time, see that he goes to the morgue. steamroom is pretty messy.
I know, Mr. Taylor, but the police asked me to leave it exactly the way I found it.
Oh, I'm glad you did. Have you thought any more about that man who came in here after Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. But all I can remember is what I told you. He was big and fat, and he had blonde hair.
How about Jones's clothes?
Oh, they're still here.
Oh, Jim. Oh, hi, Al. Well, George, could you get Mr. Jones's clothes? Bring them to me.
Yes, sir, right away.
Thanks. Get anything at the hospital, Al?
Confirmation from the doctors that Jones was beaten with a hose from the steam room.
Was Jones able to talk to you?
No, he's still unconscious.
What did the doctors say about his condition?
Well, they described it as officially as fair.
Here you are, Mr. Taylor. Here's his clothes, just like he put them in his locker.
Thanks, George. Al, take the pants. I'll go through the jacket, huh?
All right. Here's some change.
Here's his wallet.
Key ring, 4 keys.
Credit card.
Handkerchief.
Membership in a golf club.
It's all in the pants.
Oh, Al, look at this.
What?
Copy of the kidnap threat, except this one isn't typewritten.
You think it's Jones's, right?
Well, let's get back to your office. Have your lab check and make sure.
I just got that handwriting report back, Jim.
What does it say?
Jones didn't write this.
Any idea who did?
No, it doesn't match any of the samples on file.
No. Al, let me see that note again.
All right, here.
Well, these printed lines. They're arranged in kind of an odd pattern.
Yeah.
Well, let's check, see if we can trace where it comes from. Here's a list for us to check, Al.
Now, what kind of a list?
The name of every printer here in town that the Adams Paper Company sells to.
You got 2 copies?
Yeah, here's yours.
Good. I'll start from the top. You start from the bottom. As soon as one of us hits, we'll get together.
I got the right printer, Al.
Good. Who'd they print it for?
Paul Parker.
I've been trying to get something on Parker for years.
I think we've got it now. Come on, let's get over there.
Oh, sorry, sir. We're not open yet.
I didn't come here to gamble.
What do you want?
Here's my badge.
Oh.
I want to see Paul Parker.
He's not here.
His car is outside. The chauffeur said he was.
Okay. Come on, then. Go right through that door.
Who are you? Here's my badge, Parker.
Have a chair.
No, thanks. I'll stand.
Suit yourself. Well, what's your pleasure?
I've got a warrant here for your arrest.
You have to find people gambling here before you can arrest me, you know that.
And the charge this time is different. We've got you now for conspiracy to kidnap.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'll let you cops try to make reputations for yourselves by knocking me over once in a while, but you're not going to make any kidnapping charge stand up.
Yes, we will.
How?
There were 2 notes employed in the threat of kidnapping. One was a copy of the other.
So?
One of those notes was written on paper from your establishment.
You can prove that?
Yes. What's more, we took a fingerprint off it. We checked it against your card. It's yours, all right. Come on, Parker. We're taking a trip to headquarters.
Hold it.
Huh?
Just keep your hands toward the ceiling.
Nice going, Willie.
This won't work, Parker.
I think you'll have to admit it's got a pretty good chance.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, this is the gun that's in charge. Drop yours.
Thanks, Jim.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You and your henchman are both under arrest.
What for?
Several charges. And if Jones should die at City Hospital, we can add another one. Murder.
Paul Parker and Willie Blatt were sentenced to 50 years by a state court for extortion, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. Charles Jones was also sentenced to a long prison term for his part in the conspiracy. Furthermore, as a result of closing this case, gambling rackets were cleared up in this community. As you have seen, tonight's case was brought to a successful conclusion because the paper on which Paul Parker wrote the original note was accurately and quickly traced to the gambling club. This arrest, of course, while it wiped out gambling, did not wipe out the crime wave in the community. No single arrest ever does or ever will. It is, in fact, to be questioned whether crime as we have come to know it will ever be completely wiped out. In a nation of 140 million people, some will always want what is not theirs. But the arrest in tonight's case is a step in the right direction. A step in the direction of attempting to prove to criminals and would-be criminals that they can't get away with it. The kind of cooperation between a local police officer and a special agent of your FBI that you witnessed tonight. is one reason they can't and won't get away with anything. And that, of course, means greater protection for you, the American people. Greater protection of your property, your life, and your personal liberty.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
I'd just like to remind this audience that an Equitable Education Fund is flexible at all times. Many young fathers start with an Equitable Education Fund that would pay part of the cost of a college education. Then, as their income goes up, they increase the amount of the fund.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast, who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A topical account of the exploits of a cunning and vicious criminal. Its subject, robbery. Its title, Larceny Will Out.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry T. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Peter Leeds, Wally Mayer, and Roland Winters. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Larceny Will Out on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcast.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
I wonder if other men get the kick out of their jobs that I do from mine as an Equitable Society representative. For instance, every time I start an Equitable Education Fund for some youngster, I say to myself, there's a kid who's going to get an education regardless of what happens. And that gives me a feeling of real satisfaction.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, Larceny Will Out.
On this, the official radio program of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, your FBI believes that you, the citizens of the nation, would like to know something about the progress being made in the constant 24-hours-a-day fight against crime. All that can be said without a full discussion of the subject is that some progress is being made. To be sure, it is being made slowly. But that is due more to the sheer weight of numbers than anything else. For example, the most recent study made by the Bureau of Census shows that there are now approximately 148 million people in this country. The total number of special agents of your FBI in all field offices and at headquarters is slightly under 4,000. A simple matter of division will show you that means that there is one FBI special agent for every 37,000 people in the country. Recently, your FBI conducted a survey among its field offices to find out exactly how many files were under active investigation on a particular day. The total rose to more than 68,000. Or, to put it another way, each special agent has an average of 17 cases with which he is actively concerned. Progress is being made in cutting down that number, too. But here again, such progress is necessarily slow. Because while special agents are clearing up files every day, major crimes are being committed much more quickly. To be specific, at the rate of 3 a minute. Tonight's file opens on the grounds of a rundown carnival as it opens for the evening. A middle-aged man edges toward the small crowd that is gathered on the midway. He passes the sideshows, the games of chance, and enters a tent that displays a huge sign, Madame Bettina, fortune teller.
Hello, madam.
Good evening.
My name's Davis. I'm on the show.
Oh, you're Farmer Davis, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
I've heard of you.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that I haven't been in to see you before this. I always try to welcome any new performers on the show.
That's okay.
And I also must regret that the call I'm paying tonight isn't exactly social.
What do you mean?
Well, I've come here to you as a customer. I've got a problem, madam, a very serious one.
Oh, well, sit down, Farmer. Take that chair, Ransom.
Thank you.
Now, do you have any preference?
Bourbon.
I mean, do you want me to use the cards, crystal ball, or read your myth?
Oh, well, I thought maybe we could just talk.
Huh?
Well, I'm afraid that my problem can't be solved by occult means.
I see. Well, for talking, I'll have to charge you the same as the reading.
That's all right.
What is your problem?
Well, up to 3 weeks ago, I had an Uncle Clem. He was a legitimate businessman. He died, left me $10,000.
Uh-huh. Cash?
Yeah.
Your problem is you can't get it?
Oh, no, I've already collected it.
And you still got trouble?
Yes. You see, since the inheritance, I just can't pick a pocket anymore.
Oh.
I got the money 10 days ago, and I haven't gone into a single kick since. It's terrible. I come out on the midway every night, make a mark, walk up to him, measure where his wallet is, start to dip, and can't do it.
I understand.
Now, that's why I need your help, madam. Why, I haven't spent a week without lifting a wallet since I was 9 years old. What am I going to do?
How much did you say your uncle left you?
$10,000. Tell me, madam, can you help me?
I think I can.
Oh, wonderful. How?
Let me contemplate about it overnight. I'll let you know tomorrow.
You really believe you can get me back in action?
Farmer, I'll get you back in action so good you'll be picking your own pocket.
The next morning, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the office of the agent in charge.
You sent for me, sir?
Oh, yes, Taylor. Have a chair.
Thanks.
I know you've been carrying an extra heavy load lately, but I'm going to have to give you one more assignment.
Oh, that's all right, sir.
This is a report we just got in from the local police. A man went to a brokerage office recently trying to dispose of some bonds.
Mm-hmm, I see.
When the broker he visited attempted to question him, he got up and ran out.
Leaving the bonds?
No, he took them with him. The broker reported it to the police.
Did he get the serial numbers?
Just the one on the top bond.
Well, we can check that, sir.
The police have already done that, Taylor. That's why they sent the case to us.
Mm-hmm.
The bonds were stolen across the state line.
Oh, where?
In Westville. A woman gave a lawn party at her home there about a month ago. It was for charity, and they had several games of chance operated by men from a traveling carnival that happened to be playing the town.
And the bonds were stolen from her?
Yes, they were taken from her desk.
When did she first miss them?
The day of the party.
But you said, sir, the party was a month ago?
Yes, she notified her local police, but we didn't get to the case until today, and there was some proof that the loot had been transported interstate.
I'd think there was a good possibility that someone from the carnival took them.
It's more than a possibility now, Taylor.
Oh, why, sir?
That same carnival was playing here the day the man tried to sell those bonds to the local broker.
Do you know the name of the carnival, sir?
Yes, it's in this report. I want you to find out where it's playing now.
Step right up, folks, and get the biggest bargain on the Midway. Only 10 cents to play the Wheel of Fortune. A big Cupid dog goes to the winner every time we spin the wheel.
Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Betty.
Come on down off of there. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Something wrong?
No, I got real good news.
What?
I got a customer for the bonds.
Oh, look, Betty, let's forget about those bonds. Huh?
Forget them?
They're too hot. We can't pass them.
Then why did you steal them in the first place?
Well, it was an accident. I was casing that desk for a small score. I came up with those.
You should always have such accidents.
They're hard luck, Betty. We already had to leave one show on account of them. I'm going to take them someplace and burn them.
You are going to give them to me.
But, Betty...
Where are they?
In my trunk.
Go get them.
Right now?
Yes?
Well, I can't leave the stand.
There's 5 customers in the whole Midway, so go.
You're going to pass them tonight?
No.
Well, why do you...
I want to show them to a guy tomorrow. If I handle the deal right, he'll buy them for $10,000.
Madam Bettina?
Come in, Farmer.
Oh, thank you.
Feel any better than you did last night?
No, I feel worse. I just made a well-dressed man down to the fun house. He was with a young lady. Took out his wallet to buy some tickets. I got a peek at it. It was stuffed like the inside of a frankfurter. He paid for his tickets, put the wallet into his back pocket. Please believe me, madam, I could have taken it out with a spoon.
And you didn't?
I couldn't. I had no incentive.
Well, I spent most of the night thinking about your problem, Farmer.
And what was your solution?
Someplace back in your family, there was a streak of honesty.
Now, madam, this is no joking matter.
I'm not joking. The reason you're bothered by the money your uncle left you is that it was made in a legitimate business.
Yes, that's possible. But that isn't a solution.
I have one. There's only one thing you can do.
What's that?
Buy something that's hot. That'll take the legitimate taint off the money.
You really think that'll do it?
I know it will. You see, if you buy something that's hot enough, you won't be able to sell it right away. That means you won't have any money, and you'll have to go back to work.
Well, what do you think I ought to buy?
I got just the thing for you.
In the trunk?
Mm-hmm. Take a look at these. These bonds are so hot, I ought to keep them in an asbestos envelope.
Are they yours?
No. A friend of mine stole them about a month ago.
Nice day's work.
The face value of the bonds is $20,000. This friend of mine will unload them for $10,000. Now, if you buy them, which I strongly recommend that you do, you'll not only clean up your problem, but you'll get double your money when you make a sale.
I see.
That's my cure, Farmer. Does it interest you?
Yes, I think it does.
Then you'll buy the bonds?
I believe I will.
Good boy. Where's this dough your uncle left you?
In a bank in town.
The banks are open now. Why don't you go get it? We'll close the deal.
Well,
and look, there will be times after you've bought the bonds when you may doubt that this was the cure. When that happens, you just say to yourself, I will be a thief. I will be a thief. I will be a thief. That'll put you right back on the beam.
May I come in, sir?
Oh, yes, Taylor.
I located that carnival we were looking for.
Good.
I've just contacted the boss of the show.
What did he have to say?
Well, the first thing I did was describe the man who tried to peddle the stolen bonds around here.
Oh, did he know anyone with that description?
Yes, sir, a man by the name of Joe Johnson.
Is Johnson with the carnival?
Well, he was. He used to operate a Wheel of Fortune, but he quit.
Any idea where he might have gone?
No, sir. The owner said that Johnson and a woman friend of his left the show at the same time.
When did they quit?
On the 12th of last month.
12th, Mm-hmm. That'd be the day after the robbery of the bonds.
That's right, sir.
Did you get anything on this woman who left with Johnson?
Yes, sir. She worked with the show as a fortune teller.
Did you get her name?
Yes, sir. It's Betty Anderson. She operates as Madame Bettina.
Check the files and see if we've got anything on either one of them.
All right, sir.
Could you get any lead at all on where they might have gone?
No, sir, I didn't, but I've got a theory on that.
What's that?
Well, I think they left the show because they planned to sell the bonds and not work for a while.
That's logical.
Well, when Johnson was unable to dispose of them, they were back where they started, financially speaking.
Uh-huh.
So my guess is they've gone to work for some other tent show.
That's certainly a possibility. Check every carnival, tent show, and circus and see if you can locate either one of them.
You busy, Betty?
No, come on in. Just trying to put a little shine on this crystal ball.
Hey, what about the bonds?
Huh?
What'd you do with the bonds?
They're in my trunk.
You told me you had a customer for them.
I have. He should be along any minute now.
He's going to buy them?
For $10,000.
Where'd you dig that kind of a sucker?
He was right here on the show, a guy named Farmer Davis.
The pickpocket?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd he get 10 G's?
An uncle died and left it to him.
How'd you get him to go for it?
Oh, it's a long story. The point is he's coming here with $10,000 in cash. Now, we split it down the middle, right?
Sure.
And we can kiss off this flea circus quick.
Before he changed his mind, huh?
He won't change his mind.
Well, that's a pretty big bundle we're clipping him for.
Joe, he ain't being clipped. They're worth $20,000. If he's a smart operator, that's what he'll get for them. What time is it?
A little after 1.
I better get the bonds out. He's due here now.
You want me to get out of here?
No, you can stick around. Hey.
What?
The bonds.
What about them?
They ain't here.
What?
I put them right in this drawer. Oh, wait a minute. What's this?
What?
This note. It's from the farmer.
What's it say?
Dear Madam Bettina, I came here to your tent with the $10,000. You were out. While waiting, I felt a doubt come over me, just like you described that it would. So I quickly started to say over and over, I will be a thief, I will be a thief. It worked so good, madam, that I went right to your trunk and stole your bonds.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Soon, the 1949 college football season will get underway. In hundreds of bowls and stadiums, crowds will thrill to plays like this.
Ryan's back in kick formation. He gets a bad pass from center. He's being rushed. The whole forward wall's in on him. He kicks, but it's blocked. A blocked kick.
College men may have a few kicks blocked on the gridiron, but there's nothing blocking their progress towards successful careers.
That's right. The more you learn, the more you earn. For instance, a college graduate is 15 times more likely to reach a salary of $10,000 a year or over than the non-college man.
With odds like that in favor of college education, odds of 15 to 1, it's not surprising that the Equitable Life Assurance Society decided to create its widely used Equitable Education Fund. An Equitable Education Fund is just what its name indicates. A plan for far-sighted parents who want to make sure that their children get higher education.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is sure.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes it certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
You spread the cost of college over 12 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4. It's surprising how small a monthly payment is required to build up a sum that is ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, higher education and higher salaries go hand in hand. So the more truly you love your children, the more determined you will be to give them a head start toward future success and happiness with an Equitable Education Fund. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Larceny Will Out.
The law violated by the criminals in tonight's case, the law which, when passed by Congress, was named the National Stolen Property Act, is only one of more than 120 federal statutes over which the Federal Bureau of Investigation has jurisdiction. Remembering that, it will give you some further idea of the amount of work done by the special agents of your FBI when you learn that in the past 12 months, those special agents have apprehended a total of almost 7,200 fugitives. Most of those fugitives fitted into the same category as the ones in tonight's case. Unglamorized, unpublicized, and unimportant so far as the general crime picture is concerned. As you have seen, that fact did not deter the FBI field office from putting forth its every effort. For in the eyes of the special agents, there is no such thing as an unimportant criminal, nor is there any unimportant crime. Each file deserves and gets the closest possible attention, the fullest possible investigation, because the men who form your last line of defense have learned that there is only one way to fight the war on crime, and that is to wage total war. That phrase, total war, has a meaning beyond the dictionary meaning of the words themselves. It means that there will be no form of compromise with the forces of crime, that the war will be fought to a finish, to a point where the army of criminals in this nation has been driven to its knees, has been driven to an unconditional surrender. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor is just approaching the agent in charge.
Are you busy, sir?
No, sit down, Taylor.
Thank you.
How did you make out of that carnival checkup?
I just received an answer to the query I sent out.
About that man and woman?
That's right, sir.
Have you located them?
Yes, they joined a show called the Sunbeam Carnival 3 weeks ago.
Have you checked to find out whether or not they're still with the show?
No, sir. I didn't feel it wise to give them any kind of warning that we were searching for them.
Where's the carnival now?
Oh, they're working on the outskirts of a small town called Terminal City.
Oh, well, that's not too far from here.
I know.
The first thing to do is to call the local police at Terminal City. Ask them to check and see if the man and woman are still there.
All right, sir.
And, as I remember your vocation record, Taylor, you worked for a carnival one summer, didn't you?
That's right, sir.
Fine. As soon as you're finished checking with the local police up there, you better go to the carnival and apply for a job.
Mr. Albright, don't you think we've got enough evidence now?
Well, it's been my experience that you never have too much evidence. If those brokers don't make positive identification of Johnson as the man who tried to dispose of the stolen bonds, we'll need something else.
I see.
So get some kind of a job up there and see if you can get some concrete proof. Enough to convict Johnson.
Ready?
What is it?
Don't you think you better slow down?
Don't tell me how to drive.
You'll get a ticket.
If we do, I'll have it made out in your name. Whole thing is your fault anyway.
My fault?
Yes?
Did I dig up the farmer as a customer?
I'm going back before the farmer. If you had any moxie, you'd have sold the bonds yourself.
No, don't bring that up again.
You've been a dead weight in this deal since it started.
Now, wait a minute. We wouldn't be going after the farmer now if it wasn't for me. Who went to his tent?
Oh.
Who searched it? Who found the newspaper with the story about a farmer's convention? Who noticed he had a mark around that story?
All right. What do you want? Membership in the Explorers Club?
All I want's my 5,000.
If this car holds together, we'll both have our money tonight.
Albright speaking.
Taylor, Mr. Albright.
Oh, yes, Taylor. Where are you?
Police headquarters in Terminal City.
Have you been out to the carnival yet?
Yes, sir. Johnson and the woman aren't there anymore.
They've quit that carnival, too?
That's right, sir.
Any idea where they went?
No, sir. I spoke to some of the other employees around the lot, and from what I gather, they pulled out of here in a hurry.
Why?
Well, I understand they lost the bonds.
How?
They were stolen from them.
By whom?
A pickpocket nicknamed the Farmer. They both left here trying to catch up to him.
Any lead on where they went?
No, but I learned how they left. Johnson rented a car this afternoon. I've had an alarm sent out on it.
Fine.
You want me to stay here in Terminal City, sir?
Oh, I don't see much point to it. Take the next train and come back to the office.
There's only one train a day out here, Mr. Albright. That one's already left, but I think I can arrange for a lift. A lot of the local farmers drive in with truckloads of produce.
All right. Report to me as soon as you get here.
May I come in, sir?
Oh, yes, Taylor. Come ahead. I've got some information for you.
Oh, what is it, sir?
Johnson and the woman are here in town.
Oh, how do you know?
That rented car was found abandoned here half an hour ago.
Anything in the car that would help locate them?
No. One of the agents went over it thoroughly. The only thing of interest was that the motor was still hot.
Well, that could mean that pickpocket nicknamed the Farmer is also here in town.
It probably does. I've got his name for you.
Oh, fine.
I done got it from the nickname file. It's Willie Davis.
Willie Davis. I don't think I know that name.
No reason why you should. He's never been arrested in this part of the country.
Have you got a record on him, sir?
Yes. This teletype came in with the whole story. He's been arrested 37 times, starting 30 years ago.
Always for picking pockets?
Yes.
Any particular pattern?
Tent shows and conventions. He's been arrested half the time at one and half at the other.
Conventions. His name is Farmer Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, I've got an idea. May I go back to my desk and make a few phone calls? If I'm right, we could catch all three of them together.
Betty, over here.
You see any sign of him?
No.
Well, let's split up and make the circuit again.
Or can't we take a recess? My feet are killing me.
They'll hurt worse if we don't find him.
Oh, we don't even know if he's here. Maybe he's come and gone.
There are 2,000 people in this armory. That many pockets is like smorgasbord for the farmer. Come on, let's make the circuit.
Okay. Wait.
What?
Look.
Where?
Straight ahead.
Yeah. It's him.
Come on.
Oh, wait a minute.
What for?
Can't you see? He's in that guy's poke. Let him finish. Look how he clipped that wallet. Oh.
He's going over to the corner to empty and dump it.
Yeah, that'll be a good place to nail him. Come on.
Okay.
Hello, Farmer. Nice job you just did.
Coming from a fellow professional, I appreciate the compliment.
You know why we're here, don't you?
Oh, yes. Beautiful cattle, aren't they?
Get up those bonds, Farmer.
Bonds? I don't have any bonds.
You left a note and said you took them?
And I did. But I don't have them anymore.
Where are they?
I sold them.
You passed them?
Certainly.
You hear that, stupid? They were too hot for you. He sells them the first day he gets his hands on them.
Where'd you get rid of them?
I sold them to a friend of mine who happens to be a fence.
Okay, turn over the cash.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Joe, I'll shield you. Show him what you're carrying in that pocket.
Okay.
Good heavens, that's a nasty-looking revolver.
It'll go off right in your face if you don't kick in with that money. Now, let's have it.
Very well.
Stand right where you are, all of you.
Huh?
Who are you? I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Am I glad to see you? These people were just robbing me.
Which only proves that there's no honor among thieves.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean you're all under arrest for bond theft.
But I'm an...
Suppose you tell your story down at headquarters.
Joe Johnson, Betty Anderson, and Willie Davis were convicted for a violation of the National Stolen Property Act, and each given a 10-year sentence in a federal penitentiary. Special Agent Taylor was able to locate the three criminals in tonight's case because he knew that the farmer who gave him a lift back from Terminal City was going to the city to attend a farmers' convention. He didn't know where in the city it was being held, though, but a call to one of the local newspapers gave him that information. The only question that remained was whether or not he would be in time to apprehend the trio. a question you have already seen answered. And so, through the superior investigative qualities of a special agent, plus the cooperation of local police in 2 communities, your FBI was able to close another file. Upon being questioned at headquarters, Willie Davis, the pickpocket, confessed that he had sold the stolen bonds and told the name of the fence who bought them. That enabled the local police to recover loot from many another previously unsolved robbery. Loot which, like the stolen bonds, was returned to the victims of those robberies, which makes still another instance of the protection you receive from your FBI. Protection of your life, your liberty, and your personal property.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from our Equitable Society representative on the subject of an equitable education fund.
I'd like to make just one more point. It's never too early in a boy or girl's life to start an equitable education fund. In fact, the sooner you begin, the lower each individual payment will be.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast, who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An expose of a new and vicious criminal racket. Its subject, impersonation. Its title, The Chinatown Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, John Beal, Kathy Lewis, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Chinatown Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, one of the most promising boys in my hometown leaves for college. This boy's father died 10 years ago, but the son is getting the college education because his dad started an equitable education fund a few days after the boy was born. And that's one good reason why I like my job as a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give the whole story of an equitable education fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Chinatown Shakedown.
Summer vacations are ending, and with the advent of fall, many people are looking ahead to how they will fare in business in the coming year. It is not within the province of the men directing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to predict what the coming months will mean to the economic picture. However, they are in a position to tell you that the graph kept on the number of major crimes each month is climbing upward. Unless something is done, this will be another banner year for the army of American criminals. But the picture is not entirely dark. There is some reason to hope that the decent citizens of this country are becoming aware of the danger to them in the current crime wave. Throughout the nation, there are unofficial citizens' committees being formed to further educate the public. And if the job is done thoroughly enough, this war can be won. The ultimate goal of this campaign is for you, the citizen, to protect yourself as best you can against the ravages of the criminal, against the many disguises he wears before he strikes. Tonight's file opens in the Chinatown district of a large eastern city. A woman has just emerged from a building on one of the streets in this crowded area. She sits on a folding chair, leans contentedly against a wall, and watches and listens to the passing throng.
Here we go, ladies. Take this bus for a complete tour of old Chinatown. Ride and see the sights. 50 cents at all it costs. See the opium dens, the priceless jades, the Chinese theater. 50 cents at all it takes.
You missed them, Eddie.
Yeah, I'll start getting them. It's hot today. Their feet will start hurting.
Well, here comes some more suckers. Let's see what you do with them.
Okay. Here you are, ladies. 50 cents for a ride through the heart of Chinatown. See the ancient city with the ancient people. Hello, Irene.
Huh? Tom Bentley.
That's right.
Well, where did you come from? I haven't seen you in years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Well, what are you doing down here?
Looking for you.
Huh?
I hear you're doing pretty good.
Oh, I can't complain.
What's the action?
I own this joint here.
What is it?
Oh, kind of a Chinese juke joint.
So what's the loss?
None. It's legitimate.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. It's a nice, steady touch. I find stealing is too undependable.
You mean you're off Larceny?
Well, not if I can pick up a fast buck without too much work.
I think I've got something that comes under that heading. That's why I came to see you.
What is it?
I need a man to work with me. Somebody who knows Chinatown, knows the people, knows how much dough they've got, who their friends are. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I got the guy.
Who is he?
Coming right toward us now.
Huh?
He steals for that buck. Hey, Eddie! Come here a minute, will you?
Does he steal?
Like a thief.
What do you want?
Eddie White, this is Tom Bentley.
Hiya. Hi, Father. How are you?
Tom's got a job for you.
What kind of a job? I need a Chinese sucker list, Eddie. What kind of people you need on it? Folks with a lot of money and a very kind heart. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bentley.
That's right.
Eddie.
Oh, hello, Eddie. How's it going?
Oh, I just located a red-hot prospect.
Good.
She's old, and she's got plenty of loot.
What's her name?
Well, before I tell you that, I want to check something with you.
What?
You said Irene gets 25% and I get 25% of whatever you touch for, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Her name is Madam Young.
Irene talked to her yet?
She just called her. She said she was your secretary. You were from the immigration department.
Good.
Everything like you said.
Good. Did she go for it?
Like it was a bag of lychee nuts. Irene made an appointment for you to see her at 8:30 tonight. Her address is 959 Green Street.
I'll be there.
Just a minute, please. Good evening.
Good evening. You Madam Young?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Bentley from the Immigration Department. Here are my credentials.
Oh, yes. I was expecting you. Please come in.
Thank you. Thank you. My boss in the department asked me to come here and explain this to you.
Yes, I would be pleased if you would. Will you sit down?
Thank you. Now, Madam Young, what I tell you tonight must be kept in strict confidence. You see, the United States is going to raise the Chinese quota.
That is a wonderful news, Mr. Bentley.
Yes.
When?
Oh, soon. You see, we understand what the victims of that terrible war must be going through.
Terrible war.
Oh, yes. And we're making up a list of Chinese people who will be allowed to come to this country as permanent residents. Now, I understand that your sister has 3 boys still in China.
That is correct.
Well, they can all get on the list. I just need their names.
I would not be breaking law if I did that, Mr. Bentley.
Madam Young, do you imagine that I would come here if this were against the law?
Oh, no.
No. Then you'd like them put on the list?
If it is possible.
Well,
yes.
yeah, that's fine. Now, they'll be sent for as soon as you pay for their good behavior.
Good. I do not understand.
Well, you see, the United States wants to make sure that no one will come to this country and not work.
Oh, they work hard. They're good boys.
Yes, I'm sure. But, you see, to make sure that the government will not have to support them after they get here, whoever recommends people to be put on the list must put up the money for each name. You understand?
How much?
$2,000.
That is a large amount, Mr. Bentley.
Well, after 1 year, if the person still has a job, you get the money back.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Do you want to put up the security for them?
When must you know?
Not later than tomorrow. You see, Chinese people from all over the country will be sending in names as soon as they find out about this list.
Yes. Well, I will think about it, Mr. Bentley. Please call me tomorrow.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hey, what's the matter?
I'm sore.
About what?
This new case we're on?
Oh, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
Well, the crime is impersonation. Hey, did you ever hear of a con man named Tom Bentley?
No, I don't think so.
He has a long record as the brains behind a variety of confidence games, and now it seems he's got a new one.
Huh?
This Bentley goes into the Italian section or the Greek section, any place where there's a minority group not too far removed from the old country.
Mm-hmm.
He then represents himself to them as being from the Department of Immigration.
And threatens to have them deported.
No, Bill. He tells them that a new quota is going to be put into effect, and he can arrange to have some of their relatives brought to this country.
For a fee, I suppose.
That's right. The average is about $2,000 per victim.
Wow. How many people has he taken in?
A half a dozen that we know of.
Well, since Bentley has a record, Jim, I assume we've got a complete description on him.
Yes, we have. I've already had an alarm sent out on him.
Have you got a copy of his record handy?
Yeah. Here it is. Bill, let's sit down and study this, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we can get some kind of a lead and locate him ourselves.
Anybody here?
Who is it?
Tom Bentley.
Oh, come on back into the office.
Quite an establishment you have here.
I like it better at night with customers. How's the touch going?
I'm collecting $3,000 tonight.
No kidding.
Yeah. Your 25% comes to 750 fish. Eddie gets the same.
Very tidy. Is this from Madam Young?
Yeah, I saw her last night. I just talked to her on the phone now and closed the deal.
When do you collect?
Well, she said to come to her place at 9 tonight.
And, when do I collect?
9:30. Have Eddie here. I'll give him his end, too.
Okay. Got any more suckers lined up?
Dozens of them. Honey, if my Occidental charm sustains, we'll wind up owning Chinatown.
Bill, I just got some information on Tom Bentley. He's pulling the swindle again.
How do you know?
A man called the police and complained. They told him to call us.
He went for the racket?
No, he met Bentley, and then he got suspicious and broke off negotiations.
Too bad he didn't make another appointment with him before calling us.
Yeah. But at least we do know now that he's in action here.
What section is he working?
Chinatown, and he's got a new angle. He now tells the victims the money they pay is a deposit with the government, and it's returnable at the end of a certain period of time if the immigrant has a job.
I see.
So these people aren't doing anything against the law when they give Bentley their money.
Think he'll keep working Chinatown, Jim?
Well, his pattern in the past seems to have been that he exhausts the section before he leaves it, so my guess would be yes.
Yeah.
I've already alerted the police in the Chinatown district.
Good. How about going down there ourselves?
Well, Bill, I think one of us ought to stay here in case something comes in on that alarm.
Okay.
I'll go down there and check with you as soon as I get anything.
Hello, Irene.
Go ahead, Eddie. Sit down and have a little whiskey.
Thanks. Did you call me?
Yeah. I wanted you here for the payoff.
Bentley's collecting tonight?
Mm-hmm. That Madam Young. He hit her for 3 G's.
3 G's? Where'd you get that figure?
From Bentley.
He gave you a fast count.
How do you know?
I tailed her to the bank this afternoon. You know how much she takes out of the jug? 6,000.
Are you sure?
I was standing there looking over her shoulder when the guy counted it out. 12 $500 bills he gave her.
Wow.
An old dame like that ain't taking out an extra 3,000 in cash just to go shopping with. What?
There he is now.
Bentley?
Yeah, out by the door.
Oh, yeah.
Go up and get him, Eddie. Bring him back to the office.
Okay.
I'll see you back there.
Hello, Mr. Bentley.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Irene's back in her office. She's waiting for you.
Oh, fine. This place really does business.
Yeah. Her office is right back here.
Yes, I know.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, Irene.
Hello, Bentley. Well, did you bring her money?
No.
Why not?
I didn't get paid. The old dame said she wanted to wait until tomorrow.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe she didn't get the dough from the bank.
She did get the dough from the bank.
How do you know?
Go ahead, Eddie. Tell him.
I was there when she got it.
Well, she didn't pay me.
You're a liar.
Now, wait a minute.
Just pay us off and get out.
How can I pay you if I didn't get it? Hey, cut it out. Hey, what are you doing?
Go into his kick, Irene. I got him.
Let go of me. Let go.
Take it easy. Stand still.
Get off of me.
Well, it ain't in his pocket.
Get away.
What did you do with it, Bentley?
I said I didn't get paid. I can't hold him much longer, Irene.
You won't have to.
Irene!
Hated to do that. That was my best base.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. 1 short week from today is opening day of the 1949 college football season. All America will listen for thrilling plays like this.
Steele gets the ball again. He files right into the center of the line. 2 tacklers hit him, but he's still on his feet, pulling his way forward for a big gain. Well, they stopped him now, but it took 4 men to do it.
Big gains on the football field aren't the only ones scored by college men. In almost every other field, the college-trained man or woman is hard to stop.
You can prove that in dollars and cents. A college graduate is nearly 15 times as likely to make $10,000 a year or over as the non-college man.
Right. The odds in favor of a college education are 15 to 1. That's why the Equitable Life Assurance Society considers its famous Equitable Education Fund one of its most important services. An Equitable Education Fund is a plan for far-sighted parents who want the satisfaction of knowing that their children will receive the higher education that means so much to future success.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is sure.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. If the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes it certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
You spread the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4. A comparatively small monthly amount builds up into a sum that is ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, fathers and mothers, the biggest prizes life has to offer will go to college-trained men and women. Put your children in line for a more successful future by starting an Equitable Education Fund now. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Chinatown Shakedown.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation keeps close check on every field of crime. However, no close check is kept either on the number of swindles perpetrated or the amount of money that is taken from the numerous victims. There is no lack of interest on the part of your FBI in the crime of swindling, but adequate statistics are unavailable. The victim of a robbery calls the police immediately, but the person who is victimized in a swindle, more often than not, keeps it a personal secret. That silence on the part of the victim is part of the equipment of every swindler. He counts on it and uses it. It allows him to work the same racket in the same territory time and again, where a single complaint would result in either publicity about the racket, thus warning future potential victims, or the capture of the swindler, or both. In any event, there is no guarantee that you will not be the next victim chosen by one or another of the confidence men still running loose. If you should be chosen, and if you should then find yourself a swindling victim, weigh the price of your pride against the satisfaction of the criminal in knowing that you, the victim, are protecting him. Do that, and you will realize that you have but one course open, and that is to call your local police. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Well, Bill, we can get ready to close that Tom Bentley file.
Why, was he picked up?
Yeah, he was found late last night, badly beaten up in an alley in Chinatown.
Wow.
I was down there at the Chinatown precinct when the patrolman called in the report on it.
Oh, good.
I went to the alley where the policeman found him, and an ambulance had just arrived. He was taken away to City Hospital prison section.
Was he conscious?
No.
Have you checked with the hospital this morning?
Yeah, he's still in a coma.
I see.
Bill, why don't you go over to the hospital, see if you can talk to him when and if he comes to him.
Okay. Where are you going?
Oh, I found a slip of paper in Bentley's pocket with the name Madam Young scribbled on it and the address 959 Green Street.
Well, that's in the heart of Chinatown.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Bill, the Chinatown precinct said they'd send the rest of the papers that were in Bentley's pockets over here as soon as they're finished with them.
Fine.
I'll be back here as soon as I've seen Madam Young.
Hi, Irene.
Where you been, Eddie?
Sleeping?
You seen the papers?
No.
They found Tom Bentley. He wasn't dead.
Well, he looked real dead to me.
Well, he ain't. And you know something? He was telling us the truth last night.
Yeah? How do you know?
I called that Madam Young again. She said she decided to pay the money.
Hey.
Now, look. You go see her and get the dough.
Uh-huh.
If she asks about Bentley, tell her he had to go to Washington.
Yeah, but what about him?
What do you mean?
Do we cut him in now?
No. From now on, we work the racket ourselves.
Just a minute, please.
Madam Young?
Yes?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Yes, Mr. Taylor. Please come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
You came about my nephews?
No, ma'am. I came to ask you whether you've had any dealings with a man named Tom Bentley.
Mr. Bentley from immigration?
Yes, that's the man, although I'm sorry to tell you he's not from the immigration department.
Not from immigration. He was to bring my 3 nephews to this country. Man was just here for money.
Oh, what man?
Man Mr. Bentley sent. Why you ask all this?
Madam Young, Tom Bentley is a swindler. He's in City Hospital now. He's been there since late last night.
You mean I have lost my money?
We'll try our best to get it back for you. Now, where did you meet Mr. Bentley?
What?
Can you tell me where you met him, please?
Woman called me. She says she was Mr. Bentley's secretary. She say he from immigration. She say he come see me.
And you saw him how many times?
Once 2 nights ago, once last night. This morning, woman call again.
And then the man came up here just before me to collect the money.
Yes, sir.
I see. Now, that means the swindle is still going on.
Mr. Taylor, can you get my money back?
As I said before, Madam Young, we'll try. I'm going right to work on locating the man who took it now, and as soon as anything happens, I'll call you. Bill, we've still got work to do on that immigration racket.
Oh?
Yeah, Madam Young told me there was a man there this morning to collect. That's 10 hours after Bentley's beating.
I found out that racket was going on myself.
How?
We got a fresh complaint in this morning.
Oh, from whom?
A man named Ming Lee. They tried to work it on him, but he got suspicious and called the police.
Did he give you anything that might develop into a lead?
No, his only contact with them was the call he got from a woman who said that she was Mr. White's secretary.
Well, that means somebody named White has replaced Bentley.
Could be a fake name.
Oh, I don't know, Bill. When the woman called Madam Young, she used Bentley's name to make the appointment. Oh, how about that stuff that was in Bentley's pockets? That come up yet from the Chinatown precinct?
Yeah, just arrived. I haven't had a chance to look at it myself.
Let's go over it, huh?
This is everything. This wallet, and these pieces of paper, a book of matches, and a few bills.
You want to hand me the wallet? I'll check through that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, nothing in the money compartment. Nothing in this pocket. Nothing in here. How you doing on the papers?
Oh, these two look like they've been torn from the same pad.
Yeah, they do.
One of them has Madam Young's name and address on it.
Oh, that's the one that I saw last night.
Yeah, the other one has Halifax 0984 on it.
0984. That's Madam Young's phone number.
Oh?
Yeah.
The one that's not off the pad just has the number 46 on it. What do you suppose that means?
Hey, let's see that.
Here. It could be almost anything.
Yeah. Bill, I just remembered something. Let's get downtown.
Come in.
Hi, Irene.
Where have you been?
Collecting the dough.
I've been waiting for you all day.
Did you think I was pulling a Bentley on you?
Where's the money?
I got it right here.
Well, lay it out.
Here's your half. 6 $500 bills.
Very pretty.
Anything else you want from me?
No, why?
I got a dame waiting for me at the bar.
Oh, okay. Tell Harry to give you the good liquor.
I already told him. Hey.
What's the matter?
The dame. She's out there.
Who are you talking about?
The old Chinese woman.
Madam Young?
Yeah.
Did she see you?
I think so. What'll I do? That must be her.
Let her in.
What?
Let her in.
Come in.
I have been looking for you. I want my money.
Lady, I don't know what you're talking about.
I want my $6,000.
Look, lady, I'd like to be able to help you, but I don't know you. I never saw you before.
It is you, I'm sure.
Eddie,
Yeah?
I'll take care of her. Close the door.
Okay.
This the man, Madam Young?
Yes, sir. And I think she is lady who called me on telephone.
That's fine.
Just who are you, anyway?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
What?
We're both under arrest.
Eddie White and Irene Douglas were sentenced to 10 years in prison for impersonating federal officers. Tom Bentley, upon his recovery, will face state as well as federal charges. One clue that helped to solve tonight's case was Special Agent Taylor remembering that when the body of Tom Bentley was found in the alley in Chinatown, there was no hat found. He therefore reasoned that the slip of paper with the number 46 on it might be a hat check. Then followed a long, tedious search through the Chinatown district for a club that used such slips. When Irene Douglas's club was located, Special Agent Taylor inquired about a Mr. White. The hat check girl told him that Miss Douglas had a friend named White, whereupon the two agents went and got Madam Young. They brought her to the club to make a positive identification, which, as you have seen, she did. Madam Young's guess that Irene Douglas was a part of the swindling gang would not have been sufficient evidence upon which to get a conviction, but the FBI crime laboratory supplied that evidence when they proved that the sheets of paper that had been torn off a pad, which were found in Tom Bentley's pocket, were actually torn off the pad in Miss Douglas's desk. And so, once again, tireless investigation plus aid from the crime laboratory helped your FBI not only to apprehend these criminals in tonight's case, but even more important, also helped to convict them.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
I always tell my friends and neighbors that an Equitable Education Fund is like paying for a college education on the installment plan. You distribute the cost over a period of 15 years or more instead of taking a beating in 4.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An unusual account of crime in midair. Its subject, robbery. Its title, The Flying Thieves.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Jeff Corey, Marlo Dwyer, J.C. Flippen, Alan Reed, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Flying Thieves on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
BI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
BI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
BI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
I like my job as an Equitable Society representative because it enables me to do a lot of good for my friends and neighbors. For instance, the Equitable Education Fund. Last week, 7 boys and girls started off for college because years ago I showed their fathers the advantages of an Equitable Education Fund.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give you the whole story of an Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight's FBI file, The Flying Thieves.
From time to time, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has brought you the latest reports from the field of crime on this, their official radio program. You have learned that there are more than 5,000 major crimes committed every day in this country. That when broken down, that figure reveals that major crimes are committed every day and night at the rate of 3 a minute. If you have given those facts any thought, and they are worth the serious thought of every decent citizen, you may have wondered just who commits those crimes. That is a question to which there is no specific answer, no descriptive phrase that could be applied to cover every person who breaks the law. There are more than 7.5 million people whose fingerprints are in the FBI criminal fingerprint files. If you have any doubts about how large that number of people is, you have only to be told that few armies in World War II, from any nation, were that big. And the comparison of the number of soldiers in uniform during a war to the number of people with fingerprint arrest records is not merely an idle figure of speech. The attempt by your FBI and other law enforcement agencies to wipe out crime is a war, with all the attendant physical dangers that any war has. You who were in this country during the battle against the aggressor nations were told many times that that was a war the United States simply could not afford to lose. Your FBI now tells that the same thing is true of the war against crime. For if this war is lost, then the other victory will have been in vain. Tonight's file opens in a wild and remote section of woods in one of our northwestern states. A middle-aged man and woman on horseback are threading their way through the dense forest.
Easy, boy, easy.
He's mighty playful.
Yeah. Glad to be heading home, I guess.
Yeah, I am too.
You mean that, Mary?
Why shouldn't I?
Oh, well, I thought after visiting the
Hank
village...
Clayton, don't you go starting that again. I like the village fine, but like our cabin better.
With nobody but me to talk to?
I guess I can put up with it.
Well, you're a brave woman.
Plane.
Yeah, forest patrol.
Don't look like it. It's wrong color. Should it sound like that?
Sputtering?
Uh-huh.
I don't think so.
Better start climbing if he wants to make the ridge.
Yeah.
Listen to it now.
Yeah, sounds bad.
Think he'll make the ridge?
Maybe.
Hank, he's falling.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to watch.
Meanwhile, at an FBI field office some 600 miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just leaving the teletype room when he meets Agent George Grayson.
George, you down here for anything special?
No, just looking for you, Jim. I found your message on my desk.
No? Oh, go ahead.
Thanks.
You see the late edition of the morning paper?
No. No, I didn't.
A pair of bandits held up the paymaster out at the airport. One of the men got into the cashier's cage by flashing counterfeit FBI credentials.
Oh?
After getting the money, they stole a plane from one of the hangars. They probably crossed the state line.
Well, that put us in on 2 counts.
Mm-hmm.
Any details on the holdup?
The paymaster said the job was well planned. He recognized one of the bandits as a man who's been hanging around the airport for a week.
Why didn't he complain to the police?
Well, the man wore a leather flying jacket, and the paymaster thought he was one of the pilots from the field.
Well, at least you'll be able to give us a pretty good description.
He did, on both bandits.
What time did they pull the robbery?
7:45 this morning.
That's 6 hours ago.
Mm.
Well, they could have gotten a long way from here by now. You've already sent an alarm, Jim?
On both men. I also sent the bandits' descriptions to Ident in Washington.
Good.
George, I think I'll go out to the airport again. I'll check with you as soon as I return.
Come on, Eddie. Get up.
No. Oh, it's you.
How's your head?
Not so good. Where are we?
In the cabin.
What about the plane?
Crashed.
That I know. Great little pilot.
Well, I couldn't help it. The motor conked out.
Yeah.
Well, look, I've been flying planes since
I know, since you were 12 years old and you've flown 2 million miles.
That's right.
And you couldn't miss a mountain.
Look, it's an aeronautical fact.
Please, we got ground facts now. How did we get from where we crashed to here?
I don't know. I just came to myself.
Hey, what about the dough?
Well, it's not here.
What?
I just looked for it.
Then we've been clipped.
By who?
Whoever brought us here.
Well, didn't expect to find you up this quick.
Who are you?
I live here,
Where is here?
Summit Mountain,
That don't mean much. Where's the nearest town?
bottom of the mountain.
How'd we get here?
Well, we brought you here.
Who's we?
My husband and me.
Well,
We saw the airplane fall
How far'd you bring us?
about 3 miles.
You carried us that far?
Well, the horses did.
Did you bring anything else?
Anything else?
Yeah, from the plane.
No.
You sure your husband didn't get a small black satchel?
Well, I didn't see it. You can ask him when he gets back.
where'd he go?
Back to town.
What for?
To get Doc Jenkins for you.
Oh.
How long will he be gone?
Well, should take him most of the night to get into town. I don't guess he can make it back much before noon tomorrow. You men hungry?
Yeah, we could eat.
Well, I'll make you something. I'll call you.
Bill.
What?
You better climb out that window and look around.
For the horse?
For anything that'll get us out of here.
Get anything out at the airport, Jim?
Well, nothing we didn't already know. However, we have got something to work on now.
What's that?
I got a teletype back from Washington on the 2 bandits. They've identified both men.
Wow, that's a help. Who are they?
One of them is named Eddie Whitehall. The other's a Bill Hudson.
Any records?
Yes, Whitehall's been convicted twice for armed robbery.
Well, what about Hudson?
He's got a record, too. Dishonorable discharge from the Army for theft of company funds. You know, Hudson was probably the one that flew the stolen plane. He was a pilot before his discharge.
Oh, Mr. Taylor,
Oh, yes, Miss Walker?
this teletype just came in.
Oh, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Something on the bandits, Jim?
Yeah. Forest ranger called from a station on top of Mount Summit. He saw the stolen plane.
Well, that's about 600 miles from here.
Oh?
When did he see the plane?
About an hour ago.
Where?
Was in trouble coming over the mountain. Motor conked out and it crashed.
Has he found the wreckage?
No, not yet. He has no idea whether Whitehall and Hudson are even alive.
I see.
And according to the ranger, there are no roads up there. Only one family anywhere in the vicinity. It's a trapper named Hank Clayton and his wife. They live in a cabin in the woods. They have no phone or no radio.
Oh, fine.
I suggest here that if we flew to Woodbury, we could get to the wrecked plane quicker than he could from the ranger station. George, let's get an okay and be on our way.
Eddie.
Yeah?
Help me through the window.
Okay. I got you.
Okay. That does it.
Find the horse?
Uh-huh.
Where?
Tied up out and back.
Good.
Shall we blow?
First we see the dame.
What for?
Find out which way to our plane.
Huh?
The dough, remember?
Oh, sure.
Well, come on. Go ahead.
All right. Where is she?
She said she'd cook something. She's probably in the kitchen. Lady! Hey, lady, where are you?
She's right here. Huh?
Who are you?
This is my husband.
I thought you went into town.
Well, I started to town, but I stopped by your airplane on my way in. You see, it didn't burn when you cracked up.
So?
I found this gun, and this bag, too. It's filled with money.
That's right, it belongs to us.
This paper here says it's a payroll for an airport.
Sure, we were delivering the payroll.
I'm not sure I believe that.
What do you mean?
You were flying west at the time of the accident. This airport's 600 miles east of here.
Well, we were lost, that's all.
I don't think that should be for me to judge.
I don't get this.
I'm afraid this is a matter for the sheriff.
Wait a minute. You ain't turning out...
I got a gun here, men. Now, don't try any rough stuff or you'll force me to use it. Mary?
Yes, Hank?
I think it'd be wise if you got some rope. I'd feel better with these fellows tied up.
Eddie, what are we going to do? This? Grab the dope, Bill. Let's get out of here.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Now for another type of thrill, the kind that millions of Americans will enjoy tomorrow listening to their favorite college team play football. Here's the play.
It's another pass. A long spiral to Saunders. But hold on. Here's Ackerman. Ackerman intercepts, grabs it right out of Saunders' hands. That's the break this big maroon team has been waiting for.
In college football, it's often the team that gets the breaks that wins. But after graduation, in business and in social life, you find that the college-trained men and women have a habit of making things break in their favor.
Surveys prove that over and over again. For instance, a recent checkup revealed that a college graduate is nearly 15 times more likely to make $10,000 a year or more than a non-college man.
With odds like that in favor of college education, odds of 15 to 1, it's not surprising that the Equitable Life Assurance Society decided to create its widely used Equitable Education Fund. An Equitable Education Fund is just what its name indicates, a plan for far-sighted parents who want to make sure that their children get the higher education that means so much to their future success in life.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is sure. S-U-R-E.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
The second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
You spread the cost of college over 12 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4. On that basis, it is surprising how small a monthly payment is required to build up a sum ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, higher education and higher salaries go hand in hand. So the more truly you love your children, the more determined you will be to give them a head start toward future success and happiness with an Equitable Education Fund. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Flying Thieves.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is illustrative of an important point about crime. A point with which you should be familiar if you have any desire to know something about the background against which America's army of criminals operate. Certainly, no two people could have isolated themselves with any more success than the Claytons, the two decent, law-abiding people you have met tonight. They were far from their nearest neighbor, far from any radio, telephone, and even far from the nearest highway. Yet they were not so isolated that crime did not find its way into their lives. And that is the point your FBI desires to impress upon you. There is no geography to crime. It can happen anywhere, and does. And the moral to be learned from this set of facts is that it is impossible to run away from crime. It will find you in the darkest corner of the nation. Unfortunately, there is only one course open regarding crime, and that is to fight it. You, the decent citizens, must join the law enforcement agencies of the nation in that fight, and you must use every weapon at your command. In less than 2 months' time, there will be elections held in various parts of the country. In all of those elections, the basic issue will be good government. Your FBI urges you to examine the facts, to study them before you vote for the candidate you desire, Make certain he is on the side of law and order. Then go to the polls and use the weapon that will help wipe out the criminal in your midst. Use your secret ballot. Tonight's file continues that same night as the two special agents, weary from their flight to the small town of Woodbury, meet in a room at the local sheriff's headquarters.
George, you able to get the ranger station on the phone?
Yes, Jim.
Has he seen anything of Whitehall and Hudson?
No, not yet. Sheriff have anything?
No. Just bad news.
What kind?
Whitehall and Hudson have another 12-hour jump on us.
How come?
We can't possibly go up this side of the mountain till morning.
I see. Well, there's one consolation. If we can't go into the woods at night, they can't find their way out.
Yeah, that's true.
What kind of progress can we make in the morning?
Our sheriff says he can get an auto gyro for us by then. That'll take us up to that trapper's cabin.
Well, can we land there?
Yeah, there's a clearing right in front of their place.
Oh, fine.
Hey, is that a map of the mountain over there, George?
Oh.
Let's see that, huh?
Yeah, the ranger thinks the wrecked plane should be right about here. That's about 3 miles from the cabin.
Yeah. Well, let's go get some sleep now, George. We'll start for the cabin as soon as it gets light.
Here, take the map, will you? What for? Find out where we are. How? By reading it. That's what they taught you in the Army, didn't they?
Not when I'm surrounded by trees. You'll have to wait till we hit a clearing.
You ever ride a horse before?
Yeah, some.
Do they all feel this bony?
You'll get used to it.
I don't want to get used to it. I want to get to some place where you ride cars, not horses. Oh, this is a great spot for me to wind up.
What about me?
You like the country. You told me that once.
Don't you?
I feel like I'm roughing it when I'm next to a potted palm. You know, once I had my choice of doing 6 months on a work farm or 2 years in a downtown can. I took the deuce just so...
Hey, look, that clearing up ahead. Come on, get up, boy.
Hey, not so fast.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
Stop, will you? Stop.
Huh. Look, there's a river down there. That river's on this map.
What else is on the map?
Well, we cross the river, there's a town on the other side.
Good, let's cross it.
Mrs. Clayton, your husband is all right. It's only a flesh wound.
Oh, thank goodness.
Special Agent Grayson is out in the auto gyro now calling on the radio for a doctor.
Oh, I'm real grateful.
Mrs. Clayton, would you mind answering a few questions for me, please?
Well, I'll try.
When did you first see Whitehall and Hudson?
Oh, after they fell yesterday.
Did they come here to the cabin?
Oh, no, they couldn't. We went to the wreck. Hank pulled them out, and we put them on our horses and brought them here.
Well, then what happened?
Well, Hank went for a doctor for them. Past their airplane, he looked in at the wreck, and he found a bag with money in it and a gun. So he came back here. He asked them questions. They got mad, and then one of them shot Hank.
Did they leave right after the shooting?
Just about.
They took the gun that your husband had found, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Well, that means they're both armed.
They also took the money.
I see. Anything else?
Yes. A map.
Map? Covering how large an area?
It was just a real local map. It's the country surrounding the mountain.
Oh. Would you happen to have a duplicate copy of that map?
Oh, yes, several. Would you like one?
Yes, I would, please.
Well, here's one.
Oh, thanks. Have you any idea where these men went?
Oh, no, sir. But they took our horses.
What color are your horses, Mrs. Clayton?
Well, my horse, Lady's gray, and Hank's is a roan.
Oh, we might be able to spot your horse from the gyro.
Oh, no, not if they're in the woods, Mr. Taylor.
We located the doctor, Mrs. Clayton. The gyro pilot's gone in to get him.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, George, let's us hit the trail.
What about the gyro?
We may be able to grab Whitehall and Hudson before they ever get out of the forest. If we don't, we can come back for the gyro, so let's go.
Got your horse tied, Eddie?
Yeah. Now, how do we get across the river?
We walk across.
Are you kidding?
Oh, it's full of logs. They're packed solid.
Will they hold us?
Of course. Come on. I don't like this. Just like walking down a road.
Yeah.
You got the map? Uh-huh. You got the money?
Yeah, right here. Look, are you sure about there being a town across here?
Yeah. We pick up a road on the other side. It's another 3 miles from there.
Heck, these things are slippery.
Just keep walking. Doing fine.
Yeah, great little deal I'm in. First we crack up a plane, then I get a bony horse, now I walk logs. You know what? What's that?
Sounded like an explosion.
Yeah.
Hey, I know what it was.
What?
They could be breaking up this log jam.
What does that mean?
The logs will start floating loose.
Well, let's get back.
Oh, no, we're past the middle now. We'll have to run for the other side.
Skipper says he can set this gyro right down to the horses, George. Good. I don't see any sign of the men, do you? No. Hey, George, how long ago did you say that blast went off?
You mean when they broke the log jam?
Yeah.
I guess about a half an hour.
Well, then they could have reached the riverbank before it broke and just walked across.
That's true.
Hey, these things land real easy, don't they?
Yeah.
Skipper, we'll be with you in a minute. Okay. Go ahead, George.
Thanks.
Yeah? Those are the Clayton horses, all right.
Here are the men's footprints.
Yeah, I see them.
They seem to lead right to the river.
Mm-hmm. George, let me see that map, will you?
Okay.
Thanks.
They did walk across on the logs, Jim.
Uh-huh.
It's going to make them tough to find.
Maybe not. Come on, let's get back to the gyro.
Bill.
What?
What does the map say?
How can I read it in the dark?
Well, where are we? Where's that town? I don't like this. What was that?
Sounded like a coyote.
Wild coyote?
They're all wild. What do you think they're doing out here?
Hey, look up ahead.
What?
There's houses. Come on. Where's all the lights?
Well, they're probably all in bed. Watch it.
What?
It's a wooden walk.
Let's hit this joint here. We'll get something to eat, something to drink, and some transportation.
Hold it, Eddie.
Huh?
Something funny here.
What do you mean?
It's too quiet. Too dark.
Well?
Looks like one of those ghost towns.
You mean deserted?
Yeah.
It can't be. Let's try this joint here. Open up! Open up! The door caved in. Look at the windows. They're all busted. Cobwebs.
Let's try another.
It's no use. They'll all be like this. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Wait. Listen. You hear that?
Yeah. Somebody walking. But I don't see nobody. What is this?
Stay where you are. Drop those guns. Go on, drive them.
Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
Bill Hudson and Eddie Whitehall were tried and convicted in federal court and sentenced to 25 years in the penitentiary for armed robbery. Special Agent Taylor knew that there was a town indicated across the river on the map which had been taken by the two fugitives. He also knew that it was a ghost town and that they didn't have that knowledge. He and Special Agent Grayson, therefore, flew to the entrance of what had once been a busy mining town and waited. weighted with results which you have already witnessed. And so, a combination of superior investigation, plus cooperation from the forest ranger and the local sheriff's office, plus the kind of retentive memory that is taught to agents as part of the strenuous period of training they undergo, resulted in the arrest of the two criminals in tonight's case. It is well known that every member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation has to be in top physical shape, because fighting crime often takes sheer muscle. However, they are also put into fit mental condition, too, because your FBI knows that only in that way can it be sure adequately to protect you, your property, and your freedom.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
I just want to remind all you fathers and mothers that an Equitable Education Fund takes the if out of education. Even if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, the fund still carries on.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic story of criminal corruption. Its subject, murder. Its title, Dead Man's Tale.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Grace Albertson, Tom Brown, Ted DeCorsia, Jack Webb, Peggy Weber, and Roland Winters. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Dead Man's Tale on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Last week, I saw my daughter off to our state university. She's going on an Equitable Education Fund I started the year she was born. And on the same train were 5 other youngsters of her age leaving for college, thanks to the Equitable Education Funds I planned for their dads. Do you wonder I'm proud to be a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society?
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give the whole story of the Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, Dead Man's Tale.
This morning, a graduation ceremony was held in Washington, D.C. A graduation ceremony at the FBI National Academy, a school operated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the dissemination of knowledge to members of local police organizations throughout the country. If it seems strange to you that these local police officers, the men who form your first line of defense against crime, are going to school to learn the latest methods of waging that war, then you are guilty of old-fashioned thinking. Yesterday's blue-uniformed minion of the law, who took his tribute in fruit from the corner stand, has been replaced by the modern police officer, a younger man who in every respect is better equipped to do his job, is better equipped to safeguard your precious freedoms. Each day, as more of these well-trained young men take their places as members of your local police, law enforcement becomes even more established as a recognized and honorable profession. This FBI Academy is a young school, 14 years old, but already its graduates are in every state in the Union. Soon we hope they will be in every city, for when that time comes, the war against crime will not automatically have been won, but a tremendous stride will have been taken in the right direction, in the direction of victory for the people over the common enemy, the American criminal. Tonight's file opens late at night in a large frame dwelling located on the bank of a river running between two Midwestern states. A man stands alone in the front room of this establishment, idly throwing dice on a table. A second man enters.
Money's all counted, Tom.
How'd we do tonight?
Win 3,600.
That's not bad.
What's with those dice? Trying to win a mine bet?
Yeah, watch them. They're loaded. No craps.
You going to use them in a joint?
You ever seen me use a gimmick, George?
No.
Well, how you going to start now? Tell that to the guys who try to sell me these things. If I run the games honest here, I get from 3 to 16% running for me every time a bet's made. So instead of 8 G's a night, I make 3,600.
Give a little, take a little.
That's it. Look at the guy in the gray suit tonight. He walked out a $200 winner. Tomorrow, he'll tell everybody that he beat the joint for $2,000. Everyone he tells is a new customer. Answer that, George.
Yeah.
Say we're closed for the night.
All right. Hello. Yeah, Frank, yeah. He is? This late? Uh-huh. Yeah. We're closed tight. Well, just Tom and me. Yeah. You sure? Okay, Frankie, thanks. So long. Was Frankie down at the hall?
What do you want?
That cop that's been giving us trouble. He's on his way out here.
Scott?
Uh-huh. Just got a warrant. But not to slow the joint. He's going to try and put the collar on you.
What for?
Well, that Hamilton guy signed a statement for him saying that you threatened his life if he didn't clean up his tab out here. What'll we do?
We'll see him.
What?
I'll make him one more offer to come over.
And if he turns you down?
We'll fix it so he don't bother us again.
A few days later, at local police headquarters, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is greeting an old friend.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Same here. What are you doing in this neck of the woods?
Oh, I came down to investigate a stolen car ring.
Oh?
Oh, you're not working on the case, eh?
No, I'm still on traffic control.
Oh. Hey, is Carl Scott around?
No, Jim.
I heard he got an appointment at the academy. I wanted to congratulate him.
He won't be using it.
Oh, what do you mean?
Carl's dead, Jim.
He's what?
Come on in the locker room. I'll tell you the whole story.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
I gotta get into uniform.
Dave, what happened to Carl?
They fished his body out of the river early this morning.
They what?
Yeah. Coroner's preliminary report says drowning with no sign of any physical injury. And I'd be willing to bet that he was murdered.
By whom?
A man named Tom Caldwell.
Oh, who's he?
Local Capone. Controls gambling and just about everything else.
Oh.
Been arrested about 30 times on various charges. But no one's been able to make any of them stick.
Oh, why not?
Political protection. Hand me that chute tree over there, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
What makes you think he killed Scott?
Carl dropped by my desk late Monday night.
And?
He said he was going to arrest Caldwell, and this time at Woodstick.
Do you know what he meant?
Yeah. He told me that a customer named Johnny Hamilton owed Caldwell a lot of money. Caldwell had given him credit at the gambling house, and when Hamilton didn't pay, his life was threatened.
By Caldwell?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hamilton had given Scott a signed statement.
Who is this Hamilton?
Son of a wealthy local family.
Have you spoken to him?
Yeah. He denies that he ever gave any statement to Carl Scott or that he owes Caldwell any money.
Sounds like Caldwell got to him first.
Probably. Jim, Carl Scott had two big ambitions. One was to go to the FBI Academy, and the other was to put Caldwell out of business. I've asked to be transferred from traffic control so I can work on the Caldwell file. I think the chief will approve. If he does, I'm not only going to prove murder, I'm going to solve it.
Tom?
Yeah.
You seen the paper?
No. What's in it?
The coroner's office this afternoon declared, after a complete examination of the body of policeman Carl A. Scott, that the cause of death
was accidental drowning.
Oh. You already heard, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just been to see Johnny Hamilton.
Did you collect?
No.
Why not?
He wouldn't pay.
Did you tell him about the cop?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
He just laughed. So I said to him, what's so funny? The same thing could happen to you.
And?
He kept laughing. You want me to get some muscle to collect for us?
No. We'll collect. Think I know just how to do it.
Dave? Oh, Dave.
Hi, Jim.
What brings you up to this end of the state?
I'm on my way to Washington.
Oh?
Remember that Carl Scott was supposed to go to the session of the Academy starting next week?
Yeah.
The chief is sending me instead.
Why, that's great. Good luck, Dave.
Thanks. I'll sure need it. I haven't done any concentrated studying since I was in school.
I'll keep a good notebook, study a lot, and you'll make it. You taking the plane?
No, on the bus.
Oh, that's a long jump.
I know, but it's cheaper, and every buck has to go a long way. I borrowed on my car to finance this venture.
Ah, it'll be worth it.
Oh, I know that, Jim. The only regret I have is stopping on that Caldwell file.
There'll be plenty of time for Caldwell when you get back, if we don't catch up to him first.
Are you working on him, too?
Well, I don't know, Dave. We got a complaint from the chief of police across the river from you about some slot machines being in candy stores next to schoolhouses.
Oh, that sounds like Caldwell, all right.
Well, that's what this chief of police thought. And if we can prove that he transported them across in the state line in a stolen car that the police found, we may be able to give the U.S. attorney enough to prosecute him.
I surely hope so. Hey, it's time for my bus. Look, I'm going to be at Mother McCartwright's in Washington, Jim, and the address is...
I know it.
Well, good. If you get anything on Caldwell, let me know.
I will, Dave. I hope when you get back you can visit him in a cell.
9 is the point. Get your bets down. You can't accumulate unless you speculate. Here he comes.
Tom.
Yeah, George.
Oh, look. Johnny Hamilton's just walked in the joint.
Is he gambling?
No.
What'd he come for?
See you. He's waiting outside now.
Bring him in.
All right.
5 and 2, it's a 7.
Hey, Mr. Hamilton.
Hey, the devil take the line.
Come on in.
Oh, coming out. Are you down?
How are you, Mr. Caldwell?
Okay.
You're doing good business tonight.
We'll break even.
Want me to stick around, Tom?
Yeah, might as well. You come to pay up, Hamilton?
No.
Look, if you want to settle for less than you're on the rim.
I don't want to settle. What are you bothering him for? He's a busy man.
I'll handle it, George. Why'd you come here?
I came to collect $5,000.
Why? You owe us 5.
I know. I want you to call that square and give me a bonus. Are you daffy? No. I figure it's worth $5,000 to you to avoid being tried on a charge of murder.
What are you talking about?
Remember the night that cop came out here to see you?
The night I gave him the statement about you threatening me,
Uh-huh.
I drove out here with him. I was at the window when you killed him.
I see.
That's worth $5,000 to you and your friend here, isn't it?
Well, it's worth something.
Like what?
Like this. Thanks, George. That pays him off.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Now for another type of thrill. One that you may experience tomorrow afternoon as you watch your favorite college football team battle it out with some traditional rival. Here's the play.
Jones takes the pass from center. He's fading back. It looks like a forward pass. A long one way down the field. Looks like, yes, it's completed for a touchdown.
Football fields aren't the only places where college men score touchdowns. Surveys show that after graduation, they're still on the ball, still playing to win.
It's a fact that a college graduate is nearly 15 times as likely to reach a salary of $10,000 a year as the non-college man. And the same principle holds good in every salary bracket, from $10,000 to $100,000.
Yes, a college education is not only an endless source of personal satisfaction, it pays off in dollars and cents. Realizing this many years ago, the Equitable Life Assurance Society created its famous Equitable Education Fund. As its name suggests, this is a plan for far-sighted parents who want to make certain that their children get the higher education that means so much to their future success.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is SURE. S-U-R-E.
Right. This fund combines planned, regular saving with life insurance. So, if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes it certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
You'll be amazed how quickly a comparatively small monthly payment builds up into a sum that is ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, higher education and higher salaries go hand in hand. So the more truly you love your children, the more determined you will be to give them a head start toward future success and happiness with an Equitable Education Fund. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Dead Man's Tale.
The situation described in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, the situation of a local police force anxious to do a job, but being prevented because of political shackles, is not an isolated instance. There are, for example, few jurisdictions where gambling is legal, and yet only the blind can truthfully say that they see no gambling in virtually every community in the country. In a few such instances, the laws are inadequate or antiquated and should be rewritten to fit present-day conditions. In the overwhelming majority of cases, however, the laws are sufficient, but law enforcement officers are, to put it bluntly, restrained from functioning. Only one thing can free them to do their appointed jobs, and that is an aroused public. The Federal Bureau of Investigation does not imagine that any single individual can remedy the situation alone, but it does believe that something can be done. It's a big job, but it must be undertaken, and you, as an individual, can help start it and help see it through, can help clean up your city and make it the kind of place in which you're proud to live. You can help do it by cooperative effort, by working with other individuals who, by themselves, could accomplish little, but who, by a mass effort, can achieve your aim of seeing democracy at work, of seeing your local police function so that they can repay and build your trust. Tonight's file continues at the FBI Academy at Quantico, Virginia. Policeman Dave Mitchell and his class are just finishing at the pistol range when Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches.
High shooting, Dave.
Hey, Jim, what are you doing here?
I'm in service. Once every 18 months, every special agent comes back to Washington for a refresher course.
The same things I'm studying at the academy?
That's right. We learn what new scientific advances have been made by the lab. We exchange ideas with agents from other offices, and we get a series of lectures.
Oh, I see. Well, say, did you get anything on your investigation of Caldwell?
No, Dave. No one was willing to testify against him.
And so far as you're concerned, Caldwell is untouchable.
No, I wouldn't say that. We haven't given up entirely yet. Dave, didn't you tell me that a man named John Hamilton was Carl Scott's informant?
Well, that's what Carl told me the night he was killed. Why?
Well, Hamilton's disappeared.
How do you know?
Well, his parents reported his disappearance over 2 months ago. They were hysterical. They wanted immediate action.
Yeah?
Well, since we felt it might give us the key to a federal violation, we went to work on the case. We traced Hamilton's movements on the night of his disappearance. It led to Tom Caldwell's.
Did you arrest Caldwell?
No, just about that time, Hamilton's parents withdrew their support and asked that everything be called off.
But why?
I don't know, Dave. He didn't turn up. They said they were satisfied that he'd just run away. He'd come back when he was ready.
Well, that'll be something else for me to work on.
Yeah. Well, when do you graduate, Dave?
This week. And then I'm going home. I'm going to keep working till Tom Caldwell goes to the chair for Carl's murder.
You want me, Tom?
Yeah. Go down to the hall and see Frankie.
Okay.
Find out if he knows anything about a guy named Dave Mitchell.
Who's he?
He's a cop. He was just here. I think he'd like to make some trouble for us.
Why?
Yeah, that other cop was his pal.
Oh.
I think he suspects we killed him.
Yeah, but he can't prove nothing.
He might be able to prove something on Hamilton.
Why? He's in the river, ain't he? His body ain't turned up yet, has it?
Well, they ask a lot of questions about Hamilton. Have we seen him? Where was he? You know.
What do you want me to see Frankie about?
Have him check, see if they have anything on this guy.
If they have?
We'll get him bounced off the force.
What if he's clean?
Then we'll bounce him ourselves into the river.
Got a few minutes, Jim?
Oh, hello, Dave. I was just going to call you.
Oh, about what?
Well, I just got back from Washington this morning. The SAC put me on a case that's down in your section.
What kind of a case?
Well, there have been several hijackings recently on the highway outside of Hawthorne. I'm going down and see if I can spot anything. Oh, tell me, how you doing with Caldwell?
I think he's responsible for Hamilton's disappearance, Jim.
Oh? Any proof?
Well, I went over the microfilm at our local bank to see what checks Tom Caldwell deposited the day after Carl Scott disappeared.
And?
Well, you see, lots of the people who gamble at Caldwell's and lose pay by check.
Mm-hmm.
I thought those checks could tell me who had been at the gambling house that night.
It's a good idea.
That's an investigative angle I learned at the academy.
And it paid off?
Yes, sir. I interviewed the writers of every check, and finally I came up with one who was stalled in the parking lot after the place closed.
Mm-hmm.
He saw a policeman knock on the door, and someone let him in.
Well, that would be Scott.
Yes. And also he saw a man that night who answers the description of Hamilton.
Oh, where?
Driving the car that brought Scott out to Caldwell's. He says the man stayed in the car and waited. It was exactly 3 o'clock. The coroner's report says that Scott drowned at 3:15.
No, that's a real solid factor, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, this is what I came up for. Jim, will you send this sheet of paper to your lab and see if they can read it?
Sure. What is it?
It was found on Carl Scott's body. It didn't mean anything to any of us on the force then, but the knowledge I gained in document examination at the academy made me take it to an X-ray lab in Hawthorne.
And?
They put it under black light. Fluorescence showed up all over it.
Huh?
The water had washed away most of the ink, but the pigment remained.
Enough to read any of it?
No, but I'm hoping they'll be able to read it by using infrared photography at the lab.
Okay, Dave. I'll airmail it right away.
Thanks, Jim.
And as soon as I get it off, we can leave and go back to Hawthorne together.
Jim, I just finished talking to your office. They gave me a report from the lab.
They find enough to read on that paper?
Yes, the infrared did the trick.
Hey, great.
It said, I'm giving this statement to policeman Carl Scott voluntarily and of my own free will. I do hereby swear that within the past 10 days, one Tom Caldwell, the owner of a gambling establishment, threatened... And that's all there was on that sheet of paper. Obviously, there was a second sheet that wasn't found on Scott.
There's no signature at all on that page, huh?
No. But from what Scott told me the night he disappeared, Hamilton had to have been the writer.
Well, there's only one way to learn what was on that second page, Dave. Find young Hamilton alive. Hello.
Hello, Jim. I set up surveillance on Hamilton's father.
Any luck, Dave?
Yeah. He went to Western Union. I followed, watched him through the window. I saw him take a pad of money order blanks, write out an order, and give it to the clerk.
You find out who he sent the money to?
No, I couldn't, but I've got the pad. See you back at headquarters.
Jim, I'm making progress.
What happened?
I used a parallel beam on the Western Union money order blanks.
Did you read the indented writing?
Yes. Mr. Hamilton sent the money to someone named Mr. Harvey W. Morton.
Oh, who's he?
I don't know, but I'm going back to the bank and examine Mr. Hamilton's canceled checks. That might give me a lead. Have there been any calls for me, Jim?
No, Dave.
I was hoping I'd hear from the police at Fultonville. That's where the money order was sent.
Did you go over Hamilton's checks?
Yes. Several of them were cashed by this Harvey W. Morton. Excuse me. Hello. What's that? Fine. Yes, hold him. Well, looks like our luck is turning, Jim.
Oh, why?
That was the Fultonville police. They've located Harvey W. Morton, and they're holding him for us. And, Jim.
Yeah?
Morton is really John Hamilton.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Caldwell. Hamilton. That's right. And I'm alive. Come in.
You don't mind if I come along, do you, Caldwell?
What's this cop doing here?
He came with me. You know what I came for.
No, I don't.
Hamilton told me his story.
What story?
I told him about the night you killed that cop.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We have a witness who saw Hamilton drive Carl Scott out here that night.
Who's your witness?
You can find that out later. Right now, I've got a warrant here for your arrest on the charge of murder. I've got one for your friend George Walker, too. Where is he?
Right here.
Well?
Keep your hands above your head, copper. This gun goes off.
Nice work, George.
What do you want me to do with him?
Finish the job on Hamilton and give the cop the same treatment.
Kid.
Stand where you are. Grab his gun, Tate.
Right. Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI. I've got a federal warrant here charging you with theft from interstate shipment.
What?
But I think we'll turn you over to Officer Mitchell here and let you face the charge of murder.
All members of the Caldwell gang were turned over to state authorities, prosecuted for murder, convicted, and executed. In the dramatization of tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you have seen the solid values received by those local policemen who go to the FBI National Academy. Values in training which enable them to solve a tremendous number of cases through the increased knowledge of science and through their own sharpened natural talents. And now, This Is Your FBI brings you a message from Washington, D.C., from the office of the Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover. Mr. Hoover's message is, and I quote, "Tonight, this official radio program of our organization has given you an insight into part of the job done by the FBI National Academy. For you have seen a local policeman use his newfound knowledge to improve his efficiency. The rest of the job is done by the local law enforcement officer when he passes along the benefits of his training to his fellow officers. As of this date, the knowledge gained by the graduates of the Academy has been made available to more than 100,000 other officers in every state in the Union. And as each succeeding class is graduated, that knowledge is spread even further. The Federal Bureau of Investigation conducts this school because it believes that brain, science, and hard work are the most effective weapons against criminals, and because it teaches every special agent to use those weapons. It is now our hope that ultimately, through the FBI National Academy, every local policeman will learn to use those weapons too, and so will be better equipped to perform the job of every law enforcement officer, to protect you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
I'd like to leave this one thought with our audience, Mr. Keating. The sooner a father starts an Equitable Education Fund after his youngster's birth, the lower the monthly payment will be. So don't delay.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast, who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Another factual report on organized crime. Its subject, kidnapping. Its title, The Meticulous Mobster.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tony Barrett, Bill Conrad, Ed Gargan, Peter Leeds, and Bill Johnstone. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Meticulous Mobster, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
On my block lives a widow with 17-year-old twins, boy and a girl, just starting their freshman year at the university. People often wonder how she can afford to keep two children in college. Answer is, she can't. Those kids are going to college on an Equitable Education Fund. And that fund was created by the first policy I wrote when I became a representative of the Equitable Society 16 years ago.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give the whole story of an Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Meticulous Mobster.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperates in presenting this program because it feels that the public should know the facts about crime. It does not present those facts, somber as they are, in an effort to frighten you, but merely to acquaint you with the true picture of things as they are. From statistics already compiled, it seems certain that there will be more than 1.5 million major crimes committed in this country this year, an average of better than 5,000 a day. There are some to whom that fact will mean nothing, for they labor under the misconception that crime is far from their daily lives. That is simply not true. For whoever you are and wherever you are a victim of every crime that takes place anywhere in the nation. A crime wave such as this country is currently witnessing ultimately touches everyone and makes him share the financial cost of that wave. Nor is that cost small enough to be dismissed, for the crime bill literally runs into the hundreds of millions of dollars each year, a sum so great that it now more than doubles the amount of money spent everywhere in the 48 states on education. Tonight's file opens on the shore of a large lake located in a Midwestern state. It is late afternoon. Leaves have almost obliterated the gravel walk that runs beside a row of deserted summer cabins. All deserted, that is, except one. And in that one, a man sits, slowly shuffling a dog-eared deck of cards as the front door opens.
Who's that?
It's I.
John?
Yes? Oh, where's Pete? He stayed in town. How's Mr. Parks?
Oh, he's okay.
Where is he?
In his room, sleeping.
I don't know how he puts up with it here.
What? What do you mean?
This place hasn't been cleaned since he came here.
Well, what is he, a guest? Is this a hotel? We kidnapped the guy, remember? We're holding him here for dough.
That still doesn't excuse the appearance of the place. Where's the sink?
Oh, right over there.
Wet swimming trunks on that chair, those clothes piled up in a corner, a stale sandwich on the table.
It was that way when we came.
Oh, what's the use?
Well, look, I'd rather be living like this than washing my hands every 5 minutes like you. Germs are good for you once in a while.
Well, you certainly should be an authority on that.
Oh, look, did you come all the way out here to pick on me?
Hardly. I came to arrange for Mr. Parks to leave here tonight.
How come?
Pete has collected the ransom money. Mr. Parks goes back home.
Early the next morning at an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Agent Paul Madison approaches.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Paul. How was the vacation?
Fine. Busy?
Yeah.
On what?
Well, I guess you could call it a jigsaw puzzle.
Huh?
See these papers?
Yeah.
Well, each one is a different clue.
What's the case?
A man named Eugene Parks was kidnapped just a week ago, picked up outside of his home. His family notified us as soon as they received the first note.
Is he a wealthy man, Jim?
Yes. Family put ads in the papers, negotiated. Finally, yesterday morning, the ransom money was picked up by the kidnappers.
Has Parks been released?
Yes, he came home late last night. I just left him for. He's still extremely tired and nervous.
What was his story, Jim?
2 men accosted him outside his home. They bundled him into a car. He was blindfolded and driven for what he felt was, about 5 or 6 hours before he arrived at their hideout.
They might have just driven him around in circles.
Yeah, that's true. Well, once at the hideout, his blindfold was removed. He found himself in a small room of what was obviously a roughly constructed cabin.
Any windows?
No.
Could he describe the 2 men?
No, they wore masks whenever they came in to see him.
Then what are your clues?
Well, Mr. Parks very wisely paid attention to sounds outside the cabin.
Uh-huh.
They let him keep his watch, so he was able to keep a time pattern on what he heard. That's what's on these pieces of paper here, Paul.
Oh, what are they?
Well, this first one has to do with boat whistles. Parks says he specifically heard them at about 10:30 in the morning and 4:30 each afternoon.
Puts them near water.
Yeah. He also heard music, band music. It came from a distance, fading on and then fading off.
Fading on and off.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been on a boat.
Yeah. Then there was a plane that crossed overhead at approximately 11:35.
Each morning?
Yeah, that's right.
Any other clues?
Well, one more. That's the real puzzler. The night before he was released, Parks heard a lot of trucks drive past the place where he was being held. Now, prior to that, he had never heard any traffic. And that's all I could get from him this morning.
Well, you have got a jigsaw there.
Yeah. Well, I'm interviewing him again this evening. He should be arrested by then. If we can learn where he was, Paul, we should get a good lead on who did the kidnapping.
Who is it? Oh, come in. Hi, boys.
Hi. Hello,
How did it
Pete.
go last night?
Fine.
Where'd you drop Parks off?
On the outskirts of town.
What do you mean outskirts? We were still in the country.
Like where?
By Blue Hills Bridge.
I told you to drop him in town. What happened?
Park started to sneeze, that's what happened. And old Germsy here dumped him out.
That had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no?
No, we passed several police cars on the road, and I thought it was best to get rid of it.
Oh, yeah? Well, then why did you tell
Hold
me
it,
that?
both of you. We got business to tend to. Money business.
Oh.
Splendid.
How much did you collect?
The full amount.
25 G's?
Uh-huh. Here's 5 for you, Artie.
Thanks, Pete.
And John, here's your 5.
Thank you.
Now, you boys both know about ransom money. It's always hot. Serial numbers are in banks and stores, so I'd advise you to stash it away for a while.
Well, how long?
A couple of months at least.
But I ain't holding, Pete. I'm a real empty pocket.
I'll advance you some cash to operate with.
A very wise decision.
Why?
Because you couldn't resist spending the ransom.
Now, look.
You know your weakness for whiskey.
What do you mean weakness?
Now,
Whiskey's
wait.
my strength.
All right, boys, all right.
Well,
That's
why don't
enough.
you tell him to stop picking on me
Now,
every
wait
time
a
I open
minute.
my mouth?
Wait a minute. Here's what I think you both should do with the money. Stash it in a bank. That's how I operate. I keep a safe deposit box in a joint upstate. You do the same. After a few more jobs, we'll all have enough to retire.
Hi, Paul.
Oh, hello, Jim. You interviewed Mr. Parks again?
No, I checked over there. He's still sleeping, but I have made some progress.
Good. What happened?
Well, the first step was to get a general location of the cabin. Knowing it was near water, I checked first on Walnut Lake.
And?
And it seems to be the right location.
Good.
Remember the boat whistles that Parks heard?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's an excursion line on Walnut Lake. 2 boats. They pass each other twice a day at 10:30 and 4:30. And that's when Parks heard the whistles.
Yes.
And those boats both have small bands aboard.
That would account for the music fading on and fading off.
Uh-huh. Well, then just for insurance, I checked with the local airlines. I found that Central has a plane that flies directly over Walnut Lake at 11:55 daily, and that's when Parks heard the plane.
There's one drawback, of course, Jim. Walnut Lake has a pretty big shoreline.
Well, I think we can localize that some, too.
How?
Well, the excursion steamers travel along the North Shore. Now, I think we can assume the cabin is located someplace along there.
That's 15 miles long.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you got a call from the sheriff up at Lakeville.
Oh?
Wants you to contact him right away.
Oh, fine. I gave him a list of all the clues. Asked him to help us check them. He might have some information for us, Paul.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember just how thickly populated that North Shore is.
Oh, there's hundreds and hundreds of cabins along there. There won't be any...
Hughes?
Oh, hello, Sheriff. This is
hello
Special
there.
Agent Taylor. You called me?
Yes, I think I have a lead for you.
Good. What is it?
Well, remember all those trucks your victim heard on Tuesday night?
Yes.
I found out that the National Guard moved a convoy through.
No, what highway did they use?
It wasn't really a highway. They took Old Oak Road. That's a shortcut. Leads to 101.
Well, does that pass near the lake?
Just for about 100 yards.
Oh, near where?
A place called Elbow Point.
Well, thanks, Sheriff. We'll get out there right away.
Pete?
I'm in here.
Oh. Pete, I wonder if I might talk with you for a few minutes.
You're here, aren't you? Go ahead.
It's not exactly a pleasant subject.
Well, get with it, John. And don't rub your finger on my desk. There's no dust on it.
Sorry.
Now, what's your problem?
It has to do with Artie.
What about him?
He's going to get us into trouble.
How?
Well, for one thing, I asked him to clean up the cabin when he left. He promised he would. I went up there this morning just to check, and the place was a shambles.
So?
If the police had ever come there, they could have gotten a dozen leads. I spent most of the day scrubbing and cleaning it up.
Must have had fun.
Now, Pete, this is no joking matter. I've got more to report on Artie.
What?
You remember the advice you gave him yesterday to keep the ransom money, not spend it?
Uh-huh.
Well, he was in every saloon on State Street last night. Every time he bought a drink, he'd break up 20.
I advanced him some dough.
This wasn't the money you gave him.
How do you know?
I have one of the bills he spent right here. I checked it with my take. Judging by the serial number, I'd say this is definitely part of the ransom.
Let me see that.
Here.
Where's Artie now?
Still carousing, I should imagine.
Go look for him. Tell him I want to see him right away.
They should be coming to another cabin. Paul, flash your light over there to the left, will you?
Sure, Jim.
Yeah, there's one. Over under the trees. Come on.
There's nothing more dismal than a summer resort out of season.
Yeah. Hey, listen. One of the winter residents.
Yeah. Now, how many more cabins on this stretch of shore?
Well, let's see. We've searched 14, huh? 4 more to go. Looks like they found a cabin over there, huh?
Uh-huh.
It's a friendly character, isn't he?
Got the keys?
Yeah. Is there a number on the door, Paul?
15.
Let's see now. Caretaker said 15 and 16 operate on the same key. Paul, shine your light over here, will you?
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, here it is. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just like the others, the light switch should be right here. I got it.
Well, let's take a look around, huh?
Okay. One good thing about these places, Jim, only 3 rooms. They're easy to search. If we had...
Paul, wait a minute.
What?
You notice anything about this place?
What do you mean?
Anything different from the other cabins we've searched?
Let's see.
Look around it. No empty tin cans? No old newspapers? No moldy bathing suits?
Yeah, the place is practically spotless.
That's right. Paul, this cabin hasn't been empty since Labor Day. Look. Here on this table. Not a speck of dust. This place has just been cleaned.
Yes.
Come on, let's get the kit from the car. If we give this place a thorough going over, I think we can identify the kidnappers.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Now, another type of thrill. One that millions of Americans will enjoy tomorrow afternoon when the radio announcer of a college football game says...
And little Bobby Gilbert's off again. Wow, look at him run. Those men in blue can't catch him. And he's over. Another touchdown. It's the biggest upset of the year.
Well, upsets are common on the football field. But in later life, when a college-trained man beats his competitors, it's not an upset. He's merely running true to form.
Right. For instance, a college man is 15 times more likely to make $10,000 a year or over than a non-college man.
Think of it. Odds of 15 to 1 in favor of a college education. That's one of many reasons why the Equitable Life Assurance Society created the famous Equitable Education Fund. It's a plan for parents who want to make certain that their children get the higher education that means so much to their future success.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is sure.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So, if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes it certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
Yes. It's like buying your child's education on the installment plan, with 12 or 16 years to pay. A comparatively small monthly payment gradually builds a sum ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, fathers and mothers, in the increasingly competitive years that lie ahead, the biggest prizes of life will go to college-trained men and women. Put your children in line for a more successful future by starting an Equitable Education Fund now. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Meticulous Mobster.
In this dramatization of tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, You see two special agents working at all hours around the clock in an attempt to apprehend the perpetrators of a vicious crime. They would also work as hard if the crime were of any other nature, if it were not the terrible thing that kidnapping is. They would work that hard because, as part of their training, they have been taught that every special agent of your FBI is a defender of democracy, and only by victory over the American army of criminals can our democracy be assured. For defeat would mean that the citizen on the streets would lose the one thing that makes him part of a free nation: respect for the law. In nations where that respect has been lost, freedom has been lost. For when the citizen loses the feeling that the law is his protection, chaos follows. Out of that chaos, one of two things happens. Either the nation collapses entirely and disappears, as nations have, or a dictator emerges with a program of promises, glittering, impossible promises that enable him to take command. That is why it is important to you, the American citizen, to have not only a strong, unfettered FBI, but also a strong, politically unhampered local police force. For in them, you have the guarantee that every crime will be prosecuted, that every effort will be made to maintain that important ingredient of democracy: respect for the freedoms of every decent human being. Tonight's file continues early the next morning in the office of Pete Carson.
Who is it? Come in.
Oh, I'm glad you're still here.
I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting all morning. Didn't you get word I wanted to see you?
Yeah, but now
What's this I hear about you spending the ransom dough?
Look, Pete, that can wait.
Don't try to change the subject. I hear you've been passing it in every saloon in town.
Pete, I got something to tell you
Just
now.
wait till I finish. You didn't clean up the cabin after you left either.
If you'll only...
You left it looking like a pigsty. If the cops had found it, we'd have had real trouble. Luckily, John cleaned it up.
But, Pete, that's what I come to talk to you about.
Will you let me finish?
But this is about John and his cleaning up the cabin. He's in the clink.
Huh?
John was picked up by the FBI this morning.
How do you know?
I got word he was looking for me. I went by his hotel to find out what he wanted. One of the bellboys told me he got nailed.
What for?
The Parks job.
What?
The bellboy was on the Erie when the pinch was made. He heard the FBI guy say they knew somebody was in the cabin.
How do you know that?
All the other cabins were crummy looking, but our joint was too clean.
How'd they nail John?
Because old Jimsy rubbed all the dirt away and left his fingerprints.
Oh, hi, Jim. I got your message asking me to meet you out here at the cabin.
Good. I came out to the lake this morning. I checked with the storekeepers in the village. I showed them John Douglas's picture.
You want to identify him?
No, but I thought of another angle. There must have been a lot of trash in the cabin. When it was cleaned out, it had to be thrown someplace. Well, there's a trash pile out in back there. I'm just about to look it over. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, Paul, did you re-interview John Douglas?
Yeah, for over an hour.
Get anything?
No, just the same old double talk. He never heard of Eugene Park. Oh, and he's got a new explanation for his fingerprints being all over the cabin.
Oh, what's that?
We put them there. We're framing them.
Oh, sure. Here's the trash dump.
Uh-huh.
Now, that pile of dry papers there should be a good place to start. Looks like the only stuff that's been dumped here since it rained.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Paul, I talked to Mr. Parks again. He's thinking a lot more clearly. He believes there were 3 men on the job.
Well, why's that?
Well, he overheard 2 of them talking. They addressed each other as John and Artie. Hey, here's a deck of the dirtiest playing cards I ever saw. Might be able to get some prints of them.
What about the third man, Jim?
These men who were talking referred to someone else. Someone named Pete.
Any last name?
No. What's that you have there?
Oh, paper bags, bread wrappings.
Well, according to Parks, they talked as if this Pete was the boss of the outfit. They said he... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Here. Take a look at this. It's a charge slip from a gas station.
Let's see.
Yeah. Signature on the bottom is pretty well blurred.
First name looks like Pete.
Yeah, it does. Paul, this could be a valuable find. We better check this with this gas station.
Hello.
This is Artie.
Did you find out anything?
Yeah. I checked with the guy down at the jail. Everything's going okay.
John hasn't talked?
Not a peep.
Well, that gives us time then.
John? What for?
To get out of town.
But if he ain't talked with
Up to now, he hasn't. Later, it could be different.
Well, where are we going?
I don't know. I haven't consulted the travel folders.
Travel folders?
Look, just get over here. We're pulling out tonight.
Hey, Jim, how'd you make out?
Well, I checked with the gas station. I showed them the charge slip. They sent me down to the company's office.
Get anything there?
Yes, the account number showed it was signed by a man named Pete Carson. He lives at 723 Post Street. I went through the files. I dug out his record and picture.
Did you go to his home?
No.
Why not?
Well, I talked with the SAC. He doesn't think this gas station slip is strong enough evidence.
No, I suppose not. If we'd found it in the cabin,
Hey, wait a minute, Paul.
Huh?
I'm going back to that company office.
What for?
I just thought of something. I'll call you back if I get it.
Special Agent Madison speaking.
Hello, boss. Jim.
Oh, where are you?
Up in Baldwin Junction.
What are you doing up there?
Well, I found out at the company's office that Pete Carson's charge account showed he charged some gas and oil up here.
Oh?
I've just finished talking to the gas station attendant. He remembers Pete Carson. Carson gave him $1 tip.
Does he know what he was doing up there?
No, but he told me that Carson pulled into the station, gave him the keys to the car, and told him to fill it up while he took care of some business.
Well, that's not much help, Jim.
I'm not so sure, Paul. The attendant said that Carson had a package with him when he drove in. Well, he took the package with him, and he didn't have it when he came back.
How long was he gone?
Not more than 10 minutes. So I'm going to explore this main street over a radius that could be covered in 5 minutes. I'll check back with you later.
Hey, what will we do with this box, Pete?
What's in it?
Oh, all the papers from your file.
We burn it.
You know, I was just thinking.
Thinking what?
Old Jermsy must be blowing his marbles in that jailhouse. No clean bed, no clean place.
That's why he won't be able to take it much longer. What'd you do with that big keister?
Oh, I put it in the back room.
Well, I'll go load it up. Look, why don't you go home and pack? The train leaves in an hour, you know.
Well, okay.
You can meet me back here.
Right.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Is Pete Carson in?
Yeah, but he's busy, mister.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Well, what do you want?
I believe you're Artie Bishop.
Yeah, why?
I'm looking for you, too. I have a warrant here for your arrest.
What for?
The money you spent last night in several bars was turned into us. It was part of the ransom paid for the release of a man named Eugene Parks.
Listen, the guy loaned me that dough.
Bishop, I've just come from your room. I had a search warrant. I found a lot more of the ransom money there.
Now, just a minute. Let me...
What's the matter, Artie? Who is this guy?
It's a pinch.
I'm a special agent of the FBI, Carson.
What?
I've got a warrant here for your arrest, too. Now, come along, both of you.
Pete Carson, John Douglas, and Artie Bishop were placed on trial in a federal court and were given 25-year sentences for kidnapping. Special Agent Taylor found the evidence at Baldwin Junction that linked Pete Carson to the Johnson kidnapping. Evidence in the form of $15,000 worth of the ransom money. In making his survey of the main street of the town, Special Agent Taylor took the trouble to show Carson's picture to each person he interviewed. And when he reached the Baldwin Junction National Bank, his troubles were rewarded. The clerk at the safe deposit box section recognized Carson's picture, and from that point on, the case came to a rapid conclusion. A rapid but wholly satisfactory conclusion, since, as you have seen, all three members of the ring were arrested and convicted. And so another case from the files of your FBI was solved. Solved because two special agents refused to become discouraged at the apparent lack of clues, refused to stop working through the day and night so that the Federal Bureau of Investigation could keep its record of the last 3 years clean. A record which shows that not a single kidnapping case has gone unsolved.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
An Equitable Education Fund is the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the payments over 14 or 17 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast, who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case presenting factual evidence that the female of the criminal species is as deadly as the male. Its subject, jailbreak. Its title, The Friendly Stowaway.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Ed Begley, Tony Hughes, Wally Mayer, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Friendly Stowaway on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
As a representative of the Equitable Society, I naturally sell all types of life insurance. But the one that gives me the greatest personal satisfaction is an Equitable Education Fund. To date, 65 boys and girls have gone to college on Equitable Education Funds I planned with their fathers.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give the whole story of an Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Friendly Stowaway.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has just completed a survey of the arrests made by police all over the United States in the first 6 months of this year. A survey which depressingly shows that overall, crime increased 2.7% in the cities of our nation and more than 3 times that much in our rural area. That means that if the present 6-month period shows a similar increase, last year's record number of 1.5 million major crimes will be shattered beyond recognition. And while this is a country which is constantly breaking records of one kind or another, this is not one to which we as a people can point with pride. As was said earlier, the survey which points out those facts serves a very useful purpose to the men of your FBI. for with it they can study the movements of their enemies. It can also serve a useful purpose for you who are listening to this program, because it does serve warning to everyone that something must be done, and done quickly, to turn the tide. Your local police can do that job with a little help from you, a little support, which will show them that you stand behind them, that you acknowledge them to be what they are, your first line of defense in the war against crime. Tonight's file opens in a town located on the banks of a river in one of our eastern states. It is evening. A coal barge tied to a pier can be seen dimly through a heavy fog. Inside the shanty of the barge, a bedridden old lady listens to the radio.
And that's the mystery tune on Phone Your Fortune this week. Can you name it? If you can, and you're the one we call, you get a round-the-world trip with stopovers in New York, London, Paris, Cairo, Tokyo, Honolulu, and Hollywood. In addition...
You comfortable, Ma? You listening to that again? But, Ma, what's the sense?
What do you mean?
We got no telephone.
I still like it. You go to work.
I did everything.
You looked at the bridles?
No.
There's almost time for the food, Peter. Go look at them.
All right.
Take a light.
I don't need it.
It's bad fog outside. Take a light.
All right, Ma.
Bye. Now, for those of you who tuned in late...
Who's that? Hey, you hear me? Hey, you, stop! I got you.
Let go.
A girl. What are you doing here?
I need help.
Why?
I'm in trouble. I'm being chased.
Police?
No, look, I'll tell you about it later. Just hide me now.
But we pull out in 10 minutes.
That's good. Hide me, please, I beg you. You can save my life.
All right. Here, get under that canvas. Miss? Come up now.
Thank you.
We're moving.
To where?
Down the river to Whitestone, delivering coal.
Oh.
You want some coffee? I brought it.
Oh, thank you. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
That's all right.
I suppose you're wondering what this is all about, why I'm here.
Yes, I am.
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you.
You said you were in trouble.
That's right.
You are being chased.
Yes.
Who was chasing you?
My stepfather.
Why?
Oh, I might as well tell you everything. He's abused me for years. He resents and hates me. He always has. Tonight, before I ran away, he tried to beat me.
Hit you?
He started to, but I screamed and ran. I crossed fields, went through woods. He followed. Then I came to the river. The rest you know.
It's terrible.
If he finds out that I'm on this boat, he'll have it followed, have me taken off. I know he will.
No, miss. I won't let him.
You mean
Yes.
that? Oh, you're wonderful.
You want some more coffee?
I'd love some.
My mother will make you some more.
Your mother? Is she here on this barge?
Yes, in the shanty. Come and meet her.
Well, I wonder if I should.
Why?
Well, she might not understand.
You're in trouble, miss. She'll understand. Come along.
Meanwhile, that same evening, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches a fellow agent's desk.
Hi, Tom.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Well, you on complaint desk?
Mm-hmm.
Anything come in for me?
Not a thing.
I was expecting some word on that Jenkins case.
You're going to be here a while, Jim?
Yep. Yeah, I have to work.
Do you mind answering phones so a starving man could get some nourishment?
No, I'll be glad to.
I won't be gone long, Jim.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, the police up in Madison may call in. They should have a follow-up report for us.
Now, on what?
An escape prisoner.
What's the story?
You know that cheese box prison up at Clayton?
A women's prison?
Yeah, one of the inmates opened her cell door with a bent hairpin.
What?
Stole a car outside the prison and drove it over the state line to Madison.
Oh, who is she?
Her name's on the report right in front of you.
This one?
Yeah.
Ann Slater?
Yeah, that's it.
We know anything about her?
No, but her arrest record is on the way. Prison warden is teletyping us a report.
Okay, I'll watch out for it, Tom. Now go on, get something to eat.
Go ahead, miss.
Thank you.
Ma may be sleeping.
I'm awake.
Oh. The radio was off, so I thought...
turned it off. I heard talking. She's the one you were talking to?
Yes, Ma. This is Miss...
Jackson. Ann Jackson.
That's my mother, Mrs. Benici.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mrs. Benici. Peter, why is she on the boat?
Well, she was in trouble, Ma.
What kind?
She was running away from her stepfather. He tried to beat her.
Why did she come here? He was chasing me. I just saw your barge and jumped on board. Why didn't you call the police? Well, in America, it's against the law to hit people. I had no time. If I'd stopped, he'd have caught me.
Ma, we got to help her.
How?
Let her ride with us to Whitestone. She can sleep in here. Use my bunk.
Oh, no.
I can roll up on deck. I like it there. What do you say, Ma?
Well, she's on board. She stays on board. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I better go out and check lights. You can turn in now, miss.
Well, I'm really not sleepy. Can I go out with you?
Sure. Go ahead, miss.
Peter.
Yes, Ma?
Did you see this man who was chasing her?
No. Why?
I just wondered. Good night, Peter.
FBI. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much.
Think I got lost, Jim?
Huh? Oh, no, you weren't long, Tom.
Anything come in?
Yeah, a report from the Madison police. One of their motorcycle men found the car that was used by the girl who escaped from Clayton.
Oh, any lead on her?
No, the car was found abandoned in the woods down in the river. Oh, the warden up at Clayton called and gave me a prison record.
What was she in for?
Grand larceny. She had a pattern, Tom. Used to get a job as a social secretary, stay with an employer for about 3 months, steal what she could, and then run.
Any personal background?
Yeah. She's well educated, college degree. Didn't adjust to prison. Felt herself above her fellow inmates, and 2 weeks before the break, she tried to stab one of them.
Nice girl.
After the stabbing, the warden had her examined by the prison psychiatrist. His report was that she was completely neurotic with definite homicidal tendencies.
Well, that makes this case a little more important.
I'd say very important, Tom. You see, when she made the break, she also commandeered a gun.
Oh.
Now, you couple that with the psychiatrist's report, and she becomes a very likely candidate to kill anyone who gets in her way.
Yeah.
Oh, I called the SAC at home, Tom. I gave him a full report on the girl. He's assigned us to work on the case. He wants us to get up to Madison first thing in the morning.
Peter tells me you love listening to the radio. I do. Oh, don't turn it off because of me. I didn't. I turned it off because I want to talk to you. Oh? I'd like to ask you some questions. Sure. What about? The story you told Peter. About how I came here? That's right. Would you tell it again to me? Of course. My stepfather tried to beat me. It wasn't the first time. I just couldn't take it anymore. When I ran away, he followed me. I got to the river and jumped aboard your barge.
I don't think you tell the truth.
What do you mean?
While you were on deck with Peters, a man was on the radio. He told about a girl.
Yes.
He said she wore a coat, a brown coat, like you have on. Also a brown hat like yours.
What about her?
He said that the police were looking for her. He said that she had run away from a prison.
Oh, now, Mrs. Amici, surely you don't think that he was describing me.
I do.
But I've already told you.
You told a lie. Call Peter in here.
What for?
I want to tell him what I heard on the radio. I want him to signal the tug. They must pull into shore.
Why, Mrs. Amici?
You must be brought to the police.
But I'm not that girl.
You will call Peter.
I don't see why we should, Mrs. Amici. You're completely mistaken about me.
Peter!
Let's not call him Mrs. Amici. You see, I have a gun here. If he came in and believed you, I'd have to kill him.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Just last Monday, the American Institute of Public Opinion released the results of a nationwide opinion survey. Hundreds of typical Americans were asked this one question.
Everybody makes mistakes now and then. Will you tell me what you consider to be the biggest mistake of your life so far?
And here's the answer that was given by the largest number of people.
I didn't get enough education.
Right. Education pays, and pays well. For example, the average college graduate is nearly 15 times as likely to make $10,000 a year or over as a non-college man.
Yes, the odds are 15 to 1 in favor of college education.
That's one of many reasons why the Equitable Life Assurance Society created the famous Equitable Education Fund. It's a plan for parents who want to make certain that their children get the higher education that means so much to their future success in life.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is SURE. S-U-R-E.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So, if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
You'll be amazed how quickly a comparatively small monthly payment builds up into a sum that is ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, the odds in favor of a college education are 15 to 1. So how can any parent who truly loves his children hesitate even for a moment? Resolve now to see your Equitable Society representative without delay. Ask him for complete facts and figures on an Equitable Education Fund. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Friendly Stowaway.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI accents two important points. The first is illustrated by the fact that in this case you meet a young girl who is well educated, who seems to possess above the average intelligence, but who, despite that, is a dangerous criminal. This is conclusive proof that there is no criminal type, no peculiarities by which you can tell them apart from the law-abiding person. The second point is illustrated by the fact that this young girl escaped from a small local prison by opening the door to her cell with her hairpin, which makes apparent the conditions now existing in many local small-town prisons. Not every jail need be an Alcatraz, but it does little good for the police of the nation to apprehend a criminal and then to see that same criminal escape with something approaching ease. Not only does little good to have that happen, but on the contrary, it does harm. And that harm is done to you, the tax-paying citizen, because every search takes time and men and money, your money. For that reason, It is to your best interest to see to it that your local jail is strong enough to hold the prisoner it gets. Hold them until they have served their sentences. Tonight's file continues the next morning at local police headquarters in Madison.
Hi, John.
Well, I was just going to send a posse out for you.
Oh, I've been out brushing up on my wood lord.
Oh, where?
The local police combing the woods where the Slater girl left the car.
Was it worthwhile?
Partially. I found some heel prints, female variety. They led down to a pier on the river.
You sure they belong to the girl we're checking?
Yeah. Local police identified them as the type that's worn by inmates at Clayton.
Any leads at the pier?
No. No one around there could remember having seen her.
Could have been a rendezvous point.
I doubt that, Tom. She was a loner.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Special Agent Ramsey. Sure, just a minute. To you, Jim.
Oh. Thanks. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes. Good. Yeah, that'd be about the right time, too. Where was that? When? Thanks very much. Goodbye. Ah, now we're getting someplace.
Who was that?
A man from a local towing company. He said one of his tugs pulled a string of coal barges out of that pier that the girl was traced to.
When was this?
Last night, and just about the time that Ann Slater got to the river.
Where are the barges headed for?
Downriver to Whitestone. They'll get there late tonight.
She could very easily have hidden aboard one of those barges.
That's right, Tom. We'd better grab a plane, set it down near Whitestone, and try to intercept her.
Well, still plenty of fog. Slowed us down some. Want some coffee, Ma?
No, Peter.
How about you, Miss Jackson?
No, thank you.
You ain't been out on deck this morning. How about some air?
I think I'd just as soon stay in here. Keep your mother company.
Oh, that's good. No radio this morning, Ma?
No, Peter.
When will we get to Whitestone?
Be late tonight.
In spite of the fog?
Oh, sure. Well, I got some work to do on deck. If you want anything, just call me.
Thank you, Peter. I will. I'm grateful to you, Mrs. Amici. You're being very cooperative.
Only for Peter.
I realize that. You're a good mother, and he's a fine son. And if you just continue to keep quiet, you'll both survive.
Boy, there's sure plenty of fog, John.
Yeah. The string of barges isn't going to be too easy to locate.
Now, should be able to pick up the running lights.
What's the name of this tug we're looking for?
Cyrus Jones.
Oh, yeah. You tell the skipper?
Yeah. He doesn't think she's past her yet. He says those barge strings only travel about 5 knots an hour.
Yeah.
Lights ahead! Where, skipper? Off the port side. Oh, yeah. Will you head for them?
Things begin to take shape up there now.
Yeah.
I think I make out what looks like a tug.
You're right, Tom. It is a tug. That's a string of barges behind it. Well, this should be what we're looking for.
Miss Jackson,
Yes?
I don't want to scare you or anything, but when a boat pulled up alongside the tug, 4 or 5 men in it, I think they're police. They moved back to the first barge. Looks like they're searching it.
That's good.
Good. Ma, it could be her stepfather looking for her. We got to hide her, Ma.
No, son.
But if her stepfather...
Peter, I want to thank you for your loyalty, but I have no stepfather. The police are looking for me for other reasons.
She escaped from prison, Peter.
Huh?
I heard it on the radio.
No.
I know that's shocking to you. I'm afraid this gun will be an even bigger blow.
God.
I want you to see it, Peter, because if you don't do what I ask, well, I'd have to shoot your mother.
What are you talking about?
Please. Now, there isn't much time. They'll be coming to this barge next. Now, I want you to go out on deck, meet those men, tell them that I'm not on board. You understand, Peter?
But I...
No buts, please. I'll stay in the cabin here with your mother. If anything should go wrong, well, you know what will happen. There's their boat now. They must be coming aboard. Please go, Peter.
I'll go. But first I got to tell you, if anything happens to Ma, gun or no
You
gun...
gotta go.
All right.
Come on aboard there.
Hello.
Give me a hand up, will you, please?
You coming aboard?
Yeah.
Here. Here. All right.
Thanks. I'm a special agent of the FBI, Mr. Bemidji.
You know my name?
Yes, I got it from the tug.
Oh.
Here. These are my credentials.
I see.
I'm looking for a young girl.
On one of these barges?
That's right. We're pretty sure she jumped aboard one of them before the string left Madison last night.
My mother and me were the only ones on this barge.
You mind if I look around?
The girl couldn't be on this barge without me knowing it.
I see that piece of canvas there is loose at one end. She might have come aboard without your seeing her and climbed under there.
You want to look? There. You see? Nothing under there but coal.
Well, we'll see what we find on the next barge.
And if she isn't there?
I don't think we'll just have to go back to Madison and start all over again.
I see.
Oh, thanks for your cooperation.
You're welcome. Here, I'll help you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, skipper. Next barge.
That's right.
Bye.
Bye.
You handled that very well, Peter.
You all right, Ma?
Yes.
How close are we to Whitestone?
30, 40 minutes.
What's the procedure when we get there?
What?
What happens to the barge?
Tie up to the coal dock. Unload.
Other people come aboard?
That's right.
Many people?
Quite a few.
That would complicate my getting ashore. You know, it just might make things simpler if I were to use this gun now.
What do you mean?
If I were to kill you, both of you.
Are you kidding?
No, Peter. I realize it sounds terribly cold-blooded to you, but I have myself to think about.
But she's wrong in the head.
That's not true, Mrs. Bemidji. I have full possession of my faculties. I know exactly what I do, and what I'm about to do now is right. Stand over there, Peter.
No.
Very well. Then I shall have to shoot you from here.
All right, drop it.
Let go of me!
I have the gun, Jim.
Good.
Yes,
Looks like we came back just in time. All right, miss, come along. And I think we can find a prison this time that'll hold you.
Ann Slater, alias Jackson, was prosecuted, found guilty, and sentenced to a 5-year term for violation of the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act. She was then returned to the state prison to serve the balance of her sentence. Special Agent Taylor returned to the barge of Peter Bemidji because when he got back to the tug to report that he was returning to shore, he learned that Mrs. Bemidji was bedridden and that she used no cosmetics of any kind. He remembered, however, that when he lifted the canvas on the barge, he had seen a coffee cup that bore a telltale smudge of fresh lipstick. And so another case from the files of your FBI was closed. In passing, it might be of interest to note that when the number of days this girl was sentenced to was divided by the amount of money she had stolen, it showed that she was serving her time for the price of approximately 45 cents a day, which should demonstrate to all who have not yet been convinced that crime in any shape or form cannot be made to pay.
In just a moment,
we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
Remember, folks, like everything else, the cost of a college education has gone way up. You'll take an awful beating paying for it in 4 years. Why not spread the cost over 10 or 15 years by starting an Equitable Education Fund without delay?
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for 6,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Another factual account of a criminal double-cross. Its subject, larceny. Its title, The Helpful Hobo.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Whitfield Connor, Georgia Ellis, J.C. Flippin, Peggy Weber, and Roland Winters. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Helpful Hobo on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, for a moment, we're going to hear from a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
I look on my job as an Equitable Society representative as more than just a way of earning a living. It's a daily opportunity to do good turns for my friends and neighbors. Good turns like telling them about an Equitable Education Fund, so that their children are bound to get a good education no matter what happens.
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give you the whole story of an Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Helpful Hobo.
There are certain phrases which we Americans have made a part of our daily speech. Phrases which, because of their constant use, have acquired an aura of truth about them. Phrases like benevolent dictator and born criminal. Despite the public acceptance, though, the fact remains that there simply is no such thing as a born criminal. A child might be born to a pair of the most hardened criminals, and yet, if given the proper amount of affection and moral upbringing, could grow up to become anything. A doctor, a minister of the clergy, or a prototype of his parents. Go to any maternity hospital at visiting hour any day and see the flock of newborn children. See how alike they are, and how even the parents have trouble identifying their own baby from another. It is true that there are such things as young criminals. some children under the age of 10 having arrest records. But there are no infant criminals, nor any who are born to be. The basic characteristic of every criminal who breaks the law for profit is greed. Pure, unadulterated greed. And that is taught to a child, for children are not naturally greedy. There will be approximately 3 million children born in this country this year, and if those of you who are the parents of those children keep them ignorant of greed, then the crime wave of the future will have been dealt a potent blow, a blow from which it might never recover. Tonight's file opens at the city dump in a large eastern metropolis. Scattered about the dump are weather-beaten lean-tos that are obviously no match for the weather. In front of one of the shacks, a raggedly dressed man stands on a discarded kitchen chair. He's hammering a piece of tar paper over a hole in the wall as a well-dressed stranger approaches.
Hey! Hey, you!
Are you addressing me?
Yeah. I want to talk to you.
I'm occupied.
Look, I got a job for you. There's moo in it.
Moo?
Moo. Scratch. Money.
Money?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh. Well?
Say, you live here?
Temporarily. You see, I'm between engagements.
Huh?
I'm of the theater.
Oh.
Conditions are a bit chaotic now. And in a transitory stage, you might say. Television, you know.
Yeah.
For those of us with patience are sitting out its early stages.
Yeah, I know.
And I tried to bridge the waiting period by going to Hollywood. And I was highly successful there for a time until they discovered, to their horror and mine, that Technicolor brings out a pigmentation in my skin which, when combined with the chemicals necessary to develop...
Wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute.
Huh?
Let's get down to business, will you?
What business?
Look, I'm looking for a friend of mine. He's a short guy. Maybe 5'6", skinny. And he's got a bad left rocker.
Translate the latter part, please.
He limps real bad.
Oh.
Have you seen him around here today?
No.
Well, you probably will. Now, can you remember what he looks like?
My good man, I am known as the quickest study that ever learned to
Yeah. Now, look, here's a double saw.
Double
$20.
Ooh.
If and when you see the guy, I want you to call me.
Where?
I'll give you my phone number.
Oh.
Just ask for Joe here.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Now, if you handle this right, peg the guy for me, I'll spot you another 50.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the office of the agent in charge.
You sent for me, Mr. Russell?
Yes, Taylor. Have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
How's your desk?
Pretty clean, sir.
Good. I want you to go up to Fulton Falls this morning.
To the prison?
Yes, there's a patient in the prison hospital named George Humboldt. Interview him.
All right, sir.
Were you in the office when that case came in?
Humboldt. No, sir.
About 3 months ago, George Humboldt committed an armed robbery over in Madisonville. He escaped by stealing a car.
I see.
I have the details here. A Madisonville police car traced him to the state line, then notified the police here.
Mm-hmm.
Humboldt abandoned the car here in town, was picked up a few hours later. By that time, though, he'd gotten rid of the loot.
Was it ever recovered, sir?
No, that's why I want you to go up there, see if you can find out what he did with it.
All right, sir.
He got away with cash, negotiable bonds, and quite a bit of jewelry. You'll find the complete list in Humboldt's file.
All right, sir. I'll read it before I go.
Better take it with you and read it on the train. You see, there's a time element involved.
Oh, what's that?
I just got a call from the warden. Before the day is over, Humboldt may die.
That's you, Joe?
Yeah.
Where you been?
Down the dump.
The what?
The city dump.
Oh, what's playing there?
Business. Remember that connection I made at the prison hospital?
Uh-huh.
He called me this morning.
Oh, what for?
George Humboldt's in bad shape. He might kick over any minute.
No kidding.
The guy told me George's brother came to see him last night.
Artie?
Yeah. George told him where he buried the loot.
How do you know?
Our connection was on the Erie.
Oh, where is it?
George said it was buried in the city dump. That's why I was down there.
Oh, Joe, that's a big place.
I know. But if Artie shows up down there, we'll know about it.
How?
I got a dozen bums that live there looking for him.
Oh, that'll be a good score if we make it, huh?
Yeah, we'll make it. I insured the bet by sending Fat Willie up to Fulton Falls this morning. He's going to locate Artie and tail him as soon as he makes a move. Wait, I'll take it.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Is this Brookdale 9699?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, may I please converse with a gentleman named Joseph?
Huh? Oh, that's me.
Oh, good afternoon, my illustrious benefactor.
All right.
This is Rodney Fairfield,
Who?
the roving player whose palm you crossed with silver this morning.
Oh.
For which act I'm most humbly grateful, sir. And I can assure you that your
Get
direction...
with it, Doc. Have you seen the guy I told you about?
Just coming to that.
Oh.
I was resting comfortably this afternoon, taking in the warmth of the sun as it spent its precious few hours o'erhead.
Yeah.
When, lo, I could scarcely believe these eyes. There was the gentleman you so fittingly described to me.
You saw him?
Oh, at this very moment, he is surveying the debris-laden paths which surround me humble abode.
He's there now?
And he was a few moments ago when I left to repair to this apothecary's to make this telephone call.
Thanks. He's there. He's at the dump.
Artie?
Uh-huh. I'll see you later.
Are you busy, Mr. Russell?
No, come in, Taylor.
Thank you.
You're back pretty quickly, aren't you?
Yes, sir. George Humboldt died shortly before I arrived.
Oh, that's too bad.
But we may still recover that stolen property, Mr. Russell.
Oh, how?
I learned that Humboldt has a brother who went to see him last night.
Yes?
According to the visitor's registration book, the brother lived right near the prison.
You think he has the loot?
Well, no, sir, but there's a good chance he may know where it is.
Why?
Well, George Humboldt knew he was going to die.
Oh?
I learned that from the prison doctor. He talked to his brother at great length.
You probably told him where the stuff was hidden.
I think so. I decided to follow up on that. I went to where the brother lived. It turned out to be a rooming house.
Did you see him?
No, sir, he'd checked out. I got that from his landlady. She told me that he'd left an early call, wanted to catch a train. I got a description of him, went to the railroad station, and the ticket clerk there remembered him.
Did he remember his destination?
Yes, sir, he came here.
Oh, that certainly makes it look like the loot is here, too.
I would think so, sir. Oh, shall I ask the police to help us find him?
Yes, call them immediately. Let me know of any developments.
Hello?
Pete, this is Joe.
Oh, did you find Artie?
Yeah,
Well, did he dig up the stuff?
not yet.
Oh, couldn't he find it?
He didn't try.
Oh, why not?
He was just casing the joint.
Oh, waiting for it to get dark, eh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, Joe, did Fat Willie catch up to you?
Yeah, he lost Artie when he got off the train.
Oh, where's Willie now?
Across the street in the Central Hotel. We tail Artie there. That's where he's staying.
Oh.
Look, come over here. We'll wait by the hotel. As soon as Artie makes his move, we'll move right with him.
Hold it, Pete.
Oh, what's the matter?
Put out the flash.
Why?
We're getting closer to him.
Oh. Yeah, walking through this dump in the dark ain't gonna be easy.
Yeah, but it's worth it. Come on.
Okay.
Easy, will you?
I couldn't help it.
Wait.
What?
Look ahead there. Artie stopped.
Oh, looks like he's digging.
Yeah, uh-huh.
That must be where the stuff is buried. Hey, come on.
Wait a minute. We'll wait till he comes up with it.
What's that?
Cats.
Oh, I'll break that up.
Just stay put. He stopped ticking. He's reaching down for something.
Can you see what it is?
Yeah, it looks like a satchel.
Oh, that must be the stuff.
Huh? Come on. Let's move in.
Okay.
Hello, Artie.
Who's that?
Us. Give me the satchel.
Okay. Oh, shut up. Here you are, Joe.
Come on, turn on the flash.
Right.
These are even locked. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. Look here, cash, bonds, jewelry.
Oh, regular smorgasbord.
Yeah. Well, let's get out of here.
Joe, what do we do with him?
We'll send Fat Willie in there. Have him take the guy and drop...
Who's there?
Douse the light.
You hear me, gentlemen? Who are you?
Oh, it's him. Who? The bum who gave me the tip on Artie.
Just what sort of a... Oh, it's you, sir. Greetings.
Hiya.
Oh, you gave me quite a start. I saw your two faces in the glow of that pin spot, and I thought perhaps... Hello. What's this?
Huh?
With this chap on the ground. He's your missing friend, sir.
That's right.
What's happened to him? Look at his head. It's bleeding badly.
Look, blow. Come on, blow, will you?
But, my dear fellow, just a moment. I shan't be dismissed this lightly, sir. I'm beginning to suspect foul play, skullduggery.
Listen,
you heard me, sir. I'm going to summon a minion of the law.
Let's get Fat Willie. Have him take both these stiffs away.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Now that the 1949 college football season is in full swing, it's not hard to predict how millions of Americans will spend tomorrow afternoon. They'll be at the bowl or stadium or sticking close to the radio to enjoy a thrilling moment like this.
Hold everything. It's not a touchdown. There's been a fumble. I think the Blue fumbled. Yes, Roberts fell on the ball. And there's the gun. What an ending. What a hero that boy will be in this college town tonight.
Well, it's fine to be a football hero while you're in college. But that isn't the reason why loving parents save and make sacrifices to get their children educated. The real reason is that the odds in favor of a college man are 15 to 1.
In other words, a college man is 15 times more likely to make a salary of $10,000 or more a year than a non-college man.
Think that over, and I'm sure you'll understand why the Equitable Life Assurance Society attaches such great importance to its famous Equitable Education Fund. As its name indicates, an Equitable Education Fund is a simple, practical plan for parents who don't want to leave their children's education to chance.
Chance is ruled out by an Equitable Education Fund. It's sure.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
It spreads the cost of college over 12 or 15 years. On that basis, it is surprising how small a monthly payment is required to build up a sum that is ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, higher education and higher salaries go hand in hand. So the more truly you love your children, the more determined you will be to give them a head start toward future success and happiness with an Equitable Education Fund. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Helpful Hobo.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI presents you with a perfect picture of the essence of the criminal and of his parasitic existence. He considers himself a success only if he lives off the toil of someone else. And to him, one dishonest dollar is worth two of the other kind. Therefore, the situation depicted in this case is his constant ambition. For here he is able to gather in the spoils of a robbery without even having to go to the trouble of planning and committing that crime. The fact that murder is involved is not even a temporary deterrent. For the true criminal is so complete an egomaniac that he considers the possibility of his being caught to be minute. Yes, he knows that others are apprehended by the police. He might even know that at the time of the last census in this country, There were more than 175,000 people in prison. But he is not bothered by facts like that, because it is more pleasant to listen to his ego. His ego, which tells him that those people were caught because they got careless or because they were stupid. And so he vows to himself that he will not be careless, and he will not be stupid. And that satisfies him. Satisfies him enough so that he believes he can go on lying, stealing, cheating, yes, and even killing, until the very end. Tonight's file continues in the office of Agent in Charge Russell. Special Agent Taylor has just entered.
Good morning, Taylor.
Morning, sir.
Any word come in on young Humboldt? Yes, sir, just now. Good. Oh, not so good, sir. What do you mean? There was an automobile accident on Front Street last night near Pier 51. Yes? According to the police report, the car swerved to avoid a truck and ran into the side of the pier. The driver got away. Was that Humboldt? No, sir. He and another man were in the back seat, and Humboldt was dead. Oh. According to the coroner, sir, he was dead before the accident. Before? What was the cause of death? A blow on the head that fractured his skull. What about the car? I checked the motor number. It was stolen last night from a street near the city dump. IDEN is working now on some fingerprints that I got off the steering wheel. Good. Who was the other man in the car with Humboldt? His name is Rodney Fairfield, sir. He was taken to City Hospital unconscious. He's still in no condition to be interviewed. Did the hospital say when you could see him? Yes, sir. I spoke to them about 10 minutes ago. I'll be able to talk to him early this afternoon. Good. See him as soon as possible, then report back to me.
Hello?
Joe?
Yeah.
Pete?
Yeah, Pete.
I just got a call.
From who?
Fat Willie.
About what?
He blew town last night.
Why?
He cracked up the car and had to run.
What about the stiffs?
He left them.
Did?
Well, the old bum was still alive.
Where is he?
City Hospital. I called there.
That's bad.
Joe, he'll talk.
Yeah, he loves to.
You think we can get into the hospital?
That's an idea.
You want to try?
We might have to. Get up here real quick.
Mr. Fairfield, you say this Joe wrote down a phone number where he could be reached?
That is correct, sir.
But you lost the paper.
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, can you by any chance recall the number?
Shocking as it may seem to you, no.
Well, then I'd like to review just one point with you, please.
Go right ahead, sir. Delighted to cooperate.
Well, now, you say you talked to this man called Joe during the day.
I did, sir. He approached my quarters seeking aid. At the time, of course, I had no inkling of his villainous intent.
Yes, I know. Now, you say you also saw this man again last night.
Saw him? My dear fellow, he bludgeoned me. He and his vile companion. I knew, sir. I knew the moment I saw their evil faces.
Mr. Fairfield. Mr. Fairfield.
Yeah.
Why, after seeing this Joe twice in one day, can't you tell me what he looks like?
Sir, may I intrude into your personal life long enough to ask you just one question, please?
Why, certainly.
Yeah. Have you ever trod the boards?
You mean, have I ever been an actor?
Precisely.
Oh, I did some acting while I was in college.
Amateur?
Yes.
I loathe them.
Oh. Is that why you asked me about my acting experience?
No. I'm attempting to explain why I am unable to give you an adequate description of my assailant.
Oh.
Now, in the theater, the professional theater, when playing a scene with someone, you seldom look at a fellow actor's face. You look over his head. That gives you greater stature and also hides any tendency toward a double chin.
Oh, I see.
Naturally, after my years in the theater, I address everyone in that manner.
Well, then all you can tell me is that his first name is Joe and that he's about 5 feet 10.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Here's a pitcher of fresh water, Mr. Fairfield.
Thank you, Miss Fairwild.
Oh, Miss.
Yes, sir?
How could I find out whether or not anyone has called the hospital here asking about Mr. Fairfield?
The switchboard keeps a record of those calls.
Where is that?
Down the hall to your left, as far as you can go.
Oh, thanks very much. I'll be right back, Mr. Fairfield.
Oh, splendid.
And if I'm right about something, we may be able to catch these men without a description.
Joe?
I'm in here.
You ready?
For what?
To get to the hospital.
That's out.
Why?
It's too risky.
Oh, we're going to take it on the Duffy?
Well, it depends.
On what?
Whether the old bum is still alive. Hey, what's that number of the hospital?
Bridge 1110.
Maybe the old bum is dead by now.
Well, that'll fix everything up.
Will he say where he was?
Yeah, he's in Madisonville. He's got a friend who's...
Hold it. Look, I'd like to find out how a friend of mine is.
Yes, sir. What is the patient's name, please?
Rodney Fairfield.
Thank you. I will check.
He's checking.
Uh-huh. Hey, like I was saying, Joe, Fat Willie's with a friend who's got a saloon there. Willie's going to be...
Did you say Rodney Fairfield, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fairfield is no longer a patient. My file shows Mr. Fairfield was released at 3:18 this afternoon.
Oh. Okay. Thanks, miss. Well, we get another chance, Pete.
Why?
They sprung him from the hospital a half hour ago.
Yeah?
Let's pay the old bum a visit.
Okay.
And this time, we do the job right. Throw on the flashlight, Pete. Come on.
Okay. I don't know how we got through this stuff last night.
Me neither.
Hey, you see the old bum yet?
No, but he's down around here somewhere.
Yeah, they must have dumped a lot of this today.
Yeah. Hold it, Pete.
Huh?
There's the joint.
Oh, yeah. And there's the guy.
Hi there.
Who is it?
Joe.
You braggart. You've the nerve to return here to the scene of your villainous treachery?
Hold it. Let's go inside the shack.
What for?
We want to talk to you.
My home is my castle, and I invite in those whom I choose.
Look, we come down to tell you we're sorry about last night.
Yeah, it was an accident.
Your apologies are not acceptable.
We didn't only come for that.
Oh. Perhaps you wish to autograph this bandage on my head, huh? That is, if either of you can write.
Joe, it ain't going to work this way.
I guess not. Let's try this.
Just a moment, sir. You put that gun away. You heard him drop it.
Huh?
Drop it! Oh. Well, you timed your entrance magnificently, Mr. Taylor. This gentleman is a special agent of the FBI.
Mr. Fairfield.
From what I understand...
That's all right, Mr. Fairfield. We can explain the rest of it to them on the way to headquarters.
The arrest of the three criminals solved 14 large robberies where the funds were transported over state lines. Although guilty of federal crimes, the three were turned over to state authorities on murder charges, convicted and executed. Special Agent Taylor was able to bring tonight's case from the files of your FBI to a successful conclusion by having the city hospital release Rodney Fairfield temporarily so that he could act as a decoy and bring the criminals back to the city dump. That was necessary because, as you have heard, your FBI had no description or leads on either of the old man's assailants. Fingerprints found on the steering wheel of the car in which Fat Willie Johnson was transporting Fairfield and the dead Artie Humboldt to Johnson's identification and to his subsequent arrest. And so all three members of the gang were rounded up and ultimately removed from circulation. Removed by conviction in a court of law. Convictions which formed a part of the record compiled by the Federal Bureau of Investigation this year. That record shows that more than 97% of all people arrested by your FBI were later convicted. A mark which proves how thorough every special agent is in gathering evidence, in doing his job of protecting the life and property of you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, let's hear briefly from an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
Many families go heavily into debt to send a boy or girl through college. Don't let this happen to you. Start an Equitable Education Fund soon, and the money will be ready and waiting when your youngster is ready for college.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for nearly 8,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast who are always ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the name of the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A file exposing the operations of a family of thieves. Its subject, arson. Its title, The Unhappy Firebug.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Grace Albertson, Edgar Barrier, Hans Conried, Peter Leeds, and Mark Lawrence. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unhappy Firebug, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Mr. Keating, I'm crowding 50. But last Saturday, I scored a touchdown for my college. The player who actually carried the ball was the son of my oldest friend, who died 2 years ago. That boy wouldn't be in college today if I hadn't sold his dad an Equitable Education Fund. Do you wonder I get a kick out of being a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society?
In approximately 14 minutes, I'll be back to give the whole story of an Equitable Education Fund, an important contribution to American education made by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Unhappy Firebug.
Because the middle of the 20th century is now almost close enough to touch, it might be well to make this a time of reckoning. A time to sit and count something besides our many and generous blessings. What, for instance, is the crime picture as we plunge into the second half of the 1900s? A study has just been completed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which might give us some idea. The study covered all crime records since the birth of your FBI. And to judge from those files, the answer is one to sober even the most optimistic among us. Virtually every crime, be it arson or murder, or anything in between, is being committed more often now than it was 5, 15, or 20 years ago. This past 12-month period, for example, saw the police blotters of our nation record more than 1.5 million major crimes. An amount which becomes even more staggering, which becomes almost unbelievable when you break it down and learn that major crimes are committed in this country today at a rate of better than 3 a minute. Every minute of every hour of every day. These are shocking statistics. And very frankly, the FBI reports them to you for that exact reason. To shock you into cooperation with your local law enforcement agencies. If all Americans cooperate, then the forces of law and order will ultimately defeat the American criminal. Then there is hope that in time, you will be able to enjoy a fifth freedom. Freedom from crime. Tonight's file opens in the small living room of a railroad flat located in a cheap tenement house. It is early evening, and a young man in a faded bathrobe has just entered the room.
Marge, I finally got it.
Huh?
Here, shuffle this deck.
But, Red, I want to finish the funny.
Oh, come on, shuffle. Yeah, that's it. Now, just shuffle them up good. Mix them all up. That's right. Now, put the whole deck on the table.
Uh-huh.
Fine, good. Now, cut them. Any place.
Okay.
Now, look at the top card. Got it? Make sure you remember it now.
Uh-huh.
Now, put it back in the pack and shuffle the whole deck again.
Okay.
Right. That's fine. Get them mixed up good, though. Well, now, I haven't touched the cards at all, have I?
Whoa.
Count down 3 cards.
1, 2, 3.
Next card is yours. Turn it over.
All right.
Pretty good, huh?
That's the wrong card.
Huh? Oh, it can't be.
But, Red, it is.
But the book says that the...
Is that you, Mom?
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Davis.
What's with the bathrobe?
I was just resting.
Resting? From what?
Oh, now, Mom.
Go get dressed.
What for?
I found a job for you.
You mean work?
Yeah, remember?
Well, now, I don't know, Mrs. Davis. I got 2 or 3 things lined up myself, and...
Yeah.
He really has, Mom.
I've been hearing that same routine for the last 6 months. Meantime, the bite's on me for your food and rent. Now go get dressed.
Well, what is this job?
You know the warehouse at 5th and Bedford?
Uh-huh.
I just made a deal with a man who's tied in with it.
Oh, now, look, I couldn't work in no warehouse.
You don't have to work there. All you gotta do is go out there tonight and burn it down.
Later that evening, Special Agent Jim Taylor is behind the fire lines as a blaze is being fought in the large warehouse.
Keep that crowd back, Bill. Get him back over there. Sorry, Taylor.
That's okay, Chief. I never knew crowds were such a problem.
They are more trouble than the fires in most cases.
Oh, have you been able to get that pane of glass for me yet?
It must be out by now. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Keep those crowds back, men. Hey, Jim! Jim!
Oh, hi, Walt. Walt, go around the hose engine.
This way?
Yeah, that's it. Now, hurdle that hose. Hey, that's got it.
Oh, boy, I've been trying to get through to you for the last 10 minutes. That's an obstacle course.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I got your message when I called the office. What's up?
Well, this fire started about an hour ago. When the inspectors got here, they called our office.
Why?
They're sure that it's arson.
Well, who'd want to burn down a government warehouse?
Well, that's what we've got to find out.
Anything missing from inside?
No. No, this fire wasn't started to cover up a theft. They had an inventory checkup only this afternoon.
Any suspects?
None yet. I've asked the men who are holding back the crowd to try and find somebody who was around here when it started.
Here's that pane of glass, Taylor.
Oh, thanks, Chief.
What's that for, Jim?
Well, when I was in Washington 2 weeks ago, I saw that electron microscope that our lab put in.
Oh?
They can scrape some smoke off this glass, take a picture of it, and tell what was burning. Maybe even what started the blaze.
Let me know as soon as you hear anything, will you, Taylor?
Sure thing, Chief.
I'm going back inside now.
Well, thanks for everything.
Right.
Jim, you want me to stick around and see if I can locate any witnesses?
Yeah, will you do that, Walt? I'll get this pane of glass on its way to Washington.
Hello?
Hello, Marge.
Oh, hi, Mom.
Did he get home yet?
Who?
Your husband.
Red?
Yes, dear. Have you heard anything from him?
No.
We should have been home an hour ago.
Maybe he forgot to take matches.
That wouldn't surprise me. Look, the minute he comes in, have him call me.
Well, I'm going out for a few minutes.
What for?
Oh, I'm just going around the corner to get some comic books.
You stay where you are.
But it'll only take me... Oh, wait. Is that you, Red?
Yeah, honey.
He's here, Mom.
Oh, put him on.
My mother wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Here you are.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
What kept you? Where were you?
In a magic store.
Where?
The magic store.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah, the fella there just got in some new tricks, so I thought that
Look,
I'd...
do you realize I've been waiting for the last 5 hours to hear how it went?
How what went?
The fire.
Oh, it was okay.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I went to the place, I started the fire, and it burned.
Did the place burn down?
Must have. When I left, the whole sky was light. There were lots of fire engines.
Did you have any trouble?
No.
Did anyone see you?
Nope. Oh, Mrs. Davis,
What?
when do I get paid?
I'm collecting from the man tomorrow morning.
Well, would you mind bringing my share over real early?
What for?
I want to buy some new tricks.
Here's a lab report on that pane of glass, Walt.
Already? How did we get it back so soon?
The SAC was flying down to Washington. He took it with him.
Ah, that's quick action.
Yeah. Come on, let's go back to my desk, huh?
Okay.
Go ahead, Walt.
Thanks. Well, what's in the report?
It was magnesium oxide.
That means fireworks, doesn't it?
That's right. And there was nothing in that warehouse with a magnesium base. Oh, go ahead. Sit down, Walt.
Okay. You know, that magnesium oxide, I might just tie something in with that I got last night.
Oh, from who?
A kid who was watching the fire. He lives in the neighborhood.
What'd he give you?
Well, he and a pal of his talked to a man who was hanging around the warehouse about 6 o'clock last night. He was carrying some boxes. They might have contained fireworks.
No? Did this kid describe the man?
No, all he remembered was that he had red hair.
Did you question the youngster's pal?
Not yet. I'm going out looking for him this afternoon. You might have some evidence for us.
What do you mean?
Well, the kid said the man threw the boxes away before he went into the warehouse.
And?
And the second kid picked them up. I'm hoping he still has them.
Oh. Think I'll call ident, Walt, and get pictures on all known red-headed arsonists. You can show them to the kids.
Okay.
That might turn up the man we're looking for.
Marge?
Huh?
Come here, will you?
What for?
I got a trick I want to show you.
Oh, gee, Red, I'm reading.
Oh, you gotta see this one. It's the best trick I ever did. Here, take these.
What are they?
Mystery rings. They're inside each other, see?
What am I supposed to do with them?
See if you can take them apart.
What for?
That's the trick, Marge.
Oh.
Now, try.
Okay. I can't do it. Now, can I read?
Oh, wait a minute. You gotta watch me first. Here, let me have the rings.
Here.
Now watch. You say the magic words. Abadab, abadab.
They're still together. They're
Funny.
still together.
Funny. Worked in the store.
Marge?
Yes, Mom.
Where is he?
Who?
Your husband.
Here I am, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you stupid idiot, you blundering imbecile.
Huh?
Don't you ever listen when anyone talks to you.
What's the matter, Mom?
I get him a job. The first job he's had in months. All he has to do is go to the warehouse, set the fire.
But that's what I did.
Sure. What's wrong, Mom?
What's wrong? He burned down the wrong joint.
We will return to tonight's exciting FBI file in just a moment. Now let's turn to another type of thrill, one you'll probably be enjoying tomorrow afternoon when you listen to some exciting college football game.
No. Newell kept the ball himself all the time. He's fooled everybody. Now he's sneaking past midfield like a scared jackrabbit. He's going for a touchdown.
After college days are over, what happens to these football heroes and their fellow classmates? Take the matter of earning power. Do college men earn more or just about the same as the average non-college men?
College men earn much more. Actually, a college graduate is 15 times more likely to make a salary of $10,000 a year or better than a non-college man.
In other words, the odds in favor of a college education are 15 to 1. Consider that figure, and you will understand why the management of the Equitable Life Assurance Society takes pride in its famous Equitable Education Fund. An Equitable Education Fund is a plan for far-sighted parents who want the satisfaction of knowing that their children will receive the higher education that means so much.
First and foremost, an Equitable Education Fund is sure.
Right. This fund combines planned regular saving with life insurance. So if the father dies or becomes permanently disabled, this plan makes certain that his children will still be able to get the education he was ambitious for them to have.
Second advantage, an Equitable Education Fund is easy.
That's because this plan spreads the cost of education over 10 or 15 years. Only a comparatively small monthly amount is required, and it eventually builds up into a sum ample to see a boy or girl through college. Remember, fathers and mothers, in the increasingly competitive years that lie ahead, the biggest prizes will go to college-trained men and women. Put your children in line for a more successful future by starting an Equitable Education Fund now. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unhappy Firebug.
Earlier in tonight's program, it was mentioned that the police of this nation are using science more and more every day in fighting the war against crime. No better example of that use could be found than the one illustrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. A case in which the electronic microscope is used as a means of establishing the crime of arson. That microscope, which is powerful enough to magnify a specimen up to 20,000 times, is probably the most expensive single piece of equipment in the laboratory of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, for its total cost amounted to more than $15,000. When you consider that less than 20 years ago, there was no such thing as an FBI laboratory, when you consider that at its inception, it had as equipment one ordinary microscope, you begin to get some idea of the growth of the lab. At the present time, it has been estimated that the equipment in the lab, which is the finest of its kind in the world, cost more than $1 million. And the FBI would be the last to deny that that seems like a lot of money to be spent in so short a time for what might seem to the outsider to be theoretical aids. But ask any special agent how often he uses the lab to help him solve a case. Ask the thousands upon thousands of local police chiefs who send evidence in purely local cases to the FBI lab to be analyzed, what they would do without that lab, and you realize the tremendous value of the fight science is making against crime in your behalf. Tonight's file continues in the shabby living room of Marge and Red Wheeler.
Red. Red.
Huh?
Have you got any tricks you'd like to show me?
No, Marge.
I'd like to see the one with the rings again, Red.
Nah.
Oh, gee, honey, don't feel so bad. It wasn't your fault. You just went to the wrong place. You said yourself that the fire was the best you ever saw.
Oh, Marge, that don't help. I'm still a failure.
Oh, you are not.
Maybe I'll go look for a job.
A regular job?
Yeah.
I won't let you do it.
We can't just keep living off your mother. Especially now when she ain't going to give us no more money.
Red.
What?
I got an idea. Mom's not mad at you because you didn't light a good fire. She's just sore because the fire you set was at the wrong place.
Yeah, that's right.
So why don't you go burn the right place?
Huh?
Then you'll be in solid with Mom again.
Hey, that might work.
Sure it will. Do you have the right address?
Uh-huh. 5th and Bedford.
Then why don't you go over there?
You mean right now?
Yes.
Okay, I will.
Oh, wait.
Huh?
Here, Red. Just for luck, use my lighter.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Walt. Did you find that other kid?
Yeah, and he still had the boxes.
Hey, that's a break.
Here they are. You see, there's a sticker on them right here.
Mm-hmm.
They were bought at Newton's Sporting Goods Shop, 411 Main Street.
Yeah, did you check with them?
I went down there. They were closed.
Yeah. Well, when they open again, you can also find out if a redhead bought any more fireworks there this afternoon.
Why?
There was another warehouse fire at 5th and Bedford.
That government warehouse was at 15th and Bedford, wasn't
That's right. This might be something more than a coincidence, too. According to the fire chief, a brilliant flame was seen when this fire broke out. That could mean that magnesium was used again.
Yeah. Did he get you another pane of glass?
Yeah, it's already on its way to Washington. Oh, Walt, that second kid that you talked to, did he recognize any of the pictures?
No, but I did get a character note on our red-headed suspect.
No, what's that?
He had a deck of cards with him. Tried to show the kid some card tricks, none of which he seemed able to do.
That could make him anything from a card shop to an exhibitionist. Well, I guess all we can do now, Walt, is wait for that sporting goods shop to open up in the morning.
Who's that?
Me?
Oh, hi, Mom.
Where's the genius? Still sleeping?
If you mean Red, he's out.
Picking up some new tricks, I suppose. You know, I got a great suggestion for that young man. Why doesn't he try to make himself disappear?
Oh, Mom, you're always picking on him. He made one little mistake.
One little mistake? I find a man who wants to pay to have his place burned down.
The man who hired you owned the place?
That's right.
Well, then why did he want it burned?
Well, I'll try to explain it to you. He buys a lot of stuff on consignment, puts it in the warehouse. Then, just before the fire, he has it moved out. Everybody thinks the stuff burned. Understand?
Sort of.
Well, then he goes bankrupt. He sells the stuff to a fence and keeps that money, too.
Oh. Well, gee, we did the right thing then.
What do you mean?
That's why Red went out.
What are you talking about?
Well, you were mad at Red because he burned the wrong place. Now you're going to be proud of him.
Will you get to the point?
Well, he's out burning the right place this time.
What?
He's burning the warehouse at 5th and Bedford.
You're kidding.
No, Mom, honest.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, that mutton head.
Red?
Yes, Red. He's really fixed it now.
Because he's out setting the fire?
Yes.
But why?
When Red burned the wrong joint, the warehouse guy figured the deal was off. He moved all the stuff back in again. Now he's really bankrupt.
Got quick action from the lab again, Walt.
Oh, is the report back on that second pane of glass?
Yeah, and it shows the same thing, magnesium oxide, so it must be the same firebug.
And we know who he is, Jim.
He was identified?
Yep. A man named Charles Wheeler, alias Red Wheeler.
How did you come up with that?
Well, I went to the sporting goods shop when it opened this morning, showed one of the clerks the fireworks boxes. He said they were bought this week. The store just started to carry that brand.
You showing him the pictures?
That's right. He made positive identification.
Great. You find out where this Wheeler lives?
Yes, I checked on that. He and his wife had moved away 6 months ago. Naturally, no forwarding address.
Well, at least we know now who we're looking for. And we know he was in town as recently as yesterday.
Well, an alarm should turn him up, Jim.
Yeah. Well, there may be another way of finding him.
How's that?
I checked on the owner of that second warehouse that was burned. It's in the name of a dummy corporation. I'm trying now to get the names on the incorporation papers.
In case they had a convenient fire, you mean?
That's right. If they did, and if Wheeler was hired to do the job, getting the owner's name could clear up this whole mess.
What's that, some new kind of game, Jim?
No, Walt, these were sent up here by Fire Chief Russell.
No. What are they?
They're trick rings. They were found in the warehouse that burned yesterday.
Oh?
If you hold them this way, they come apart. See?
Oh. I say, how come the fire didn't blacken that chrome?
Oh, they were found underneath a packing case. I guess the flames never got to them.
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah.
Report from ident.
Oh, thanks very much. Now, this helps a little.
What is it?
Ident took some prints off these rings, and I brought them in. The prints belong to Red Wheeler. That definitely places him inside the building before the fire.
Yeah. Well, we just have to find him.
Yeah, that's true. Walt, we've got to have copies of his picture made. We'll send them to the police in the 19th and 20th precincts.
Well, why just there, Jim?
Well, Wheeler's last known address was in the 19th, right?
Uh-huh.
And the place where he bought the fireworks is in the 20th.
Yeah?
Well, in the way I figured, Wheeler must still live someplace close by. If he didn't, he wouldn't go all the way back to his old neighborhood just to buy some Roman candles.
That's logical. Well, Jim, we ought to be able to have the pictures made up by...
Well, I just thought of something.
What?
Didn't one of the kids you talked to say Wheeler was trying some trick with playing cards?
Yeah, that's right.
Let's check one thing before we give the police those pictures. Come on.
Who's that?
Me.
Oh, hi, Mom. I was just gonna...
How long will it take you to pack?
Huh?
You got to get out of here.
What for?
That warehouse guy is gunning for us. We got to get out of town. Where's Knucklehead?
Mom, if you mean Red...
I do. Where is he?
In the bedroom.
Resting, I suppose.
Who's that?
My mother.
Oh.
Come out here.
Well, I'm kind of busy, Mrs. Davis.
Come here!
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
That warehouse man is after us. We got to leave town, and right now. Start packing.
Why should we run away from him?
Because he has a gun, and he wants to use it to make little round holes in your large, empty head.
I'll go pack.
Goodness, Mom. Why would anyone want to kill Red?
Oh, honey.
Well, it certainly was nice of you to warn him.
I don't mean it to be nice. The guy's looking for me, too. And I need someone strong enough to carry the bags.
The warehouse man.
No, that's the cab driver.
Huh?
I brought you some extra bags. He's bringing them up. Let him in.
Okay.
Hello, miss.
Are you the taxi drivers?
No, we're special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
We're looking for a Red Wheeler.
Oh, well, he's not here. He left town this morning.
Hey, Marge. Marge, I got it.
Oh.
I finally got it, Marge. Here, honey, take a card.
Yeah, honey. Take a card. This is the last trick he'll do for about 10 more years.
Red Wheeler, his wife, his mother-in-law, and the owner of the second warehouse that was burned were all tried and convicted in federal court on charges of attempted fraudulent bankruptcy. Each received a 10-year sentence. The idea which Special Agent Taylor got was to check one particular type of store in the neighborhood where Red Wheeler had purchased the fireworks. That type of shop is sometimes called a trick store or a magic shop. There were several in the 19th and 20th precincts, but a visit to the third one on their list brought the two agents the address they wanted, the address where Red Wheeler and his wife were living. After the arrest of the trio, an arrest you have just witnessed, further investigation divulged the name of the man who had hired Wheeler's mother-in-law. And so, through the latest in science, as exemplified by the electronic microscope, your FBI was able to close another file successfully. Besides the use of scientific aids, the two special agents showed the utmost patience in their investigation, showed the ability to continue when it was easy to become discouraged, showed they could think clearly and follow through their line of reasoning. All of these are part of every special agent's training which enabled your FBI to close another file successfully with the arrest and conviction of all the criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, an Equitable Society representative on the subject of an Equitable Education Fund.
Fathers and mothers, the cost of a college education for your boy or girl can easily amount to more than $5,000. Why try to pay that whole amount in 4 years? Spread it over 16 or 17 years with an Equitable Education Fund.
The man whose words you have just heard speaks for nearly 8,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast, ready to give you friendly help and counsel. If you do not know the Equitable man in your community, send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case exposing the operations of a big-time jewel thief. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Musical Frame-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tony Hughes, Charles Maxwell, Jeanette Nolan, Mala Powers, and Gil Stratton, Jr. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The musical frame-up on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now, a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Your future is his business. Security in years to come for you, your home, and your family. Yes, your future is in good hands when you entrust your life insurance program to a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 14 minutes, Mr. Keating is going to tell you about the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Because this chart is one of the most important services of the Equitable Society, I urge every member of this audience to listen carefully. Remember, it's the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, available from representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight's FBI file, The Musical Frame-Up.
At this time, the Federal Bureau of Investigation can announce to you that on the basis of a survey recently completed, the total value of property stolen in the United States this year will approximate the staggering sum of $125 million. It may give you some idea of exactly how staggering an amount that is when you realize that it is some 18 times as much money as the United States paid for the 500,000 square miles of Alaska. If Alaska seems too far away, or if you think that the value of money has changed so materially since the Alaskan purchase, consider the fact that the value of property stolen this year is greater than the amount of income tax paid by the people of 28 of our 48 states. No matter what comparison is made, $125 million is a large sum of money. To know that it was stolen this year is a sobering fact, but one which pales before the accompanying information that the figure is spiraling, and that unless something is done to abate the current crime wave, and done in the near future, the figure for next year will be larger. And let those numbers answer the people who say that crime will always be with us, so why worry about it? Crime, as you can see, has ceased to be a necessity. For the American people, crime is now a luxury they can ill afford. Tonight's file opens in the offices of a music publishing company in Tin Pan Alley. In the small rehearsal room of this establishment, a man is seated at a piano going over the lyrics of a song with an attractive young woman.
You see, Rosie? This is the chunk of the melody we want to sell. So kind of punch with the lyrics right there, will you, baby?
Oh, sure, Marty.
Shall we try it again?
Okay.
All right, sugar, right from the intro, huh?
Hiya, Marty. Hiya, boy.
Huh?
Remember me? Jack Logan.
Logan?
I met you on the coast. That party at Carlisle's ranch, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I do, yeah.
Sure you do. I heard you just flew in yesterday.
That's right.
How's everybody out there?
Fine.
Good. I read in Variety where you wrote a musical. Huh?
Yeah. Say, look, Jack, I'm kind of busy right now going over a hunk of these lyrics right
But
here.
I come to see you on business.
What do you mean?
Well, that Variety story said you were going to audition the show tonight. You were using some rich dame's joint on Park Avenue, right?
Yeah, Mrs. Adams.
Trying to dig some backers, huh?
Yeah.
Well, Marty, I got a guy who's real loaded, and he's dying to bust into show business.
No kidding.
How would it be if I brought him up there?
Swell.
Look, Marty, I got a date at the hairdresser's.
Oh, sure, honey. Look, call me later, will you? I'll give you the address and the starting time then.
Sure. Well, be talking to you, kid.
Right. I'm sorry, honey.
Who's that character?
I don't know. Just met him once.
Sounds like it could be mob dough, Marty.
Mob, schmob. These days you got to take any dough you can get. Come on, sugar. Let's make with this lyric.
Quite a layout, huh, Steve?
Yeah. Who are all these guys?
People invited to maybe back the show.
Ah. Which is the dame that owns the joint?
I think that's her over there, flashing all the ice.
Oh, yeah.
She's supposed to have 6 jillion.
I can believe it. Where's this songwriting guy?
Oh, that's him over there at the piano. Hey, Marty.
Hi, Jack.
You here a second?
Sure. Say, I'm glad you could make it, kid.
This is the fellow I told you about. Steve White, meet Marty Scott.
Hello, Mr. White.
Hello, Marty.
Well, you guys just park any place around here. We're going to get into action in just a minute.
Oh, we're okay right
Look, now, I suppose you know an audition ain't like doing the show in the theater. We just give you a rough layout on the book, hit you with the tunes, maybe a couple of dances.
Marty's ready.
Yeah, honey?
We're all set.
Oh, swell. Look, now, we're starting. We'll take a break after we go through the first act, then we'll spread a little whiskey, huh? I'll see you later.
Yeah,
All right.
sure.
Right. Is this a regular custom, Jack?
Yeah, sure. Sometimes these turkeys do more shows in apartments than they do in theaters.
Oh. How long will this first act take?
Oh, I'd say at least a half hour.
Well, as soon as it starts, we better get busy and find the old dame's jewelry.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Agent Don Campbell approaches.
Hello, Don.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, did you stop by your desk on the way over here?
No.
Well, we're teamed up on another case.
Oh?
Jewel robbery.
Interstate?
Yeah. A few days ago, the SAC got a memo from our Los Angeles office. It seems they received an anonymous phone call out there.
Jim, I think you better start at the beginning.
Okay. Now, let's see. 6 weeks ago, the wife of a movie producer was robbed of about $30,000 worth of jewelry. It was one of a series of thefts that occurred after people had left big parties.
Any descriptions of the thief?
No, none good enough.
Sounds like maybe somebody at the parties was in on it.
That's what L.A.'s anonymous caller said. He also stated that the jewelry stolen at the last party, which was at a Mr. Carlisle's ranch, could be found back here.
It's not much to work on.
Oh, there's more, Don. When the SEC got the memo from L.A., he sent a copy to the police. Well, they knocked over a fence today and recovered a good part of the loot.
It could mean the thief's still around.
Uh-huh. The police are going to notify us if the same modus operandi is used here.
Fine.
I'll call you before I leave, Don, so let's start working on this first thing in the morning.
Is just another guy. I really often wonder why I'm so in love with Joe. I'm so in love with Joe.
Okay, everybody, okay. That's the end of the first act. Now grab yourself a drink or some food. We'll start the second act in 15 minutes. Oh, Ruthie, honey, you were terrific.
Oh, thank you, Marty. How did Mrs. Adams like it?
Hey, I'm not so sure she did.
What do you mean?
Well, she walked back there about 10 minutes ago and never showed again.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean she didn't like it.
Well, there's only one way to know. Let's go find her. Come on. Okay. Excuse me, please, ma'am. Certainly. Excuse me. Right here.
Please.
Go ahead, Ruthie.
Oh, thanks.
Well, gee, guess this is the bedrooms and stuff back here.
Yeah.
Plenty of doors to choose from.
Why don't you kind of call out to her?
I don't know. It's kind of like yelling in a church. Let's see what this place is here.
What is it?
Well, where I live, it'd be a room, but here it's a closet. Let's try this one here.
Okay.
This is a kind of a den deal. Hey, look over there on the floor.
Oh, Marty, it's Mrs. Adams.
Yeah. Oh, she's really out.
She breathing?
Yeah.
Hey, Marty, look. Look over there on the wall. Well, it's a safe. It's open.
Uh-huh. Hey, she ain't got her jewels on either. She's been robbed, Ruth.
Look, Marty, we'd better call the police.
Yeah, go ahead. She only came in here a few minutes ago. Whoever did this must have been here when we started. Hey, wait a minute, Ruthie. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I think I know who did this, and I'm going to find him. Don, I'm glad you're still here.
I was just leaving.
Police headquarters just called. There's just been a jewel robbery. The pattern was like the ones on the coast.
Oh? What's the story?
A woman named Adams was robbed of jewelry and government bonds.
Where?
At her apartment. She had a lot of people there for an audition that was being held for a musical comedy.
How long ago was this, Jim?
The report came in about 15 minutes ago.
Any description on the thief?
No, the woman was in her library. He came up behind her and knocked her out.
The police able to hold the guests?
All but one, a man named Marty Scott. He apparently had arranged the audition.
What happened to him?
Well, a girl was with him, and they discovered the robbery. Scott told her he knew who did the job, said he was going, and he left.
Marty Scott?
Yeah, he's a songwriter.
You know him?
No, but I got a rundown on him from the police. He's a bit of a character. He drinks a lot.
Wonder if he's been in California recently.
According to the police, Don, he just got back.
Any criminal connections?
Well, the police are checking on that now. Oh, one other thing. This Scott stole a car from in front of the apartment house when he left.
Oh.
The police have already sent out an alarm on it.
Say, Jim, what about a teletype on Scott to the L.A. office?
That's a good idea, Don. And we'll go up and interview with that girl that was with him when they found Mrs. Adams.
Jack.
Yeah?
What's with the soda on ice?
Oh, they said they were sending the boy right up.
Yeah. Any more stuff there?
Well, his bracelet, and that's it.
Let's have a look at it. Here. Oh. That's nice. Nice. Yeah, it ought to bring about $3,500.
That much?
Uh-huh.
What do we do with these bonds? Burn them?
No.
They look real hot.
I got a fence that'll take a stove.
What? That must be the bellboy.
Yeah, wait, I'll stash this. Okay, let him in.
All right. What?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Marty.
Mind if I come in?
Well, Marty...
Thanks. Hello, Mr. White.
Oh, hi there.
Look, Marty, we're busy right now.
Yeah, I just stopped by to find out what happened to you.
Oh, we had to leave.
Yeah, I know. I saw you go before the first act was over. What did you have to leave for?
Well, we had a date.
Why don't you tell him the truth, Jack?
What's that, Mr. White?
We didn't like your show. Now, how about leaving here, eh?
Not till I tell you something. There was a robbery at that apartment tonight. Somebody slugged Mrs. Adams, took her jewelry, robbed the safe.
No kidding.
It happened just before you left.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to say we had something to do with it?
I'll let you answer that one.
Hey, look,
Hold it,
Marty.
Jack. I'll answer it. Like this. This guy wanted to go to the cops. Let's fix it so he does.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now a quick interview with a man sitting on top of the world. A man who got rid of a 10-year worry in 10 minutes flat.
That's me, Mr. Keating. Honest, I can't thank my Equitable Society representative enough for bringing that fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
That's fine, Ed. Tell us just what the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers did for you.
Well, just like you said, Mr. Keating, I got rid of a 10-year-long worry in 10 minutes. Before I got hold of this chart, I used to lie awake nights worrying what would happen to my family if I should die unexpectedly. And the biggest part of that worrying was I didn't have a ghost of an idea what income my wife and kids would need to live on without me. This chart opened my eyes.
No question about it, Ed. This Equitable Society chart is an eye-opener and a worry chaser. Not one man in 50 really knows how much money his family would need to carry on without him, what they would require to maintain a decent standard of living until the children finish high school. The Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers gives you a reliable basis on which to figure the minimum expense. What's more, it's simplicity itself. Every step is made absolutely clear by easy-to-understand pictures.
My wife and I really enjoyed filling it in. Once you have the facts, it usually turns out to be much less of a problem than you thought.
By the way, Ed, how much did this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers cost you?
Why, not 1 cent. It was free.
Yes, this chart is just one of many services available from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. It does not obligate you in any way. Just drop a hint to any representative of the Equitable Society, and he'll be glad to see that you get a copy. Or send a postcard care of this ABC station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file. The musical frame-up.
There are in the United States approximately 140,000 law enforcement officers. Their job, as their name indicates, is to enforce the law and to arrest those they find guilty of breaking that law. To repeat, that is their job, not yours. And therein lies the lesson the Federal Bureau of Investigation would like to bring home to you tonight. If you know of a case in which any crime has been committed, do not attempt to deal with the situation yourself. For the true criminal must be dealt with by those who are familiar with his tricks, by those who are equipped to fight him and to capture him. It is not that the local police and your FBI do not appreciate help from the public, for many crimes would remain unsolved without such help. But make sure your help will do some good, will help remedy the situation brought about by the crime. If those are your intentions, then your course is a simple and an easy one. It is, in fact, the only logical course for you to take. Merely pick up your telephone and call your local police. Give them the start, and they will finish the job for you. Tonight's file continues in a small room at police headquarters.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Graham.
Oh, that's all right.
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Yes, I know. The police told me you were coming.
You're a friend of Marty Scott's.
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Oh, off and on, about 5-6 years.
Well, the police have given me a background report on him about his drinking. They say it's gotten him into quite a few scrapes in the past. Do you know about any of these?
No.
Have you ever been with him when he was drinking?
A few times. But he seemed more like a paper hat drunk than a trouble guy.
Or was he drinking at this audition tonight?
Not that I know of.
What were you doing there?
I was singing some of Marty's numbers.
Oh, I see. Now, when did you get to Mrs. Adams' apartment?
About 8:15.
And who was there?
Marty, a dance team named Carrie and Ollie,
Mm-hmm.
a couple of chorus kids, and about a dozen squares who might put up some money.
And you were with Scott when Mrs. Adams was found?
That's right.
Now, let's see. You've testified that he left stating that he knew who committed the robbery and was going after them.
Mm-hmm.
Did he mention any names?
No, he...
Pardon me, please. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Captain. You have where? Yes, I see. Yeah, thanks very much. That was a report on Marty Scott.
What about him?
He's just been found unconscious in a stolen car that he'd driven into a concrete wall. According to the police who found him, he reeked of whiskey, and in one of his pockets they found some of Mrs. Adams' jewelry.
Oh, Mr. Taylor,
Oh, yes, miss?
you can see Mr. Scott now.
Oh, fine, thank you.
Go right in.
Thanks.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials, Mr. Scott.
Oh. I thought it was another one of those pulse and thermometer kids.
How do you feel?
Awful. I ain't been hit so hard since they dropped my last auction.
You mind answering some questions?
Look, I know what you're going to ask me. I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. I was framed.
Oh, by whom?
Two guys named Jack Logan and Steve White.
Mm-hmm.
They came to Ms. Adams' apartment to see a run-through of a show I wrote. In fact, I invited them.
Where did you know them from?
I just knew Logan. I met him at a party some guy named Carlisle threw out on the coast.
What does this Logan do?
I don't know. You meet a lot of guys at a party, but you don't give them a saliva test.
What makes you think they framed you?
I saw them blow the joint early. When I found Ms. Adams, I had a hunch they did it, so I went to see them.
No.
They knocked me cold. Then they must have put me in a car, drove it into a wall, spilled whiskey on me, and put some of the loot in my kick.
They didn't steal the car.
No, I did that. Look, I know that hangs one on me, but all I can say is I couldn't find a cab, it was raining, and I was in a real big hurry. But you can believe me, mister, I didn't take the other stuff. Melodies I may steal, yeah, but not jewelry.
Where can I locate Logan and White?
They're at the Park Hotel.
Okay, I'll go over and see them. I'll check on your story.
Thanks.
I'll get back here to you later.
Right. Oh, by the way,
Yeah?
I got a tip for you. When you go there, wear a helmet.
Jim,
Yes, Tom?
teletype just came in from L.A. on Scott.
Huh?
He attended that party at the Carlisle ranch.
Yeah, I know. I just finished talking to Scott at the hospital.
You got a confession?
No, let's go back to my desk.
Okay.
Go ahead, then.
Right. What was Scott's story?
Yeah, he claims he was framed by two men named Jack Logan and Steve White.
Did Scott admit being at the Carlisle party?
Yeah, he said that's where he met this Logan.
Why did these men want to frame him?
Well, according to Scott, they're the ones that robbed Mrs. Adams.
It's not a very strong alibi.
I know, but we've got to go along with it until we prove otherwise.
It's true.
He gave me descriptions on this White and Logan. Why don't you check back on both of them with ident, huh?
Okay, I
While
will.
you're doing that, I'll go over and see them.
Should we answer that, Steve?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Yeah?
I'm looking for Steve White or Jack Logan.
I'm Jack Logan.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh,
Who is it, Jack?
fella from the FBI.
Have him come in.
Come on in.
Thanks.
That's Mr. White.
Hi, Mr. White.
Hi. Think I know why you're here. It's about that robbery last night, right?
Yeah.
We were just going to get in touch with the police.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we got some information. Figured it might be useful.
Yeah.
Well, you can give it to me.
Well, you are talking about the Adams robbery, right?
That's right.
We went to her apartment earlier for that, what do you call it, Jack?
Audition.
Yeah.
I brought Mr. White there. Thought maybe he might want to invest in the show.
Oh, I see.
I didn't like the music, so we left.
Well, is this what you were going to tell the police?
Oh, no. We got something real important. After we left that place, we came here to Jack's. About a half hour later, there's a knock on the door. Jack answered it. It's his friend. What's the guy's name?
Marty Scott.
Yeah. He'd apparently been hitting the grog real good.
Yeah, and he was staggering.
Why did he come here?
He said he needed some dough. We couldn't handle that, and then he digs in his pockets and comes up with a handful of rings and bracelets. Asked if we'll take him for security.
That's right.
Turned him down on that, and he left.
Make any trouble? I mean, was he violent?
Oh, no. We eased him out, okay?
Now, you say this was last night.
That's right.
Why didn't you notify the police then?
We thought it was junk jewelry till we read the paper today telling about the sticker.
I see. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I'll pass your information along to the police. If we need you for anything else, we'll call you.
Jim, I just got a report from ident.
On Logan and White?
Yeah, they both have previous convictions.
Yeah, I thought they might.
White's for jewel robberies, Logan's for being an accomplice before the fact. Here they are.
Thanks.
This makes Marty Scott's alibi a little more valid.
Yeah. Yeah, but truthfully, Don, right now I don't know who did the job.
Did you see White and Logan?
Yeah, I interviewed them. They admitted being at the party all right. They also said that Scott had visited them after the party, that he was drunk, and that he tried to sell them the jewelry.
That would clear them.
While I was talking to them, though, I noticed a spot on the rug that had just been washed.
Did you question them about it?
No, I went out and got a search warrant and returned to their apartment. They'd left. I applied a reagent to the spot. It turned out to be a bloodstain.
That's one for Scott's side.
Yes, especially since I've been told there'd been no violence while Scott was there, that he'd just quietly left. Oh, I'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Thanks a lot. Police headquarters down.
Oh?
They just did a thorough examination on the car that Scott was found in. The police picked up a clear fingerprint behind the rear view mirror. It belonged to Jack Logan.
Well, that really makes this a whole new case.
Yeah. Don, let me see those records again, will you?
Yeah, here.
Thanks. Yeah. Let's make some phone calls. I think I know how to find out who really stole those jewels.
Flight 84 ready for immediate departure for Philadelphia, Washington, Miami. Passengers, please have their tickets checked at gate 15.
Did you get the call through, Steve?
Yeah. Guy's meeting us at the airport in L.A.
Uh-huh. Will he handle us then?
Sure.
Good. What about the bonds?
He can move them, too.
It was a real audition Scott ran, huh? There's no business like show business. Hey, Steve, I just happened to think.
What?
I got a new title for Scott's show. The State Pen Follies of 1950, 1951, 1952.
Flight 111 ready for immediate departure for Chicago, Albuquerque, and Los Angeles. Passengers will please board the plane through gate 12.
That's us.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Just a minute.
Huh? What?
Don.
Yes, Jim.
You can relieve Mr. White of that package.
Right.
What is this?
You just come along. We'll explain it all to you on the way to headquarters.
Jack Logan and Steve White were tried and found guilty of interstate transportation of stolen property and sentenced to prison terms of 20 years each. Special Agent Taylor, in re-examining the records of White and Logan, noticed a definite pattern in their operations. When they committed a jewel robbery on the West Coast, the loot always turned up in the East. On Eastern jobs, it was fenced in the West. While at their apartment, he also noticed that their luggage carried stubs from airline baggage checks. He therefore called all of the airlines, checked on reservations made for the West Coast, and obtained results you have just witnessed. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is more than ordinarily pleased with the outcome of this case from its files, not only because this time both criminals were removed from circulation for a lengthy period, but also because it was able to perform the highest function of a law enforcement agency. It was able to prove the innocence of a person who was justifiably under suspicion. Your FBI has always operated on the theory that it was far better to let 99 guilty men go free than see one innocent person convicted. And it shall continue to operate on that theory, shall continue its job of protecting you, the American people.
In just a moment, you will hear about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, our Equitable Society representative on the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
I'm speaking for the nearly 8,000 Equitable Society representatives from coast to coast. We Equitable men know from experience what this fact-finding chart can do for parents. We know what it can mean in terms of future security and freedom from worry.
So, ask your Equitable representative for a copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another exciting case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic reenactment of crime at a county fair. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Big Caseout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Grace Albertson, Michael Ann Barrett, Harry Bartell, Bill Conrad, J.C. Flippen, and Sidney Miller. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Big Caseout on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now I should like to introduce a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Your future is his business. Security in years to come for you, your home, and your family. Yes, your future is in good hands when you entrust your life insurance program to a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take only a few seconds because I have a very simple request. In about 14 minutes, Mr. Keating is going to tell you about the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. I know from personal experience that this chart can make an enormous difference in your family's future. So please listen carefully when Mr. Keating gives the surprising details on the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, prepared by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight's FBI file, The Big Caseout.
In addition to bringing you the people up to date on the latest trends in crime, the Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperates in presenting this program because it hopes that through this medium it will be able to clear up some of the misconceptions the public has about crime and criminals. One of those mistaken ideas, perhaps the one which annually costs the American people the most money, was recently graphically illustrated by a national magazine. The editor took pictures of 20 of the most dangerous inmates of Alcatraz. He mixed them with 20 pictures of men out of who's who, men whose accomplishments have made them the leaders of the nation. Readers were asked to check which men were the criminals, or asked to try to separate the decent from the lawbreakers. Their failure to identify the criminals was amazing to the editors, but not to the members of your FBI, who know that it is impossible to tell which person is a criminal from the way he dresses, walks, talks, or looks. Your FBI does not suggest that you regard every stranger as a criminal, but it does say that you are deluding yourself if you pose as an infallible judge of character and use only the things you see to make a decision. Criminals can be and are tall, short, fat, lean, well-dressed, or slovenly. In fact, they answer any and every description you can name because they possess no common physical ailment, unless it be short-sightedness. By now, it should be common knowledge that anyone who decides to be a criminal is short-sighted indeed. Tonight's file opens at a Midwestern county fair. It is late afternoon, and on the half-mile track beside the midway, trotting horses are warming up for the 7th race. A young woman sits in the grandstand watching as the man approaches.
Nancy,
Where you been?
just about every place in the fairgrounds. Come on, let's get out of here.
But I got a bet in this race. I got $10 on number 5.
You got a loser.
How do you know?
I passed through the paddock when they hooked up those things to the horses.
Well?
Every one of the drivers are old, but your man. They had to lift him to get him in. Come on.
Oh, please, Gene, I want to see it. It'll only take a minute.
All in line, ready for the start.
See, they're starting right now.
Well, okay.
Here they come. And they're off. At the start, that's Fulton McCracken first, Harry Volo second, and Alan Axworthy third.
Which one is yours?
Number 5, Jim's boy. The one the man in green is driving. Come
Pretty
on.
far back.
He's moving up, Gene. Look.
Honey, I should be sending some wires right now.
What?
I've got to tell Brewer and Hudson to meet
Down
us.
the back stretch, it's Perry Volo by 3 lengths. Fulton McCracken second by 2, and Jim's boy is third, a half length in front of Alan Axworthy.
Come on, Jim's boy, come on.
And that's Jim's boy now in the break.
What?
He's broken his stride. He won't win now. Let's go, Nancy.
Oh, but Gene, my $10.
Honey, we'll get it back tomorrow with interest when we stick up this joint.
The next morning, Special Agent Jim Taylor is standing in front of the city jail when a car approaches. A car driven by Agent Ken Wakefield.
Jim, oh, Jim.
Oh, hi, Ken.
Want a lift?
Sure.
Where you going?
U.S. Attorney's office.
Okay. What's doing at the jail?
Well, we're 1 down and 3 to go on the Spencer mob.
Who?
The Spencer mob. They're the ones that... Hey, that's right. You weren't in the office when that came in, were you?
I don't think so.
Our bank messenger was held up and brutally beaten back east 3 months ago.
Huh?
After the doctors pieced him together, he identified all 4 of the bandits.
Uh-huh.
The head man is Gene Spencer. Long record. He's been charged with everything up to and including murder.
And he's around loose?
Well, the jury said the murder was self-defense.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah. 2 other times, he had an airtight alibi. Once, a witness who could have convicted him disappeared.
Sounds pretty sharp.
Oh, he is. And his wife is just as rough a customer. She's a fainter.
What?
A fainter. She can haul off and faint on order.
Oh.
The 3rd one is a Louis Hudson, also a long record. And the 4th man was Charlie Brewer, alias the farmer.
You say was?
I just finished interviewing him. He was picked up by the police early this morning.
Alone?
Yeah, but he had a wire from Spencer in his pocket. It said, have job. We'll call you at midnight.
Midnight tonight?
No, last night. A strip of paper with a date line was missing, but there's a time stamp on the wire with yesterday's date.
Too bad you don't know...
Ken, green light.
Oh, yeah. Too bad you don't know where the wire was from, Jim.
Well, that's why I'm going over to the U.S. Attorney's office now, Ken. I want a search warrant for the farmer's hotel room.
He lives here in town?
Yes, the police found a hotel key in his pocket. He's at the Hotel Central. As soon as I get the warrant, I'm going over there.
Okay.
Hey, Gene.
Yeah?
It's me, Louie.
Oh, come on in.
I can't. My car is surrounded by pigs.
Just walk through them.
But I don't want to get bit or stung, whatever it is they do to you.
Come on, they won't hurt you.
Okay. All right, come on, get away from me with your pig. Come on, blow, pig. Get away.
Hey, what kind of deal is this, Gene? Come on in. I'll tell you all about it. Nancy.
Yeah?
Louie's here. Make us some coffee, will you?
Okay.
Jane, tell me, what's with the pigs?
We're going to use them.
In the heist?
Yeah.
Calm me out.
Why?
I don't work with no animals. I did a job once in Brooklyn. I used the dog, I got bit. From then on, I work with people.
You don't have to go near the pigs.
Oh, what's the job?
Did you see the fairgrounds outside of town?
Yeah, I saw.
And this is a map of the whole place.
You're going to heist the fairgrounds? You get 6 lemon pies.
Just listen. You see this thing? That's the midway.
Uh-huh.
This place is a half-mile track. Harness races.
Yeah, I seen them once. And nothing.
On this road here, this is the back of the racetrack. There's a gate at this end, one over here. This building on the back road is the secretary's office. They bring the dough there right after the last race.
How much?
About 60 G's. One guy brings it.
And what do the pigs do? Take it away from them?
No. This is the layout. 11 minutes after the last race, Nancy faints in front of this place here, the first aid tent. I'm with her. The guy starts to take care of her. I whack him out, and we grab the ambulance.
They got an ambulance all the time?
Yeah, for the racetrack guys. While we're doing that, you keep the back gate open and clear.
How?
I stole a fairground cop's uniform. You wear that.
Okay. So far, we got an ambulance and a cop's uniform.
The farmer's in this thing, too.
Oh, where is he?
He'll be here. Now, as we grab the ambulance, the farmer drives up to the front gate. He's got a truck with the pigs in it. He parks it so he blocks the gate and blows.
Yeah, but what about the pigs?
He takes them along. He goes to the secretary's office. He gets there as the guy with the dough comes in. The farmer lets go of the pigs. There's a commotion. He grabs the dough, and we pick him up in the ambulance. We go for the back gate. We get you. We're gone.
Oh. That might work.
If it'll work, take my word for it.
When you figure on doing it?
Tomorrow.
Special Agent Wakefield speaking.
Jim Taylor, Ken.
Oh, yes, Jim.
I just finished searching the farmer's room.
Find anything?
No, and I called Western Union. They couldn't trace that wire that he got from Spencer.
That's too bad.
There's just one alley open, Ken. When he called the farmer here last night, the call must have gone through long distance.
Uh-huh.
The operator here at the hotel who took the call is off duty now, but the manager's trying to locate it for me.
That'll be a help.
Oh, Ken, will you check this license number for me?
Sure.
California 51X739.
California 51X739.
That's it.
Now, whose car is it?
It's the farmer's. I found it in the hotel garage. He was... Oh, pardon me, Cameron.
Sure.
Yes, sir? You have her. She died? Yeah. Yes, it might be. Yes, thanks very much. Oh, Ken.
Yes?
That car you had this morning, will you get it out of the garage again?
Where are we going?
The manager just located the operator who took that call from Spencer. He called from Aurora. Now, from the background noises the operator heard as he was dropping the coins in, he was probably calling from the fairgrounds. Now, you'd better alert the authorities in Aurora.
Right.
Then pick me up in front of the hotel. We'll get down there ourselves.
Hey, Nancy, where's Gene?
He's over by the gate waiting for the farmer.
Didn't he show yet?
No.
Oh. How's the uniform look, huh?
Oh, a little on the Keystone side.
Yeah, that should help.
Louis.
Oh, yeah, Gene.
It don't look like the farmer's going to show.
Oh, fine.
Oh, great. Does that mean the job is off?
No, we do it anyway.
How?
You're going to be the farmer.
Oh, no. I ain't fooling with no pigs.
Louis, I've already told you, those pigs wouldn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, but how could I be a farmer? Look at this kisser, will you? You ever see a farmer that looked like me?
Louis, we put in too much time on the build-up for this job. You've got to do it.
What about this uniform?
Take it off. Put on your own suit.
You want a zoot farmer?
There's a straw hat in the truck. Wear that.
Gene, we only got 10 minutes.
Okay. Now, let's run over your new deal, Louis. In 5 minutes, you drive the truck over there and park it so that it blocks the front gate. You got it?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Well, let's make sure.
In 5 minutes, I drive the truck over there.
And park it so it blocks that front gate.
I know.
Then you take the pigs and get over to the secretary's office.
I suppose the guy with the door is late.
Stall inside the office.
Well, how?
Register the pigs for the show.
Okay.
But don't go into the office until you see Nancy faint.
I got it.
Okay, start moving.
I guess you can park here, Jim.
Yeah. Well, we missed the last race, Ken.
Yeah, Spencer might still be around.
Yeah. No, I'll slide out your way.
All right.
Well, let's check at the secretary's office first, huh?
Right.
Is he the one that you spoke... Hey, wait a minute. Hold it there.
What?
Look over there by the front gate.
Huh?
See that man who just got out of the truck?
The one in the straw hat?
Yeah.
It looks like Louis Hudson.
That is Hudson.
What's he made up for with that hat and the pigs?
I don't know. Let's wait around and find out.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, I think I know why he's in that getup. The farmer was arrested. Hudson's taking his place. They must be in action.
Sure. He's headed this way.
Yeah. Probably for the secretary's office.
Okay, Pig. Stay in line, will you? Stay behind me. Take it easy. Pig, stay right...
Hudson?
What?
That's quite an outfit you've got on.
Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI.
So?
So where are your friends?
I don't know who you're talking about, mister. I come here with these pigs, and they ain't hot.
No, but you are. You and both the Spencers. Now, come on, where are they?
Well, you're so smart, find out yourself.
Jim, the Spencers were in there.
Yeah, I know, Ken. Take Hudson here, then send out an alarm. I'm going to follow that ambulance.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now a quick interview with a man who's got a smile that's about a yard wide on his face. A man who's going to tell us how he got rid of a 10-year worry in less than 10 minutes.
That's a fact, Mr. Keating. Less than 10 minutes after my Equitable Society representative handed me the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, I knew I had that 10-year worry licked.
Frank, why not tell us what that worry was and how the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers helped you solve it?
I guess the worry is one that's pretty familiar with most fathers. I'd say to myself, if I should die before my time, what's going to happen to my wife and kids? What income will they need to live the way I want them to? Now, I never realized it until my Equitable man brought me that fact-finding chart. But this question of the monthly income that my family would need is basic. It's the heart of the whole matter.
You're right there, Frank. Not one man in 50 really knows how much money his family would need to carry on without him, and what they would require to maintain a decent standard of living until the children finish high school. The Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers gives you a sound and reliable basis on which to figure up the minimum expense. What's more, it's simplicity itself. Every step is made absolutely clear by easy-to-understand pictures.
My wife and I actually got a real kick out of filling it in. After we'd finished, I turned to Betty and said, "You know, dear, I guess we didn't have as much to worry about as I thought."
That's the way it often is. Get the facts, and the solution of the problem turns out to be much easier than you expected.
Well, that's what happened to me with a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Incidentally, Frank, how much did you pay for that chart?
The Equitable man didn't ask me for a cent.
Of course not. This chart is absolutely free, and there's no obligation. Just drop a hint to any representative of the Equitable Society, and he'll be glad to see that you get a copy. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's spelled E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Big Caseout.
There are those who listen regularly to this official program from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation who hear that in the past year more major crimes were committed than in any previous year in our history. They hear that and wonder why. There is the feeling among some that it is a sure sign of decadence and that it forecasts our inevitable doom as a nation. There are others who feel that the crime wave is due to improper policing. Now comes one sociologist who contends that much crime in America may be due to overemphasis or the lack of financial class barriers in this country. Naturally, we Americans are proud that no walls prevent a man from being poverty-stricken one day and a millionaire the next. In this nation, people have every opportunity to move from the have-nots to the haves. It can be and is being done legitimately every day in the week. But for those without the will to work or the will to wait, this very emphasis sometimes makes the prospect of getting rich quickly through crime an irresistible temptation. A temptation that leads them through the whole labyrinth of crime, up to and including murder. That is all the more reason why you, the ambitious but honest American, must cooperate with your law enforcement officials to curb not your equally honest and ambitious competitors, but the dishonest, get-rich-quick operator who is the enemy of everything American. Tonight's file continues in a small room at the Aurora Fairgrounds. Special Agent Wakefield has just been called to the telephone.
Wakefield speaking.
Jim Taylor, Ken.
Oh, any luck, Jim?
No, the Spencers had too good a lead.
I sent out the alarm, but they must be sticking to the back road.
How about Louis Hudson?
He's locked up tight.
Good. Did you talk to him?
I tried to, but I did all the talking.
We have no lead on where the Spencers are heading.
No. I went through Hudson's pockets, but all he had beside a gun was a $20 bill and his railroad ticket stub.
Oh, did you send out that alarm?
Yes.
Ken, I think the Spencers are too smart to stay with that ambulance. You better call the state police back.
Okay.
Have them check every out-of-the-way place on the theory that the ambulance will be abandoned.
Right.
And you stay where you are. I'll meet you back at the fairgrounds.
Hold down.
Get nailed?
We're okay.
Not yet.
Well, nobody behind us.
We're not safe till we get a new car.
Where?
Any place we can steal one.
Well, if we get near a town.
Yeah.
Gee, look out!
Hang on! Oh, Nancy.
Yeah?
You okay?
I don't know.
Here. Grab my hand.
Okay.
Steady. You'll be all right. The cops.
Come on. I'll try to run.
No, we stay here. Jump into this ditch. Come on, jump.
Not a cop.
He must be.
No uniform.
Must be a sheriff.
I can't see him. What's he doing?
Walking to the ambulance.
Oh.
Get ready to go.
Which way?
Onto the road.
You'll see us.
Not after I fire this gun.
Anything in on the Spencers, Ken?
Oh, yes, Jim. That's bad news.
Why? What happened?
They cracked up in the ambulance at Route 61.
Yes?
One of the county sheriffs came to the scene of the accident. He got out to give first aid.
Yeah?
Spencer shot him and got away in the sheriff's car.
Ouch.
I sounded an alarm on the car as soon as he called in.
Oh, good.
I also had roadblocks set up on every one of the 4 highways he might have gotten to after he abandoned the
Oh,
ambulance.
that's swell, Ken.
Here. Look at the map, Jim.
Yeah.
The blocks are set up here on Route 61.
Yeah.
Here, here, and here. And then there are 2 down here.
Yeah.
And 1 over here.
And we've got them contained in this circle here, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, we still might not get them.
Why not?
Well, they might have a hideout inside this circle.
The local police in each township are making a house-to-house search.
Oh, good.
In addition, there are 6 radio cars out cruising near the roadblocks in case Spencer tries to break through.
Yeah. Ken, is there an extra radio car available?
Yes, Jim.
Fine. You take it, and I'll use our car. Come on.
We might make it now, Nancy.
You think they stopped looking for us?
No, but they won't do so good in the dark.
Where are we?
Still on Route 111. Hey,
What?
I just thought of this. This guy's radio must be tuned in to get police calls.
So?
So we can find out if they're still looking for us.
Car 83.
There he is.
Car 83.
Yes, Jim. Come in.
Ken, my radio is out for a few minutes. Any word yet?
Just finished talking to all the roadblocks. No sign of the sheriff's car yet.
They know
I
about
see.
this car.
I'll check back with you later, Ken.
They've got roadblocks. What do we do?
Look in the glove compartment.
Okay. What do you want?
See if there's a map.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's one.
Good.
What are you slowing down for?
I want to stop and look at the map. Let me have it.
What good will it do?
They're going to be talking to each other again on that radio. Probably be talking to the roadblocks, too.
Yeah?
We can check off every road that's blocked, can't we?
Mm-hmm.
And if there's one that's not covered, that's the one we take. Don't you see? Those cops can lead us right out of this trap.
Roadblock number 6.
There they are again.
Block number 6. Come in, please. No sign of the car at this block. Thank you. Car 83. Car 83. Did you hear that? Yes, Jim. I think that means the Spencers have hauled up someplace. We'll make another check of all roadblocks and all cars in 15 minutes.
Right, Jim. Unless I hear from you, I'll just keep cruising.
Okay.
Does that mean they already checked everybody?
Yeah.
They didn't say anything about Route 111.
That's why we're staying on.
Gene, we're going to make it.
Sure. I told you those suckers would lead us out. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just passed a sign. Detour.
You think it's a phony?
Wait till I turn on the spotlight. No. It's all dug up. See?
Uh-huh. What do we do now?
Turn around, head the other way. Watch that side back there.
Okay.
We'll still make it, honey.
How you want, Spencer?
Huh?
Come on out of there, both of you. Come on.
Copper, huh?
Special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
Thanks for listening to the short wave. That led you right to us.
Gene Spencer, his wife Nancy, and Louis Hudson were tried and convicted in federal court. Each was given a 20-year sentence for bank robbery. When Special Agent Taylor learned that the deputy sheriff's car was equipped with two-way radio tuned to the same wavelength he was using, he decided it would be quicker to have the Spencers come to him. He therefore broadcast the list of roads that were blocked off and purposely omitted Route 111, hoping that the Spencers would take that road. He then stationed himself at the point where the legitimate detour began, with the result you have already witnessed. And so, another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. Closed with the arrest and subsequent conviction of all four of the wanted criminals. That is an important result, and one of which your FBI is justly proud. But it also is proud of the fact that the two special agents, by their alertness and speed, prevented the commission of another serious crime, and thus possibly prevented the death of any innocent people who might have tried to thwart the attempted holdup of the racetrack. It may appear to you that this case reduced the number of active American criminals by only a handful, but it is well to remember that each handful is important, for any reduction in their number is a help toward the ultimate goal, the goal of total victory, of total extinction, so that the time may come when the present army of American criminals is reduced to being only one thing, a very unpleasant memory.
In just a moment, you will hear about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, a few words from our Equitable Society representative on the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
I'm one of the 8,000 Equitable Society representatives all over America. We Equitable men sincerely believe in this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. We know from experience that it's a time saver, a worry saver, and a family saver.
So why delay? Ask your Equitable representative for a free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard care of this radio station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case exposing one of the most vicious of all criminal activities. Its subject, extortion. Its title, Gentlemen Prefer Widows.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tony Barrett, Ed Begley, Bill Hawes, Charlotte Lawrence, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Gentlemen prefer widows on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now I should like to introduce a representative of our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Your future is his business. Security in years to come for you, your home, and your family. Yes, your future is in good hands when you entrust your life insurance program to a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Good evening, friends. I've come here tonight with just one purpose. I'm here to tell you that in about 14 minutes, Mr. Keating is going to have some important news for parents. He's going to tell you about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. If you're like hundreds of parents to whom I personally have given copies of the fact-finding chart, you'll be very glad you listened to this eye-opening message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Thank you.
Tonight's FBI file, Gentlemen Prefer Widows.
The crime in tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is not a new one. On the contrary, it is almost as old as time itself, for the crime is extortion. In ancient times, and this goes back to every civilization the world ever knew, it was the practice for a strong army to roam and capture those towns whose defenses were weak. After the capture, an agreement would be drawn between the leader of the victorious troops and the city fathers. An agreement whereby a good part of the town's income would be turned over to the army annually as a form of tribute. The penalty for not paying was a new attack, and when that was necessary, the town would be destroyed by fire after capture. That taught other towns to pay promptly, to pay for the privilege of living. Today, thousands of years later, extortion is still an important law enforcement problem. And the amount of money paid by the public each year to those who engage in that crime is impossible to estimate. No guess which went below the tens of millions, however, would in any way come close to the true figure. For pure viciousness, there is almost no offense to match extortion. For this is a crime based on fraying the nerves of a victim, on destroying the reasoning power by fear, on continuing the pressure until the victim pays or collapses. Tonight's file opens in a public library located in a large eastern city. It is late afternoon, and in one corner a middle-aged woman stands in an alcove almost hidden by bookshelves which surround her. She seems to be searching for one book in particular when a man approaches.
Pardon me.
Oh.
I'd like to see if a book I'm looking for is on that shelf. It's called Of Human Bondage.
Oh, it's you.
You're Mrs. Montrose?
Yes.
Splendid.
You brought the letters?
Of course.
Where are they?
In my pocket.
Let me have them.
We're forgetting something.
What?
My fee.
But I haven't seen the letters.
You shall.
When?
As soon as you pay me.
All right. Here. Where are my letters, please?
I'll give them to you as soon as I make certain the money is in this envelope. I know it's frightfully rude, but if I got home and found nothing but paper... Oh, this is very attractive. I shan't count it. I'm taking your honesty for granted. Here are your letters, Mrs. Montrose.
I assume this concludes our business.
Wait. Before you go, you do recall what I told you about going to the police? What would happen to your daughter if you did?
I remember.
Splendid.
May I leave now?
Of course. Good day, Mrs. Montrose. Oh, poor woman.
That you, Arthur?
Yes, dear.
How did you make out?
Everything was fine.
She paid you the full amount?
Yes.
Then we should have asked for more.
Lenore, every time we collect, you make the same comment. You must realize that up to a point, a client will pay and lick her wounds. Beyond that, she is wounded financially and driven into the arms of the law. Where'll I put these groceries?
No, leave them on the table then. I still say this woman was good for another 5,000.
Lenore, I don't wish to argue with you.
This isn't an argument. It's a discussion. After all, I'm the one who has to run the accounts. I have to pay the bills.
Well, today's collection should make that easy.
Not at all. You spent over $1,000 preparing this job.
That was necessary.
Was it necessary to pay Wheeler $400?
For the job he did, yes.
I'm not talking about the job he did. He was broke. When a person's broke, he'll work for dirt. You overpaid him.
We've been all through this before, dear. Let's let it rest, shall we? Has Leo been around?
No, but he called. 3 times, as a matter of fact, wanting to know if you'd collected.
Poor Leo. Now, there's someone who really has financial problems. Every time we pay him for a job, he already owes the entire amount.
Well, I'm afraid he'll be in more trouble this time.
Why?
I'm cutting down his percentage.
Oh, now, Lenore.
20% is far too much. I'm cutting him down to 10.
Look, dear, I don't want to interfere with your handling of our finances, but I think you're being rather shabby with Leo.
I've made up my mind.
Have you told him yet?
No.
He might quit. Then we'd be in trouble.
Oh, fiddlesticks. If he leaves, we'll just get somebody else to forge the letters.
Next morning, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Taylor is interviewing a woman who has just arrived.
Now, Mrs. Montrose, I wonder if you'd tell me your story right from the beginning.
I don't quite know where to start.
Well, you said you paid a man $10,000 yesterday.
That's right. At the public library on First Avenue.
Well, then suppose you start with the first time that you heard from this man.
Very well. A week ago, I received a note from a man named John Smith.
Oh, I think we'll find that's an alias.
Mr. Smith said he had some letters written by my late husband. He said those letters would destroy the good name Henry left when he passed away.
Is that note in this package?
No, sir. Those are the letters I purchased.
Oh, I see. Oh, where is the note?
I burned it.
Oh?
Well, with his note, Mr. Smith sent me a photostatic copy of one of the letters Henry wrote.
And what was the nature of the correspondence, Mrs. Montrose?
They're letters Henry wrote to Harvey Brooks.
Hmm?
He was president of the Allied Manufacturing Company when my husband was treasurer. Mr. Brooks has passed away, too.
I see. And what makes these letters so dangerous?
Well, they say that Henry... Oh, it seems impossible, Mr. Taylor. But right there in Henry's handwriting, he admits to Mr. Brooks that he stole $20,000 from the company.
And you're sure this is your husband's handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mrs. Montrose, if you'd gone to the police when you got that first note, you could have saved that money.
I know that now. But they threatened to waylay my daughter. I was worried. I finally told her last night. She made me come here today. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Taylor?
I'd like to send one of these letters to our lab in Washington, along with your description of Mr. Smith.
I'll leave the whole package of them here, if you like.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Montrose, but you'd better take the others over to the police and tell them about it, too.
Oh, must I?
I'm afraid so. You see, without that original note, I have no way of knowing whether or not the FBI has any jurisdiction in this case.
But, Mr. Taylor, that man is a criminal.
Oh, I realize that, and you can rest assured of one thing. Even if we have no jurisdiction, we'll give the police all the help we can. And if it's at all possible, we'll get that money back for you, too.
Lenore?
I'm in here.
Oh.
Oh, Arthur, I've just had an awful experience.
What, dear?
Leo Baker was just here.
Yes?
I told him about having to take the cut. He threw out the handle. He called me all sorts of names. I explained to him that it was purely a business matter, that it was nothing personal.
Where did he go?
Oh, I don't know, and I don't care.
Well, I do. I want to see him.
Now, you're not going to give him...
No, dear. This is an entirely different matter. I got a call a little while ago from the man who does our photostating. He said our order was ready.
What order?
That's exactly what I asked the man. He said the photostats for Leo Baker.
I don't understand, Arthur.
I didn't either, so I went over to the shop.
And?
Unfortunately, I was too late. Leo had already been in and picked them up. Must have gone there right from here.
Did you ask the man what the photostats were?
Yes. He said he wasn't exactly sure, but they seemed to be the same kind we ordered last week.
Like the letters to Mrs. Montrose?
Yes.
Arthur, I don't like the sound of this.
Neither do I. It could mean that he's forged some more Montrose letters and is going into business for himself.
That little crook. We'd better put a stop to that. Come on, let's get over to his rooming house.
Earl, have you finished testifying in the Amarillo case?
Yes, Jim.
Good. I'll fill you in on this new one that we're on.
Fire away.
Well, a woman named Mrs. Montrose came in yesterday. She said she paid a man who said his name was John Smith $10,000 for some letters that her husband had written.
Another extortion case.
Yeah, but we've got a slicker customer to nail in this one.
You know who this John Smith is?
Yes, I sent one of the letters down to Washington along with the description of Smith.
You got quick action.
Yeah, Smith is actually a man named Arthur Scott. He's wanted in 4 states.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's his pattern?
Well, he picks a widow in each town whose husband has just died. Then he does what he did with Mrs. Montrose.
Mm-hmm. And where does he get the letters?
Oh, they're forgeries. Handwriting says they're the work of Leo Baker.
Well, I know that name, Jim. I helped arrest Baker when I was in the New York office.
Well, then you know he's pretty good, too.
I'll say he's good. You know how he broke out of jail one time? He showed the guard a note from the warden saying he could go into town. The guard was the warden's brother, and he couldn't tell it was a forgery.
Well, I've just had an alarm sent out on Baker and on Scott.
You think they stayed here?
I'm no telling, Earl, but it's worth a chance. After all, they don't know that Mrs. Montrose came to see us.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd better call her and tell her we're in the case now. In it till we round up these extortioners.
Was Leo there, Lenore?
No, he's gone. Drive to Broadway and Main.
What for?
That's where he is. Feed a man for a year, you put the clothes on his back, and this is how he repays you.
How do you know he's at Broadway and Main?
Well, I spoke to the landlady. Told her I was his sister. Told her I wanted to surprise him. She let me into his room.
It's amazing how clever you are when there's money involved.
Well, I found some scraps of paper in his wastebasket. I put them together. Do you know what they were?
Obviously not.
Parts of another extortion letter.
So he is cribbing us.
Yes.
Well, I don't like to reopen old wounds, Lenore, but you've only yourself to blame for this.
Why?
Cutting him to 10%.
That's absolutely no excuse for disloyalty, Arthur. We turn left here.
I know.
While I was in the room, the landlady came in.
Did she catch you going through the basket?
No. She came in to tell me she just remembered Leo wouldn't be home for a while.
How did she know that?
She overheard him making a phone call in the hall. He was calling some woman.
Did you get her name?
Well, the landlady fished for it. Said it sounded like Morris. I said, Montrose? She said, yes, that's it. Leo is meeting her at Broadway in Maine at 4 o'clock.
Good heavens, it's 4 now.
We'll make it. We're almost there.
Let's see now. What'll be the best way to handle this?
Let him make the contact. Then we'll follow him and collect.
Should we make him split with us?
Split with us? Arthur, Mrs. Montrose was our prospect. Anything he takes from her, we get 90% of. After all, we were... Arthur, what are you doing?
Getting around the corner.
But that was Broadway.
I know.
Arthur, do you want to be arrested for speeding?
I'll take that chance. There. Now I guess we're all right.
What in heaven's name is this all about? We're looking for Leo.
I saw him.
Is Mrs. Montrose there?
Yes.
He could be collecting from her.
I doubt that, darling. The last I saw of Leo, he was in the arms of 2 large cops.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now a quick interview with a young father who looks as if he was feeling like $1 million.
Well, wouldn't you feel pretty good yourself, Mr. Keating, if you discovered how to get rid of a 10-year worry in 10 minutes flat?
How did you manage to do that, George?
Well, I asked my Equitable Society representative for that fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers you talked about on last week's program.
Did the chart turn out to be as useful as I said it would be?
Well, I'll say it did. Ever since my son George Jr. was born, there's been a big worry in the back of my mind. I'd say to myself, suppose I die unexpectedly. What's going to become of my family? What income would they need for food, clothes, rent, and all the other month-by-month expenses? Well, that's something I'll never worry about again.
Briefly, the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart gives a man a sound and reliable basis for estimating the minimum income his family would need to carry on without him. How much money they'd require to be well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until the children graduated from high school. What's more, this chart is simplicity itself. Every step is made absolutely clear by easy-to-understand pictures.
As I said, it took my wife and me only a few minutes to fill it in. We really enjoyed doing it. And what a load off our minds to discover that the problem was not half as tough as we feared.
By the way, George, how much did you pay for that chart?
Well, the equitable man didn't ask for any money.
Of course not. This chart is absolutely free, and there's no obligation. Just drop a hint to any representative of the Equitable Society, and he'll be glad to see that you get a copy. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's spelled E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Gentlemen Prefer Widows.
Extortion is one of the most difficult problems facing every law enforcement agency today. And you have already witnessed at least one of the reasons why. In most cases, the extortion victim is carefully selected, is chosen because the extortioner depends on the victim's silence after the crime has been committed. If that silence is maintained for any length of time, the criminals have such a head start that virtually no clue remains. If the victim never makes any complaint, and that happens more often than you think, the criminal is free to commit still more extortion. The Federal Bureau of Investigation prides itself on its ability to fight crime, wherever and whenever it finds it. But by itself, your FBI cannot wipe out extortion. The fight on that crime must be initiated by you, the potential victims. And without your help, the fight is lost. By your help, your FBI means that when you or anyone you know receives an extortion threat, notify your local police immediately. Given that aid by enough people, your law enforcement agencies will wipe out the vampires and parasites who practice this ancient evil. The laws to punish them are on the statute books, but those laws apply only to criminals who are apprehended. And extortioners cannot be caught without the cooperation of one important person, you. Tonight's file continues later that evening at the FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor has just entered.
Earl, the police arrested Leo Baker this afternoon.
Good. How'd they get him?
Well, he contacted Mrs. Montrose. He told her to meet him at Broadway and Main Street.
For a second shakedown?
Yeah. She immediately contacted the police, and when Baker arrived, why, they were there waiting for him.
Have you interviewed him, Jim?
Yes, I just left headquarters.
Get anything?
No, not much. Oh, he admitted working with Scott and his wife, all right, but that's about all we could get out of it.
Did you learn where they were living?
No, not from him, but we may have a lead. The police found 2 keys in his pocket. One fit his furnished room. The other could be the key to where the Scotts are living. It was made by Acme Locksmiths on 9th Street.
Did you stop by there?
Yeah, but they're closed for the night.
Oh. Well, these Scott's human, Jim. If he hadn't made the mistake of trying to get more money from Mrs. Montrose, we might not have any lead.
You know, that angle bothers me.
What angle?
Scott's going back for a second helping. I just have a feeling he wasn't in on it.
You think Baker did that on his own?
Yeah.
Why, Jim?
Well, Scott's record. The modus operandi has always been the same. He's never gone back a second time. He's always made the collection personally. All appointments he's ever made have never been on the street like that. They've always been in a library.
That certainly stands up, Jim. Of course, it still doesn't lead us to Scott.
Yeah, but if this key fits Scott's apartment, we could find something there that might take us to him.
Oh, Lenore,
Yes, dear?
I'm going out now. I won't be back till dinner time.
Where are you going?
I've got to go to the library and brush up on my chess. You see, our next prospect, the late Mr. Jones, was a founder of the local chess club.
Oh?
After I've refreshed myself, I think I'll drop by the club. Perhaps play a few games.
How will that help?
Well, I thought I might find some specimens of his handwriting. You know, first draft of the club rules, maybe a letter recommending a new member.
Oh, I see.
By the way, dear, I've hired Charlie Putnam.
To replace Leo?
Yes.
I never heard of him.
He's been working in the South. I've heard excellent things about him. Everyone says he's a fine forger and honest as they come.
Yeah, but will he work for 10%?
Yes, I've already arranged that. But you're going to have to wire him $200.
What for?
Well, darling, he has to come here. I'll send him, and I'll need him in the next day or two to write the letters.
But why 200?
That's for his plane ticket.
I'll wire him 75. Let him come by bus. See you at dinner, dear.
Well, that key did fit Scott's apartment, Earl.
I assume they were gone.
Yeah, 2 days ago, but fortunately for us, their apartment hadn't been cleaned yet.
Oh, don't you find any leads?
I don't know. I piled everything I could find into this box.
Well, let's take a look.
Okay. Hey, you got a knife on you?
Uh-huh. Here.
Thanks. Here we are. Now, let's see what we got, huh?
Okay.
We'll put these shoes on the top here. I'd say they all belong to Scott.
Well, we can check where they were bought. Might bring something.
Yeah. Here's an old shirt I found in the closet.
Any laundry marking?
Yeah.
Well, let's save it and check that.
Okay. Couple of pipes. Set of bookends.
Maybe we could get some prints off them.
Oh, I took care of that at the apartment, Earl. They're up at the lab now.
Oh, good.
And these are assorted patent medicines and cosmetics that I found in the medicine chest.
Junk.
Yeah, I don't think they'll lead us any place.
No.
And these 2 newspapers. That does it.
Didn't leave us much. Say, those out-of-town newspapers, Jim?
Yeah, they're from Mid-City.
Anything clipped out of them?
No. Well, let's take a look at Scott's record, huh? That's it over there in the corner of the desk.
I got it. Yeah, Jim.
Thanks. Now, let's see if we can find what Scott would want with newspapers from Mid-City. Yeah, he wasn't born there. He's never been arrested there. Hey. You know, Scott might have gotten these to find out what was going on in Mid-City. Let's call the police there. Have them keep an eye out for Scott and his wife. It's just possible that that's where he's going to do his next job. Earl, I just got a call from the Mid-City police.
Anything on Scott?
No.
Well, then why did he have the newspapers?
Well, maybe if we could trace where he bought them, we'd know. Let's check the out-of-town newsstands.
There must be a dozen of them, Jim.
Okay, let's take a picture of Scott and cover them all. You have any luck, Earl?
No.
None of the stands I went to even carried the Mid-City Journal.
Same here.
You think we're betting on a dead horse?
No telling.
Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. I'm going to make one more phone call to Mid-City. Earl, we hit the jackpot.
You found Scott?
No, but I'm sure now he's in Mid-City.
Why?
I called the Mid-City Journal. They checked their records. Scott had a 3-month subscription that just expired.
Yeah, but, Jim, that doesn't tell us where to look for him up there.
Don't you remember his pattern? Come on, Earl. We've got a plane to catch.
Quite an imposing library, isn't it, dear? Majestic pillars, ivy-shrouded walls. You know, I always enjoy these visits to the fount of learning. Go ahead, Lenore.
Thank you.
Let's go over this way.
I wonder if she's here yet.
I imagine so. I told her 3 o'clock. It's now 5 after. They're always prompt, you know.
Where are you meeting her?
In the financial section. Quite apropos, don't you think? Behind those bookcases there. It's quite sheltered. Now, you sit down here. Read one of those magazines. I won't be long.
Would you rather...
Sorry. Just wait for me here, dear. Pardon me, ma'am. I'd like to see if a book I'm looking for is on that shelf.
What is it called this time?
Huh?
Remember me, Mr. Scott?
Why, it's Mrs. Montrose.
That's right.
Goodness,
I've come here to get my money back.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Montrose. I have to be running
Oh,
along.
no, you don't.
Let go of me.
All right, Mrs. Montrose, we'll take over.
What is this?
This man is from the FBI. He's the one who told me you'd be here.
Really? How clever.
You can get my money back for me, Mr. Taylor?
We'll certainly try, Mrs. Montrose, as soon as we get this man to headquarters.
Arthur and Lenore Scott were tried and convicted in a federal court on a charge of extortion. Each received a 10-year sentence. Leo Baker and Charlie Hudson, the 2 forgers employed by the Scotts, were also sentenced to serve 5 years each in a federal penitentiary. Special Agents Taylor and Clayton were able to locate the Mid-City victim, from whom Arthur Scott intended to extort $10,000 by remembering his previous pattern of operations. Since the victim in each previous case had been a comparatively new widow, they reasoned that Scott had subscribed to the Mid-City Journal so that he could read the obituary pages. This would also give him a list of close friends and relatives who had attended the funeral and from whom some information might be obtained at a later date. Information which, by itself, might be harmless, but which could form the basis for a new series of forged letters. A check of the widows of all wealthy people who died in Mid-City, while Scott had his subscription, brought to light one widow who had just received a letter similar to the one received by Mrs. Montrose. For the purpose of making a positive identification of Scott, Mrs. Montrose agreed to come to Mid-City and to wait at the library in the alcove Scott had set up for his meeting with Mrs. Jones, the new victim. Mrs. Scott was arrested on the front steps of the library, and their newest accomplice, Charlie Putnam, was located at a nearby rooming house. And so, 2 special agents of your FBI, in cooperation with the local police in 2 cities, were able to round up and exterminate this well-oiled machine of extortion, to remove them, at least temporarily, from the criminal scene.
In just a moment, you will hear about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But first, a few words from our Equitable Society representative on the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
I'm speaking for 8,000 Equitable Society representatives located in every state of the Union. Just say the word, and any one of us will be glad to see that you get a copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. No charge or obligation. So why delay? Phone one of us Equitable Society representatives soon.
Or send a postcard care of this radio station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case that is another true chapter from the annals of organized crime. Its subject, hijacking. Its title, The Blundering Felon.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Bill Johnstone, Ted Osborne, Florence Walcott, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Blundering Felon on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.